Okay, guys, why don't everybody, we want to get started here. We've got a lot of bills. And okay, I think we got a quorum, and I know Senator Augustine's off up in the Finance Committee presenting a bill. And so we're going to get started with the administration bill, Senate Bill 548. I'm going to call up the governor's sponsor panel. We've got Lieutenant Governor Aruna Miller, my #1 constituent from District 15. We've got Saif or Atul. Saif, why don't you come on up and sit at the table? And we have this new podium, so you have an option. You can sit at the table, or you can present from the podium, whatever you prefer. We've got the Secretary of Maryland Department of Environment, Secretary McElwain. Why don't you come up here? We've got a gentleman who is familiar with this room, the Director of the Maryland Energy Administration, former Chair of the EEE Committee, Paul Pinsky. And okay, we have 5 seats, and we have some more folks after this in a second panel, but let's go with Jonathan Miller, Senior Vice President from Volvo Group, North America. Is Mr. Miller here? Yeah. Okay, Mr. Miller, why don't you take that last spot next to Senator Pinsky, and then we have 3 other witnesses that we'll just put onto a second panel. So, Madam Lieutenant Governor, you take the time you need to present Senate Bill 548.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And of course, that most of you know, Mr. Chairman is my representative in District 15. So it's great to be here. Good afternoon, everyone. Again, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the Education, Energy, and Environment Committee. Did I get that right? All right, E3. For the record, I'm Aruna Miller, Lieutenant Governor of Maryland. I'm honored to be here on behalf of Governor Moore to testify in support of Senate Bill 548, the Clean Transportation Energy Act. Maryland has one of the most ambitious climate change plans in the nation, largely due to the work that your committee spearheaded. And as a result, in 2020, Maryland exceeded the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Act target of 25% and instead achieved a 30% reduction from the 2006 levels. The Climate Solution Act of 2022, as passed through your committee, requires a 60% reduction in economy-wide greenhouse gas emissions by 2031. That's only 8 years away. Medium and heavy duty vehicles account for 4% of the vehicles on the road, and yet they are responsible for nearly 25% of total transportation sector greenhouse gas emissions. Furthermore, medium and heavy duty vehicles disproportionately impact our most vulnerable residents and low-income communities and communities of color, who often live near freight hubs, bus depots, and trucking corridors. Transitioning to medium and heavy duty trucks to zero emission vehicles will be a key component of achieving additional reductions. And businesses agree that there is a long-term cost savings and benefits that can be captured by decarbonizing commercial vehicles. Policy innovations such as Senate Bill 548 can expedite the market transition. Senate Bill 548, the Clean Transportation and Energy Act, will do this by creating incentives, not a mandate. Senate Bill 548 will allow businesses and local governments to recoup 100% of the cost difference between combustion engineer and zero engines and zero emission medium and heavy duty vehicles that they purchase or retrofit. Senate Bill 548 will extend the Maryland Energy Administration's electric vehicle supply equipment rebate program and expand the program to meet growing commercial and local government demand for electric vehicle infrastructure. And Senate Bill 548 will empower state agencies with the resources they need to make these programs both robust and effective. Studies show that by 2030, nearly half of medium and heavy duty vehicles will be cheaper to buy, operate, and maintain as zero emission vehicles compared to the traditional combustion engine vehicles. And Senate Bill 548 will lead the charge. Through the increased demand of zero emission vehicles, we can meet our clean energy goals while increasing job opportunities. Volvo Group North America, who will testify later, will share with you about their production facility in Hagerstown, Maryland, which employs hundreds of Marylanders, buildings and engines and transmissions for heavy-duty vehicles, and has already made investments in facilities that would test the production of zero-emission vehicles. So I thank you for giving me the time to share with you the importance of this bill, and I ask the committee's favorable report on Senate Bill 548.
Okay, thank you, Madam Lieutenant Governor. Just for efficiency, maybe we'll go through the whole panel, then we'll open up for questions. I'll just go in the order as was designated by the governor's office. Safe, why don't you go in the two spot, and then we'll go in that order. So, Mr. Rotul.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, everyone. Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and distinguished members of the Education, Energy, and Environment Committee, as the chairman would say, Triple E. For the record, my name is Saif Ratul. I'm the Deputy Legislative Officer for Governor Westmore. I want to thank the Honorable Lieutenant Governor Aruna Miller for introducing and presenting the Senate Bill 548, which is the Clean Transportation and Energy Act. It is my privilege to be here and share a little bit more details on the SB 548 and to request a favorable committee report. So this bill is intended to benefit all Marylanders by taking on transportation-related emissions that have been a major contributor to climate change, not only in the state, but across the nation, and have a disproportionate impact on our most vulnerable residents in the state. First, this bill seeks to expand and extend our existing electric vehicle supply equipment rebate program. Since the program was established, we have seen a rising demand for this, and to address that, the bill will extend our current program to the year 2026 and remove the annual appropriated cap of $1.8 million to address the existing backlog. Second, this bill will expand our current medium and heavy-duty zero-emission vehicles program. The bill will incentivize individuals, businesses, and local governments by providing up to 100% of the incremental cost through rebate and grants. And we are defining incremental cost as the market value difference between a conventional and a same class size of zero-emission vehicle. This bill will also aim to provide up to 100% of the cost for charging equipments. Ultimately, this will provide a significant financial incentive for local entities to purchase zero-emission vehicles that will increase the demand and in the market while enhancing Maryland's economic competitiveness in this region. Finally, the bill aims to alter the existing use of Alternative Compliance Payment Program, otherwise known as the ACP program, allowing the ACP revenues to be available in the General Strategic Energy Investment Fund. This grants the opportunity to continue a greater investment in the low-income and environmental justice communities in various energy-related loans and grants, focusing on renewable energy programs such as solar, energy efficiency measures, and transportation section greenhouse gas reduction programs. With that, I request a favorable committee report here. I look forward to working with the committee members and our other stakeholders in partnership on any potential amendment to this bill. I'm happy to answer any questions or provide any additional information at the end. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. We're going to next go to Secretary McElwain.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Happy to be here, Mr. Chair and Madam Vice Chair. On behalf of the Maryland Department of the Environment, I am here to strongly support this bill. So this bill is in direct alignment with my two top priorities. One is environmental justice, and the other is climate change. Two important priorities that I'm pushing hard in my agency. Diesel truck traffic is the #1 source of local air pollution in those overburdened communities. And so electrifying trucks is a win-win for climate change as well as for addressing environmental justice issues. Regarding climate change, electrifying vehicles is absolutely critical to the continuous and continual progress that we've made in climate change. My agency is responsible for meeting the goals of the Climate Solutions Now Act, which requires us to get to and transition to zero emissions. This incentive program will help us do that. And it also helps businesses buy the electric trucks and the charging infrastructure that's needed. So I urge favorable report. I strongly support this bill. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Secretary. We're going to next go to Senator / Director of the Maryland Energy Administration, Pinsky. Welcome back, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chairman, and former colleagues. It's great to be back before you. Now I've been on that other job for 7 weeks. I've learned a great deal about my knowledge gaps. So I ask a lot of questions and learning a lot about some areas that I don't have as much expertise in, and I'm here to admit it. So whereas I might not have last year as chair of the committee, I do in fact do that today. And we're here to support this bill. And the MEA is moving in an intentional way to assist in implementing Governor Moore's initiatives, as well as the Climate Solutions Now Act that you're all familiar with and in fact help write. And I find myself regularly without having a conversation in alignment with the Secretary of the Environment, Secretary McElwain. She talked about 2 priorities, climate change, and even more specifically, because we give out a lot of money, of making sure we get the best bang for the buck, that we have the greenhouse gas reductions per dollar is an effective and efficient way, as well as looking at Justice 40, those communities that have been disproportionately affected and have been ignored either consciously or unconsciously, of making sure they get the benefits of our future investments. Senate Bill 548 moves us towards reducing greenhouse gases by doing a number of things. You've heard that it will add incentives, the marginal cost above and beyond what it would be for a traditional truck, gas engine truck, up to 100%. And as you've heard, 5% of the vehicles are trucks, and they contribute anywhere from 20 to 25% in the transportation sector. And the transportation sector and building emissions are far and away the 2 largest contributors to greenhouse gases in our state. But I want to talk about alternative compliance payments, which SAFE talked about, also called ACP. And I know the chairman is very familiar with this. When companies are not meeting their solar RPS goals, they can pay this alternative compliance. And unfortunately, because of the costs of the RECs, almost all the companies are paying the alternative payment, which is unfortunate. The more solar we have, the more the RECs will come into play. But right now, most are paying into the ACP. But historically, it's limited how we can spend that money. And what this bill does, it expands it. One, it expands for us to be able to spend it in low income communities, those disproportionately affected, and also in the areas, solar, as was mentioned, in electric vehicles, infrastructure, particularly in poor and working class communities. So giving some flexibility to us to distribute that money where we do get the kind of return on investment in terms of helping these poor communities, as well as reducing greenhouse gases, is very crucial. So that flexibility is very important. But the bill does one final thing, which is important, particularly to the agency I represent. It raises a cap on administrative expenditures. We are one of the few agencies, if not the only agency, that has a cap on its administrative expenditures. That means we can only spend X amount of dollars on staffing. Now, in the last couple of years, our revenue from the greenhouse gas RGGI has gone up, and these ACP payments that we've talked about have also gone up. And we give out a lot of grants. But if we can't review those grants or those loans or repayment projects, if we can't review them and approve them, and more importantly, track them to make sure they're being spent as appropriate, we can't give the money out. So we have had capacity problems because of the statutory limit. So this limit increases our ability to hire staff, and another committee, the budget committee, is looking at increasing our staff condition on the passage of this bill. So that's very important to us. And additionally, as you've followed, the IIJA, the infrastructure bill, and now the IRA bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, might actually bring additional, or will bring additional dollars to the state to invest in clean energy, and particularly in low and moderate income homes. So if we want to be able to look at that money, distribute it in an efficient and effective way that gets a good return on that investment, we need the staff to be able to do that, the real bodies to do that. So for these reasons, we're here to support the bill. And I know you had another small truck bill on the floor this morning that engendered a little conversation. And I know this committee passed it, and the chair passed it. We think they serve as good companions to each other. So we, of course, support that as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Senator Pinsky. And Mr. Miller, you're going to play cleanup on this panel, and then we'll open it up to some question and answer.
Thank you, Chairman Feldman and members of the committee. My name is Jonathan Miller, and I head up government relations for Volvo Group North America. I appreciate the opportunity to testify before you today. We appreciate and applaud Governor Moore and Lieutenant Governor Miller's leadership on this issue and strongly support Senate Bill 548. Volvo Group is a global supplier of transport solutions, offering commercial trucks, buses, construction equipment, and power solutions for marine and industrial applications. We are committed to shaping the future landscape of sustainable transport and infrastructure solutions. Volvo Group is the last major automotive manufacturer in the state of Maryland. At our Hagerstown powertrain production facility, we employ nearly 2,000 people, including 1,400 members of UAW Locals 171 and 1247. We also employ more than 60 people at one of our parts distribution facilities located in Elk Ridge. The Hagerstown plant develops, manufactures, and tests heavy-duty powertrains, transmissions, and axles for our Mack and Volvo trucks, as well as Prevost and Volvo buses at our 280-acre campus. It is our only engine plant in all of North America. The Hagerstown plant manufactures all modular power boxes for the Class 8 heavy-duty Volvo VNR electric and Mack LR electric refuse trucks that we are currently selling on the market today. These are the modular power boxes are the electronic brains of the zero emission drivetrain. In 2020, we made a global commitment of having 100% of our product sales be fossil free by 2040, including a near-term goal of 35% of product sales being zero emission by 2030. We support the Paris Climate Agreement and the Science Based Targets Initiative. We are in the very early stages of this transition to zero emission commercial vehicle transportation. Volvo and Mack trucks are the North American industry leaders in zero emission Class 8 truck sales in 2022. But these sales were only a small share of the overall Class 8 market. The challenges that we must overcome together include the high upfront cost of battery, electric, and hydrogen fuel cell vehicles, and the lack of charging and refueling infrastructure across the country suitable for these Class 8 vehicles. Governor Moore's incentive bill is one of the needed policy tools that is necessary to ensure this transition. We urge the committee to give this bill a favorable vote and look forward to any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're going to open up to questions. We're going to start with the Vice Chair Kagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First off, Madam Lieutenant Governor, what a treat it is to have you here, and I'm so proud to be working with you and learning from you again and always. Thank you all, my former chair, Senator Pinsky, Director Pinsky, and SAFE and Secretary McElwain. I have a question that I am primarily going to direct to the good secretary. I've done some quick research. First off, I'm a co-sponsor of the bill, so I support the bill. But I am interested on page 6 of the bill. In 2 places, it makes the distinction between low-income communities and environmental justice communities. And I think of them as somewhat synonymous. And the quick research that I've been doing, listening to the hearing, does make them sound synonymous. And I wonder what the distinction is that this bill is seeking to make so that we can be clear, we know what we want. So what I'm reading right here in one of the places, environmental justice is the recognition that minority and low-income communities often bear a disproportionate share of environmental costs. So again, they sound kind of, so I wonder if there's a distinction, and if we're not sure, I am happy to hear back.
Well, environmental justice, low income, it could be the same thing. So I understand why you're asking that question, because a lot of low income people are in environmental justice communities and overburdened. I get that. But I'm gonna Saif, I'm gonna turn it over to you to talk about the distinction that's actually in the bill, if you don't mind. Okay.
If you don't mind, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you so much, Madam Secretary. So when we're looking into low-income communities and environmental justice communities incorporate a little bit more. So the easier way to look at is the low-income community being a subset of the environmental justice communities, where they may not always look at the threshold that we define low-income communities, which I believe we did right before. Which is the below 175% of the federal poverty level. And one thing I recognize that as well, that environmental justice community, that language could be a little bit vague as it stands, as we identified overburdened and underserved in formerly the Climate Solution Now Act. So we are welcome to work with our partners and our stakeholders to define our environmental justice communities a little bit more as a part of making this bill a little bit more substantive. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Mr. Ratul, and we have excellent legal counsel here, community counsel. Ms. Morton might have some ideas. And so thank you. Look forward to a little bit of clarification. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, additional questions for our panel. We've got Senator Simonaire.
Thank you all for being here. It's a pleasure, and seeing my tennis buddy, former chairman. He beat me too many times. But just a couple quick questions. We had a similar bill on the floor today, which I actually voted for. But there was things that came up and I didn't know the answers when they were brought up on the floor. And I look at the fiscal note here where it says it can be up to 100%. It doesn't have to be 100%, but up to 100%. And I saw the fiscal note annually, I think was $5 to $8 million. On the floor, we heard something around 600 million. And I'm not sure where. I think that came from testimony in the House. So I guess I'm trying to get a scope of how much you think this program is going to cost. I guess there's no cap on it. I guess you can do it in regulation and say we'll only give you 50% or something like that. But that's the first question as far as the scope of the finances. A second point was brought up this morning, which I thought was a good one, was there's no limitation in the bill itself that they can come buy the vehicle here in Maryland and then just run off, and they don't have to register here in Maryland or anything. That, are you envisioning putting something in regulation to keep those vehicles in Maryland? Obviously they help throughout America, and I understand that, but just want to get your thoughts on that.
Absolutely, Senator. Thank you for both of those questions. And to answer your first question, in terms of the total cost, we are anticipating, we are going into an unknown territory, right? This hasn't been done in Maryland before in terms of paying up to 100% of the incremental cost, the difference. In the previous bill, we actually offered 20% of the total cost. So we're looking into a little bit more difference in there. And the reason we kept the language a little bit vague so that we can identify what the needs are, especially from small businesses and our local governments. Of course, when we're seeing, $600 million, that was something that was mentioned on the floor earlier today. This is, clearly a pie in the sky, right? And our goal is to be more judicious. Our goal is to be more calculated when we're working with our legislatures and stakeholders to identify any cap that is needed for this bill. In terms of, out-of-state purchasers or whether this will allow, benefit them. And I'll share this with Director Pinsky as well, if he would have some additional thought on this. but MEA largely has been administering a lot of the ZEV vehicles programs in the state, and largely a lot of those programs that been funded by CEF fund, there are some program incentive. In order for them to apply for the incentives, there are some requirements, right? That has to operate in the state of Maryland in order to receive the grant. So we are, we'll be working with MEA in order to make sure that the regulations and the support for this bill is flourished. But
let me just briefly, Mr. Chairman, if I could. This has a very modest fiscal note, and we don't know what it's going to be. And again, it's up to 100%. It could be 70%, it could be 60%. We don't know how many trucks it'll amount to. The bill on the floor today, and the chairman is very, very familiar with this. A number of years ago, there was a clean car bill, which was very similar. California set a certain standard for cars, and then state after state added on till it got to a point of a tipping point, and the whole industry changed. It wasn't done state by state. And I think, in my estimation, I'm speaking for myself, that's also true with the heavy duty trucks. I think there are a number of states that have signed on to California's initiative. I know the bill adds Maryland to that. And at some point, this is not going to be done state by state. We're talking the whole industry. I mean, California has 30% of all the trucks, or some astounding number. If you add state after state after state, the whole manufacturers are going to say, well, if the whole nation's going that direction, we're going to make the change. So I think it has to be looked under that lens. And then if that's the only game in town, I think that cost of $600 million starts to change pretty significantly. So this bill is much more modest, and it's going to take time for the other to take place. And obviously MDE, I believe there's an amendment to allow them to review it. But I wouldn't be scared by that $600 million, and apparently you weren't because you voted for the bill. But again, this is much more modest. It is an incentive. We think it's something that will not scare away manufacturers or truck owners. And that's what we want to do. We want to do this in partnership. Look, we've gotten through a lot of the low-hanging fruit, light bulbs, LEDs, et cetera. Now we're going to be making tough choices if we want to make that 60% reduction by 2031. And the transportation sector is clearly a key one.
Should acknowledge that since we're talking about dollars, we do have, this bill is jointly assigned to the Budget and Taxation Committee. We do have Senator Jackson representing the Budget and Taxation Committee here in the House. Any additional questions for this panel? I'm sorry, here in the Senate. Yeah, I think you were about to, you introduced this as a House bill, got me kind of messed up. Okay, any additional questions for the panel? Seeing none, thank you everybody for your testimony. We're going to next go to Louis Campion, Mark Pastrone, and Landon Farrig, and that'll be the remainder of the governor's sponsor panelists. So Mr. Campion, why don't you lead off and take the time you need, and then we'll go to the other two witnesses.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Louis Campion with Maryland Motor Truck Association, representing roughly 1,000 trucking companies and their suppliers in Maryland. And we understand the need to continue to reduce emissions from the transportation sector. And there are members of our organization who are testing zero emission vehicles, typically battery electric, as we've already heard. Those tests are still on a very small scale, but we certainly see a growing interest in that equipment. Typically, those are trucking companies that have local or regional operations where they are home and back to the same terminal every single day so that they have charging equipment. Those test results are positive. The drivers like the vehicles, they are quieter. They obviously do not have tailpipe emissions. They run very smoothly. So they're responding very positively to those. And if the vehicles can meet the operational needs, such as local delivery, as I mentioned, of the company, the two biggest hurdles that prevent a company from investing in electrification are charging infrastructure and the very high upfront cost of the vehicles. As you've already heard, the cost is typically 2 to 3 times as much as a traditional diesel-powered truck. There's a real-world example in my written testimony that shares a Western Maryland company that has 2 of these vehicles on order and charging equipment. And there's zero public charging infrastructure virtually around the entire country. I believe there's something like 2 to 3 public charging stations in the country for heavy duty trucking right now. Our industry is small business. You know, the big companies, but ultimately we are an industry where 90% of the trucking industry is 6 trucks or fewer. And those companies cannot afford that high upfront cost without serious financial incentives to help with charging and infrastructure. So if the state is serious about moving to a zero emission vehicle future in this industry, they need these kinds of financial incentives to help them do that. And this bill attempts to do that. We appreciate the administration putting forth this effort, and we ask for a favorable report. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We'll go through the panel and then take questions. Mr. Pastrone.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Dear Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. I'm Mark Pastrone, Chief Operating Officer of Blink Charging Company, a leader in the EV charging industry. It is my honor to testify in support of Senate Bill 548, the Clean Transportation and Energy Act. Before joining Blink, I was COO of SemaConnect, a Maryland-based manufacturer and provider of EV charging solutions. Mahi Reddy, an immigrant and entrepreneur, founded SemaConnect right here in Annapolis more than 10 years ago at the dawn of the EV industry. I joined Mahi in those early days as a pioneering member of the SemaConnect team. We were pleased to see that from the very beginning, the state of Maryland shared our vision that EVs represent a paradigm shift in fueling automobiles. The fueling of EVs primarily happens where cars are parked, that is at home, at work, and at public parking locations. As a result, the state of Maryland's EV and EV charging incentives have been essential to both accelerating the growth of the EV industry and helping our company grow and become a global EV charging leader. In 2022, Blink Charging acquired SemaConnect. Blink has deployed more than 66,000 charging ports across 27 countries. We're also planning to expand our Bowie, Maryland manufacturing facility by investing $49 million over 10 years. That will increase the production of much needed EV chargers compliant with the federal Buy America requirement. Senate Bill 548 will strengthen Maryland's competitiveness for EV industry investment. We welcome the extension of the EV recharging equipment rebate program through fiscal year 2026. We also support removing the limit on the maximum amount for rebates that the MEA may award.
Yeah, Alistair, quick question. I'm trying to finish up the LOC application, et cetera. And we've got in here a dollar amount of $33,208,385. And I don't know where that came from, but just wanted to see.
You will not be penalized in any way, shape, or form.
I assume that wasn't intended.
Correct. Okay, proceed.
No problem. I'll proceed. The proposal to cover up to 100% of the incremental cost of a qualified medium or heavy duty zero emission vehicle also will encourage fleet operators to switch to cleaner options. In closing, I commend the governor, the lieutenant governor, and the General Assembly for your leadership to advance zero emission transportation across the great state of Maryland. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pastrone. We're going to next go to Mr. Farag. Landon.
Chairman, Vice Chair, members of the committee, thank you so much. For the record, my name is Landon Farag, Legislative Liaison with MEA. You have MEA's written testimony and have heard the comments of Director Pinsky. I would echo those comments, urge a favorable report, and offer help for any questions that may remain. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any questions for the panel? Okay, we've got Senator Carrozza and then Senator Seminary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. And Mr. Campion, I wanted to just follow up on your testimony. You mentioned the trucking industry with the small businesses, 90% with 6 trucks or fewer. And then in your testimony, you go on to say that these companies, couldn't afford this conversion without substantial financial assistance. And then later in your testimony, you say that this bill attempts to bring that total cost down by subsidizing 100% of the cost difference between a zero emission and internal combustion engine truck. Yet we've been having the debate whether that's subsidizing 100% or up to 100%. So I wanted to I guess from your standpoint, and especially zeroing in on these really the smaller truck companies, really kind of what is doable for those companies when you're, looking at these numbers?
Sure. So thank you for the question, Senator. So actually, if you look in my testimony, also it provides one real world example of a company that has 2 electric vehicles on order. Now, those are Class 8 tractors, which is a tractor trailer type of vehicle. So you're talking about the heaviest and most expensive vehicles. The cost difference on the 2 vehicles that they have on order without factoring in charging equipment is $270,000 more. And so that's really the differential, because the equivalent model diesel tractor at the time they put this order in, which was roughly last May, was about $130,000, and the cost of the vehicle they ordered was $400,000. So that's the basis. I think when there's been a lot of the number thrown around about the 600 million, that's looking at, if you take an example like that one and understand the other legislation, how many vehicles have to be sold to meet the advanced clean trucks rule, and multiplying it by a component like that. So the number is large. This is a very difficult transition, but it's also not going to occur all at once. This is going to be a very delayed transition, and it won't occur at all, no matter what you pass, if there are no incentives and no infrastructure available. We've seen in California last year, California's heavy vehicle infrastructure program had more than $550 million dedicated to it. I understand that this is the state of Maryland, but we do have to, and that's why I think this bill offers some flexibility, because it doesn't have a set amount. I believe there is a provision in the bill that talks about availability of funds, but clearly we're going to need that money to move forward. Yes, ma'am.
Quick follow. I just wanted to understand, is your expectation when you use the example in your testimony of the one electric day cab tractor costing $400,000, the equivalent model diesel tractor $130,000, the difference $270,000? Is your expectation is that the full $270,000 would be paid?
The 100% of the incremental cost. We would believe that would be the
That would
incremental
be your
cost for that
expectation, the
purchase.
100%.
Yes,
Okay, I
Senator.
just wanted to clarify
Thank
that.
you.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay, Senator Simon Air.
Thank you. I guess to the MEA representative. So, and I just heard in the answer in the last one, they said that they need the incentives and the infrastructure. And I'm just trying to make sure this works and it's on schedule and so forth. So without the utilities buying in and getting this power stations out there, that's going to present a hurdle. So my question is, and you can get back to me later if you don't have the answer, but what coordination is going on with utilities to make sure we have that second piece of the part? So we incentivize it and they buy it all, but then they don't have these sub-power or power stations. So you can either get back to me, or if you have a quick answer now.
Certainly, I would just say, Senator, thanks so much for the question and the interest in the bill. There have been challenges with supply chain in some of those utility assets. Having conversations consistently with my role at MEA with the utilities, they are on board with the awareness, with the goals of the state, and the need to upgrade certain distribution and transmission assets to support it. So I could get you some more specified information if you like, and I'm happy to connect you with a couple of the utility partners.
Additional questions for this second governor sponsor panel? Okay, seeing none, thank you all for your testimony. We're going to next move. We do have 3 additional witnesses signed up in person. Dominic Butchko, Mako, Mike O'Halloran. I see Mike, I see you back there. Come on up. And then Christian Harbison. Latter 2 are signed up favorable with amendments. But Dominic, you're first up, signed up straight favorable. And now you guys are on the 2-minute clock. So each of you will get 2 minutes apiece to present your testimony.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Dominic Butchko with the Maryland Association of Counties. First, I just want to thank the governor for introducing such an important bill, and I want to echo everything that his previous panel said. This bill is really important for pushing electrification in Maryland, and these resources are badly needed. I understand in the interest of time, I'm going to refer you to Mako's written remarks, but I want to make one point. Without these resources, this is going to fall on counties, and we're not going to be able to push out the electrification as fast as we would like to. And so we really need this to keep going hard and transition Maryland to a fossil-free future. Counties urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Ms. Harbison and then we'll end up with Mr. O'Halloran, and both of you are signed up favor with amendments to describe whatever amendments you're proffering. Okay, 2 minutes.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Kristen Harbison. I'm the political director for the Maryland League of Conservation Voters. Last year, Maryland LCV worked with you to pass the Climate Solutions Now Act, which set the target for 60% carbon emissions reduction by the year 2031. This ambitious goal is achievable only through continuous, courageous policy actions by the Maryland General Assembly, as well as significant investment by the state to provide the private sector with the tools and incentives that allow them to be part of the solution. The Clean Transportation Energy Act of 2023 demonstrates the commitment of the Moore administration to take exactly these kinds of bold actions, and we are proud to stand with them as partners in our shared vision. SB 548 supports another top priority of Maryland LCV, the Clean Trucks Act of 2023 that was passed out of this committee, and which takes a critical step to reducing the pollution emitted from our transportation sector, which is our single largest source of greenhouse gas emissions, as we've heard. SB 548 provides the essential investment from the Strategic Energy Investment Fund that will ensure this program is successful. We honor as well the commitment in the text of HB 550 to prioritizing low-income and environmental justice communities. Maryland LCV is eager to continue to work with the administration, this committee, and other stakeholders on this bill. We have offered several recommendations which are in our written testimony, which we believe will strengthen the legislation by providing additional clarity. We strongly urge a favorable but amended report. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. O'Halloran.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Mike O'Halloran, here today representing MAPTA, which is the Association of Energy Marketers and Convenience Stores here in Maryland. I think it's critical to hear from our industry as we look to the future and how we as a state are going to invest and build out the infrastructure that's needed to meet the demands, not only for medium and heavy duty, but indeed light duty vehicles as well. We would encourage the General Assembly to look towards our industry as an asset. We do have the locations, whether they are in the federally designated AFCs or even some more of the arterial roadways. And there was, frankly, a recognition of that in the current program when it comes to EV charger rebates. To meet the demand, it's going to take considerable investment. To give the committee an idea, the installation costs for level 3 DC fast chargers is anywhere from $400,000 to $600,000 all told. And there's a tacit acknowledgement of that in the bill by lifting the $1.8 million cap. So the opportunities are great, and we stand ready to meet those challenges. So as we look forward to working with the committee, I think there are a number of opportunities to design a program that includes, again, our industry being the asset that it is, whether that's property tax credits or reinstituting the acknowledgement of our service station retail locations. Thank you.
Make sure everybody knows AFCs, make sure everybody, the acronym issue pops up here. So what are AFCs?
AFCs are basically what the federal government has designated as high traffic areas along corridors, whether it's I-95, I-70, where the federal government wants to primarily focus their investments in EV infrastructure.
Okay, so we're going to start some questions with Senator Hester.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for your testimony. I was reading through the testimony from the Maryland League of Conservation Voters, and 5 very clearly articulated recommendations. And I was curious about number 4, where you suggest that 60% or at least 40% of the funds be reserved for solar energy development. And I was just curious how you arrived at that number and if you've talked to the administration about it.
We have talked with the administration about it. These are a first chance. Obviously we are not firm on any one of those, What we want to make sure is that there's clarity about what money is able to be available for solar energy development and what money is available, will be available to around renewable and around electrification, both of which are incredibly important. We have two clearly stated goals of Maryland League of Conservation Voters and the administration, one to reduce carbon emissions, the other to advance renewable energy. So we want to make sure that this money is available to meet both of those goals. How that money is divided will be a matter for this committee.
Yes, follow up.
Thank you. And how would that recommendation for the 60% of the 40%, how would that fit with the bill that was on the floor this morning?
That money is, again, what the percentage is up to this committee and the work of this committee. But we want to make sure that there is available resources available for both of those goals. You'll be hearing later about other from the solar energy development. There's other programs that we need to make sure that we're supporting, again, both of the goals of renewable energy development and emissions reduction in the transportation sector.
Okay, additional questions for the panel? Okay, seeing none. We do have two virtual witnesses signed up. We've got, starting with Josh Talkin. Mr. Talkin, there you are. Mr. Talkin, you've got 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm sorry I cannot be there in person after 3 years of holdout. Come down with COVID, so I'll be sparing all of you. But I'm Josh Tolkien with the Sierra Club Maryland chapter. On behalf of our 70,000 members and supporters, we urge a favorable report with amendments. Echoing the comments of the League of Conservation Voters, we do believe it's important to set a minimum spending level for the two important goals for this program: the support for medium and heavy duty truck electrification and for the deployment of solar in environmental justice communities. Speaking on solar for a second, part of the reason we are in this situation is the financial and challenges and other barriers to deploying solar to meet our solar renewable portfolio standard, and dedicating some of the alternative compliance payments to actually help people, the utilities, get into compliance is critical. Putting funding into the trucks is also critical. I want to note that in a lot of cases, while the upfront cost for the trucks may be higher, the lifetime costs are often comparable, as you're saving on both fuel and maintenance. So creative financing, such as we might be able to do through the Climate Catalytic Fund that was part of the Climate Solutions Now, could help, just low or no interest loans. But where that is not sufficient, the financial support provided by this program will be critical. This program will pair very well with the passage of the Advanced Clean Truck Rule, which sends a clear market signal that will help align some of the other forces, such as charging infrastructure and the dedication of the utilities to deploying the charging infrastructure that will be needed for overall success. Thank you very much for your time.
Any questions for Mr. Tolkien? Yes, feel better.
Thank you.
Okay, our next witness and our final witness virtually is Lynn Heller, and she is signed up favorable with amendments. Ms. Heller, you've got 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Lynn Heller, and I am the CEO of the Climate Access Fund, which is a statewide nonprofit green bank that uses innovative finance to increase low-income households' access to solar power. We support SB 548 with 2 amendments. The first one being that the Climate Access Fund recommends a cap of 30 to 40% of compliance funds, as described by Senator Pinsky, for clean transportation efforts, so that 60 to 70% remain to incentivize solar power for the direct benefit of low-income or environmental justice communities. Current CEF funds spent to benefit low-income and EJ communities through solar power are very limited. To provide more than a tiny fraction of the 450,000 low-income households in Maryland with the benefits of solar power will require a far greater commitment of MEA grants and low-cost loans. We appreciate Governor Moore's commitment to clean transportation, but without a cap, all compliant funds could be spent by this administration or by a future administration for clean transportation and none to incentivize solar power for low-income houses. We have to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but we have to do it equitably. The second amendment we propose is that all CEF and ACP funds targeting low-income and EJ communities are limited to supporting projects that are below 1 megawatt in size and are located on rooftops and parking lots. The private markets already invest in larger projects that benefit higher income Marylanders. They do not invest in smaller projects located in underserved communities, whether residential or community solar. Let's target our public funds to solar projects that otherwise wouldn't exist, not those that the private sector is already financing. We ask for a favorable report on HB 548 with these two amendments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the witness? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on the governor's Bill SB 548. The next turn to Senator Gazzoni's bill, Senate Bill 848. Senator is under the weather and he has sent Lola Oduyoya. I don't want to mess up the name. Lola? Oh, hold on. Everybody okay back there? We're good?
Yeah, I'm wearing a welcome.
Okay. Okay. Okay, why don't you're here for Senator Gazzoni on,
Yes, sir.
okay, on Senate Bill 848. And so take the time you need to present the bill.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, and we do have three designated sponsor panelists, sir, and you happen to be, well, I've got Aaron Greenfield, Krista McGee, and Brian Anlou. We do have some additional witnesses also, but these are the ones designated by the sponsor, and then we'll bring up another panel after that of witnesses who signed up. So Lola, why don't you start off and then we'll go to the, and
Okay.
again, are we missing anybody? I got Aaron Greenfield, Krista McGee, and Brian Anlou, so. I
Aaron's
guess-
in the house, on the house version.
Gotcha. Okay. Lola, why don't you start?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, Ms. Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Lola Oduyoye and I work in Senator Gazzoni's office. I'm here to present Senate Bill 848, statewide rental assistance voucher program establishment. To assist families that are currently waiting for a federal housing choice voucher, Senate Bill 848 establishes a state rental assistance voucher program, which will be administered by the Department of Housing and Community Development and Public Housing Authorities. The department and each public housing agency must prioritize vouchers and housing assistance payments for families that include the following individuals: children under the age of 16, military veterans, individuals experiencing homelessness, disabled individuals, or elderly individuals. The Center on Budget and Policy Priorities issued a report reviewing research findings on vouchers' impact on poor and vulnerable households. In brief, studies show that vouchers reduce crowding, housing instability and homelessness, reduce poverty, help low-wage workers make ends meet, give families access to neighborhoods with better opportunities, and reduce costs in healthcare and other public services. Due to funding limitations, many programs are closed or have long wait lists. In 2021, applicants in Maryland spent an average of 43 months on the wait list, and it appears that the wait list will not open for applicants in the near future. As such, Senate Bill 848 establishes a program to help ensure that more Maryland families have access to quality housing options. Thank you, and I ask for a favorable report of Senate Bill 848.
Okay, we're gonna go, why don't you pass the mic to your left? And I should note, this is also jointly assigned to the Budget and Taxation Committee, and Senator Jackson stepping in here again on behalf of that committee. So, ma'am, you've got 2 minutes and just tell us your name.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Krista McGee, and I'm here on behalf of Maryland Realtors to express our strong support of Senate Bill 848. A significant number of landlords within Maryland are what you would consider to be mom and pop entities, and that is who we represent. We supported rental payment assistance during COVID because it operated under the same way this bill, in that it helps individuals who are facing extreme financial challenges with paying their rent without causing hardship to their landlords. By expanding our housing voucher program, we can expand housing options for our lower income and more vulnerable residents who are most in need of stable housing. Realtors are grateful to the sponsor for introducing this bill and feel it's a win-win for both landlords in Maryland, as well as the individuals and families who need their assistance to afford their rent. Sorry. We respectfully urge a favorable report of Senate Bill 848. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Brian Anleu. I'm with the Apartment and Office Building Association of Metro DC. AOBA members support efforts to expand and increase needed funding for a statewide housing voucher assistance program for low-income families. Over the past few months, renters have experienced increased costs in rent, utilities, energy, inflationary increases in their cost of living. And so we view this bill as essential to addressing the challenges of many financially burdened residents in the state. However, we would ask that the committee amend the bill in support of voucher program administrators and affordable housing providers request that for the administrative fees. My understanding is that the administrative fees for the program are too low, and it would make it unworkable for the Housing Opportunities Commission of Montgomery County, for example. And so AOBA recommends amending the bill to follow HUD's formula for administrative fees. We urge a favorable report with amendments.
Any questions for the panel? Vice Chair Kagan?
Thank you. So tossing it to the sponsor of the bill, but whoever has the data. I'm reading the fiscal note and about termination of assistance. And one of the criteria that causes someone to be terminated from this program is if they're not showing up for a state program unit, and I'm not exactly sure what that, for more than 180 consecutive days. And I wonder, that's a long time. And I wonder if there's precedent for that and why we are looking at 6 months. And if you don't know, it's totally okay to circle back.
Unfortunately, I do not know. I don't
Okay.
have the data on it,
Totally
but
fine.
I can get it from Senator.
Just
Guzzo.
curious, that seems like a long time.
Mhm.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you,
Yes,
Mr.
of
Chair.
course.
Okay, any additional questions for the panel? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your testimony. We're going to next move to a few additional in-person witnesses. Patrick Gubai Bayo, David Prater, Gregory Countess. Those are the three in-person witnesses, and then we've got two virtual. So Mr. Countess, since you took a little spill in the back, you get to lead off, okay? And each of you has 2 minutes.
That's not the splash I wish to make, Mr. Chairman, but thank you very much. My name is Gregory Countess. I am with the Maryland Legal Aid Bureau, and I'm here to urge a favorable report for Senate Bill 848. As this committee, excuse me, may know, there are about 125,000 Maryland families who are paying more than 30% of their income for rent. And by definition, then the housing they're living in or is not affordable. According to Healthcare for the Homeless, there are 50,000 Marylanders who are exposed to homelessness, and this bill will provide a lifeline for those families. We urge a favorable report, but ask that this committee to consider amending the preferences in this bill to include youth who are aging out of foster care. These children, by both circumstance and by definition under the statute, are heavily traumatized and face the catastrophic trauma of homelessness. These children face significant barriers in getting housing with the conventional voucher program and with the family unification voucher, as well as the other special vouchers that are used to supply them with housing. Because of the barriers that are embedded in the administrative plans of federally supported programs, and also because of the waiting list requirement in this particular bill. And so we'd ask that this committee consider amending this bill to provide a preference for those children, as well as criteria that will enable them to take advantage of this program and not face homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Greenfield has returned from the House, and you were part of the sponsor panel, so we're going to let you go next, and then we'll finish up. So you've got 2 minutes.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Aaron Greenfield here on behalf of Leading Age Maryland and Maryland Multi-Housing Association in support of Senate Bill 848. I want to thank Chairman Gazzoni for his hard work on this bill. In particular, he was able to work with us to identify some appropriation for the purposes of this bill. And I also want to thank Senator Watson for his co-sponsorship as well as his time in working through some of the details of this bill. You probably already heard from the sponsors representative about the benefits of vouchers and what it can do. The local public housing authorities and the State Department of Housing and Community Development do yeoman's work to ensure that vouchers are appropriately issued. Unfortunately, the federal funding limitation means that only 10% of eligible households receive a federal voucher. This program seeks to identify those on the current wait lists within those priority areas and try and get them and transition them into a state voucher. No other state that we're aware of except the state of New Jersey has a similar program. So it's very much as a pilot program and one in which we will collect information to determine the efficacy of the program and whether we're actually moving people into better positions and to, preventing them from being housing insecure. And for those reasons, I respectfully request a favorable report.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Greenfield. Sir, why don't you go next?
Thank you, Chairman Feldman, Vice Chairman Chair Kagan. I'm, for the record, Patrick Gabal, representing the American Legion and the Fleet Reserve Association, 6 branches in Maryland. Our veteran service organizations strongly believe SB 848 is a vital measure for extending a helping hand to veterans and others who have undergone financial distress. This 5-year timeline is spelled out in the fiscal and policy note should allow enough time for lives to become productive financially. The safeguards contained in this bill would provide a measure of safety for the recipients and to enjoy a lifestyle where they are not a burden or a threat to others. We believe SB 848 will reduce our homeless problem and respectfully request a favorable report on SB 848 and thank Senator Gazzoni for his dedication to humanity.
Okay,
Thank you.
Before I open it for questions, I just want to make sure, is David Prater here? I called earlier. Mr. Prater here? Okay. Okay, we'll go to some questions. Did you want to? Senator Kagan, okay, you had a question earlier. Okay, we're good. Okay, Senator, any other questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none. We do next have. We do have two virtual witnesses. We're going to go to Peter Engel first. Mr. Engel is signed up favorable with amendments. Mr. Engel, okay, there he is. Mr. Engel, we do see you. We're going to unmute you. And
Okay.
now you've got 2 minutes signed up favorable with amendments.
Right, thank you. I'm Peter Engel, the Executive Director of the Howard County Housing Commission, and I'm also on the board of the Maryland Affordable Housing Coalition, and I'm representing both organizations in testifying in strong support with amendments for SB 848. I want to thank Senator Gazzoni in particular for introducing the measure. We think it's very badly needed. People have been on the Howard County voucher waiting list for over 10 years, and we still have people on that list. There's a shortage of at least 5,500 units that are affordable to people within the economic range that we're talking about within this bill. In Howard County alone, 5,500 households in Howard County alone. Those statistics are generally similar in many jurisdictions around the state. Existing programs that DHCD has don't serve this population this way. They produce affordable and rehabilitate affordable housing, but this population, for the most part, needs a voucher or some other rent subsidy to be able to afford housing, even with the state subsidies that are provided elsewhere. Affordable and stable housing is a necessary condition to allow families to move up the economic ladder. It's not sufficient, but it is necessary. Such housing is tied to health outcomes, tied to school progress, tied to economic progress, all sorts of things. But the housing is necessary, and this is a way to stabilize people in affordable housing for years to come. There are some technical amendments that we think need to happen to bring the bill more closely into alignment with the federal voucher program, but we look forward to working with the committee and others to make that happen. Again, thank you for the time to testify, and we look forward to a favorable recommendation on the bill.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the witness? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move to the final witness, virtual, Fiona Messfun. Okay, it looks like Ms. Messfun is not present. Going once, twice, three times. That concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 848. Since Senator Jackson, you are here, we're going to take you on behalf of the Charles County Senators next, so you can get back to your committee. It's Senate Bill 520 on behalf of, again, the Charles County Senators. And why don't you present the bill? We do have two witnesses after you, but one virtual and then one in person. But Senator, take the time to present Senate Bill 520.
Thank you, Chairman Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and committee members. For the record, Senator Michael Jackson on behalf of Charles County Senate Delegation and Senate Bill 520. This legislation came to us from our local government, Charles County Board of County Commissioners, and this is a delegation legislative priority as well as the government's. After researching the matter, our county government media services in Charles County concluded that residents receive their news more often through electronic platforms, and that the cost incurred for newspaper advertisement is no longer proving either efficient or cost effective for these sorts of legislative notices. As you all know, Charles County is one of Maryland's 6 code home rule counties, which requires this sort of enabling legislation to be brought before this body. Our Board of County Commissioners and the delegation believes that this legislation would act as an effective way to increase efficiency in local government, while at the same time eliminating ineffective, expenses to our code home rule county. With that, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair, members of the committee, we'd ask for a favorable report.
Okay, any questions for Senator Jackson? Okay, seeing none, we do have one virtual witness. Senator, you can, if you want to stick around, Danielle Mitchell.
Yes.
Danielle, we do see you've got 2 minutes and you signed up favorable.
Yeah, yes, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Feldman, Madam Vice Chair Kagan, honorable members of the Senate Education, Energy, and Environment Committee. It's my pleasure to be here today on behalf of the Charles County Commissioners in support of Senate Bill 520. Senate Bill 520 is very limited in scope. It would offer amendments to local government article 9311 that applies only to code home rule counties. And it provides that really 2 changes. At the introduction of a piece of legislation, we're currently required to post the legislation on a bulletin board. So we would add in what Senate Bill 520 does is add a statement that says, or you can post to an internet website typically used by the county. The second change has to do with enactment of legislation. So once the bill has gone through that introduction process, the public hearing process, and it is eventually passed, there's a requirement right now that we run a public notice in a newspaper of general circulation 3 times over a period of 4 weeks. This bill, Senate Bill 520, would allow us, instead of running that public notice in the paper, that we would post that enactment notice to an internet website typically used by the county to provide communications to the public. It would also allow for us or we could post to a bulletin board, and that we would be maintaining public access to the notice either via internet or the bulletin board for at least 4 consecutive weeks immediately after passage of the bill. So the intention really is to modernize the outdated public notice requirements currently in the state. The bulletin, we understand that the internet is the primary source of how our constituents are getting their information, and we don't think it makes sense for us to continue to have to work with papers that are much more limited in terms of circulation. Our paper runs once a week, and it's not even just for Charles County. So that's the purpose of the bill. Thank you. We'd urge a favorable report.
Okay, Vice Chair Kagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Jackson,
Yes.
this issue has been before us in a lot of different versions, and the struggle with what are we doing with our fourth estate, our, the free press, and how do we save money for local governments? And that's a tough challenge here. So I've read the bill, and I'm a little concerned that the average person would never see a notification on an official bulletin board in a public place in the building in which the county commissioners usually meet. I'm not sure that I think the average person is going into a county commissioner's building on an average day within a 4-week window to find out about even emergency legislation. And I'm wondering, there's no message, there's no, websites are also passive. You have to seek to go to them. The bulletin board is also passive. It's sitting there and you have to find out about it. There's nothing in here that seemed active, a way to reach out to people. And that's what, arguably that's what newspapers are. But any thought of including social media, anything, any other ideas to see whether Code County constituents could find out, could have a higher likelihood of finding out about the news of pending legislation?
Got you. Thank you for the question. I do believe that social media is included, and I will defer to Ms. Mitchell from the county.
So what we're proposing, that I can tell you in practice, absolutely, social media is utilized. We currently post all of our public notices to our county website, in addition to posting to the bulletin board and to all of our social media, to include our Facebook and Twitter pages that are followed by about 25,000 people. So we do that already in practice. The bill doesn't necessarily call for the social media. We would certainly be more than happy to have that be included, that any social media that's utilized by the county would be utilized for this purpose of the public notices. But the bulletin board, to your point, the bulletin board piece on introduction is what the current law says that we have to do, which is a little odd and it does feel outdated. We just mirrored that language in the enactment piece. So on the back end, when it is passed, that we could post it to a bulletin board. But again, the point really for us is to allow us to use that internet and those electronic resources as opposed to the bulletin board or the public newspaper.
Right.
So I think we would be more than welcome. I think we would really entertain something that would eliminate the bulletin board piece and that would include a social media component.
Senator, did you want to speak or should I follow up to Ms. Mitchell?
Well, I was only going to say it's the will of the committee, obviously. We are amenable, so.
Okay. So Ms. Mitchell, when you said that the bulletin board is what's done now, also what's done now is the newspaper. So that's, if you're proposing to get rid of that, and I don't know if social media is still going to reach everybody who might want to be reached about this, but appreciate the flexibility from you and the good senator. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, one question I do have is, my understanding is this might have some impact on some of the Eastern Shore counties as well. I don't know if, did they have an opportunity to weigh in on?
Actually, this is a local bill, so.
Okay.
But it's all,
This is.
It coast,
it's all 6 code counties.
yeah, maybe, okay. Well, we could take it up as written. I think it impacts some counties beyond, Charles, which could have some Eastern Shore counties in place. So if that's the intent here, then probably need some weigh in from some of those delegations. I'll just put that out there if I understand the bill. Okay. That said, any other questions for either senator or the witness virtual? Okay, seeing none, we do have one witness signed up unfavorable, Rebecca Snyder. Snyder, why don't you come on up, and you've got 2 minutes to submit your 2-minute unfavorable testimony. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Rebecca Snyder. I'm the Executive Director of the Maryland, Delaware, DC Press Association, and we do urge you to reject Senate Bill 520. So we believe that more notice is better notice, and the bulletin board, aside or whatnot, is one thing. The idea that notices get the widest audience simply by being on the website of a county, and this, I understand this is a statewide bill. This is not specifically about Charles County. I am open to the possibility I've misread the bill, but as it's written, it is a statewide bill. So this is making a substantial change for every jurisdiction in Maryland. And it is turning aside the real audience and wide audience that your local newspapers and their associated websites have in favor of, as the previous witness said, a 25,000 circulation or reach for a county website. So I think what could fix this bill, and we would be, more notice is better, is just substituting and for or on page 3921 or line 21. So that would mean that the county is required to publish on their website and in their newspaper, which also gets you, each one of our members is posting their public notices in print and online. It creates a paper trail, an affidavit, and a really structured way to ensure transparency in a way that posting only to social media, a government website, or a bulletin board really just does not have. So we ask you to reject this legislation, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for the witness, Ms. Stein? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 520. We're going to next turn to Senator Bidle, my former colleague on the Finance Committee, Senate Bill 423, and you've got two witnesses designated as sponsor panelist, Nicole Fletcher. Is Ms. Fletcher here?
I hope from the Department of Labor.
She's from Department of Labor, and then Christina Prieto.
Christina had her days mixed up, so she sent written testimony this morning.
Okay, is Gregory Morgan from Department of Labor here?
Maybe I'm all by
Okay,
myself.
it looks like you're on your own, Senator Bidle, on Senate Bill 423. If they show up, we'll take them. So you've got the time you need.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And
I apologize. Nicole Fletcher is here virtually. I thought she was in person.
Great.
She's actually
Okay.
virtual, but we'll take her next. We're going to start with you, and then Ms. Fletcher, why don't you hold on, and we'll get you after Senator Bidle. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. This bill came to me from a constituent, Christina, who got confused and isn't here today, but Christina owns a pretty well-known salon, and she's found an issue with people getting false eyelashes. There's an adhesive that's used and people go and have these additional eyelashes added. But what we've learned is our state has no regulation about who can put these eyelashes on. It can be anyone. And almost every other state has requirements about who can be trained and have continuing education to glue these eyelashes to your face. So some of the things that happen if they're applied improperly is irritation and redness, inflammation and swelling, infections and pink eye, allergic reaction to the glue or adhesive, and loss of your own eyelashes, either temporarily or permanently. So I started working with Ms. Fletcher from Department of Labor, and this is something that the Cosmetology Board had discussed, but had not begun to work on legislation yet. And so I guess I pushed a little ahead to get legislation submitted that would require training and continuing education for this issue. And I think it's important. I mean, you're talking people's eyelashes, we could really cause some damage. So there is an amendment that's been requested from the department, and I understand that that's with the committee. So I do support that amendment, and I thank you for considering this bill.
Okay, any questions for Senator Bidle? Senator Washington? Oh, there you go.
Thank you very much. I have very short eyelashes, but I've never been tempted precisely because of that. So thank you for this bill. Not to give you more work, but it just raised, I know I've heard also about the sort of the tattooing that is applied for people. Do you know if we regulate that as well? Do you have to be certified in order to, because sometimes they apply it.
I'm going to ask Ms. Fletcher to answer that. I believe that a tattoo artist has to be licensed, but to tattoo eyebrows, I don't know that.
Okay. All right.
But we require licensing even just to wax,
Right.
for women here, wax your lip, wax your eyebrow, but yet we're letting people glue eyelashes on their face without regulation.
No, I like it. I just want to make sure that anything to do with the eyes, that we just take care of it all at once.
Let's see if Ms. Fletcher can answer that. Thank you.
Okay, speaking of Ms. Fletcher, you're on. You've got 2 minutes, and if you can incorporate, a response to Senator Washington's question, that'd be great. So it's all yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Chairman Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of this committee. For the record, my name is Nicole Fletcher. I serve Maryland as the Executive Director of the Board of Cosmetologists. And thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Department of Labor. The board feels that this new limited license to provide eyelash extensions will add value to the cosmetology industry, as well as regulate safe practices for this beauty service. For years, eyelash extensions has not had a regulating authority. So in Maryland, consumers are dissatisfied with their service in relation to the hazardous and high-risk nature of the service provided. The board hasn't had any regulatory authority to investigate complaints. Eyelash extensions are false individual lashes that attach directly to your natural lashes, one at a time. Injuries can include discomfort, infection, permanent lash loss, and with the incorrect adhesive, it may result in loss of eyesight as well if incorrectly applied. It is vital that Maryland takes a position of support to regulate unsafe practices and model a standard of proper and safe application. Regulations for salons that apply lash extensions vary by state. However, surrounding areas such as DC, Pennsylvania, or Virginia require at least a cosmetologist, esthetician, or some type of medical licensure to provide the service. Yes, Senate Bill 423 will provide the board jurisdiction to apply disciplinary actions when appropriately justified. Senator Washington, to answer your questions, no, we do not regulate microblading, anything with the eyebrows. That is considered cosmetic tattooing and is actually in our prohibitions. We do not poke, prick, or puncture the skin. That is highly prohibited under our law, the board.
Okay, Senator Washington?
Can I ask a question? Are you saying it's prohibited? You're not allowed to?
No, it's prohibited under our board. So that's why I made the distinction. We get that question a lot, and it's not prohibited in the state of Maryland. Only about 3 jurisdictions in the entire state of Maryland have an actual tattoo license. Cosmetic tattooing is not, which is like your microblading, with microneedling. It's not prohibited in the state of Maryland. It's prohibited by our board. What I mean is that you cannot do it in any of our registered salons in Maryland. So it has to be in a completely separate space.
Okay, so it might be regulated. Well, I've seen it I've seen it in a lot of places. So I was just wondering, is there a board where that would come under if it's not your board? Or you're just saying it's just completely unregulated space at this point?
At this point, I believe so. I just can tell you, I know for a fact it's prohibited by us. Where you can do it, that's a little gray area. We've contacted the Maryland Department of Health, other governing entities, and we have yet to get a clear answer, but we know for a fact you cannot do it in our salons. It is unfortunately being done, and so we depend on the public to, let us know so we can go and regulate and educate about that it shouldn't be done in our salons.
Okay, I'd love to follow up with you if you would.
Oh, for sure. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, any additional questions for Ms. Fletcher or Senator Vidal? Okay, seeing none, I think that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 423.
Thank you.
Senator, you can go back. I think Senator Augustine's been up there a long time.
We are on bill number 2, Senator Augustine's bill. Yes,
okay. Okay, send them back. We wouldn't mind having them here. We're next going to Senator McKay on behalf of Garrett County Board of County Commissioners. Senator McKay, should come up here. We've got one virtual witness signed up from, but that's not part of a panel, just signed up favorable with amendment. But why don't you do your thing and then we'll go to the virtual witness.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Vice Chair and members of the committee. For the record, Senator Mike McKay on behalf of Senate Bill 524. This is a local bill, Garrett County meetings. We had a pandemic. And during this pandemic, we couldn't meet in person. So we started using video broadcasting to do that. But we found out that we didn't have that codified in law to be able to do this. So that's what this bill actually does, is take that practice. There are 2 amendments to the bill. I do have a question. Do you have those?
Doesn't look like it, but I'll
Not
make
yet.
sure that you
Not
get
yet.
those. I do apologize. The two amendments basically take the word over video broadcast, take that out and substitute through a live stream, prohibiting the board from meeting through a live stream for more than a certain number of consecutive meetings, except under certain circumstances. And the other amendment will, on page 1, strike beginning with over into line 17 down through broadcast. In line 18, substitute through a live stream. The board may not meet solely through live stream more than 2 consecutive meetings without a formal declaration of the state of emergency. So we're trying to not replace in-person meetings unless they're allowed to have them no more than 2, unless we are in a state of emergency. So we're just basically codifying that practice.
Okay.
Urge a favorable committee report. Be
Okay.
glad to answer any questions, sir.
Okay, get us that amendment and we'll be in business. Any questions for sponsor, Senator McKay? Seeing none, we do have one witness, Charlene Polius. Ms. Polius, are you signed up favor with an amendment? Ms. Polius, you signed up favor with amendment. You've got 2 minutes.
All right, thank you, sir. My name is Charlene Polius. I'm an officer for the Garrett County Democratic Club, speaking on behalf of a group of concerned Garrett County citizens who regularly attend commissioners' meetings in person and by broadcast video. The heart of my message today is that protecting grassroots participation is foundational to our democracy. We clearly understand the first objective of 524 is to bring current practice of meeting twice monthly to compliance with Garrett County Code, and we fully support that part of the bill. However, implemented during COVID crisis, the County Board of Commissioners' current live video broadcasts of public meetings do not allow for public questions or comments. This has long been of concern to many of us, as it does not allow those viewing by video to get clarification on what's being discussed or to learn thoughts or concerns of other residents. We strongly feel that people need to be able to make comments and ask clarifying questions from home virtually during public sessions, just as they would if they were attending in person. Doing otherwise limits interactions with the audience and fundamentally alters the definition of what it means to have a public session. In response, we offered amending text to include simultaneously interactive and live streamed to the wording of 524 as follows. The Board of County Commissioners will meet in public session at least twice a month. Public meetings may be in person or simultaneously interactive and live streamed. A Board of Garrett County Commissioners may not meet solely via live streaming for more than 2 consecutive meetings without a formal declaration of a state of emergency. The new wording for SB 524 will increase the possibility of productive citizen engagement. And I thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Any questions for the witness? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 524, and yeah. And we're going to now move to Senate Bill 663. I'm going to turn the gavel over to the Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next bill is Senate Bill 663. Senator Feldman, the chair, investor-owned electric companies, clean energy homes, pilot programs, establishment, Maryland Resilient, and Clean Energy Homes Act. On the sponsor panel with the chair, who will be at the podium, at our brand new podium, is Rob Garagiola, Thaddeus Cully, Jordan Graham, and Jamal Lewis. So you all can come up, and there are a couple of other witnesses as well. Mr. Chair, we may begin and take the time you like.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Let me just kind of lay a bit of a foundation here, a few big picture points before I tell you what's in Senate Bill 663. So whatever we do this session, let me just say in the clean energy, greenhouse gas emission, energy efficiency space, everything needs to tie together. We heard the governor's bill here earlier. And I also want to say, the last term in the healthcare space, Senator Augustine's not here, we did a lot of things that were innovative, first in the nation, that ended up being national models. And Senator Van Hollen is actually introducing a couple of those bills from the healthcare space we did last term in the United States Congress. I think we have an opportunity here in this committee to do something similar when it comes to energy policy. Several key themes I think are starting to emerge this session is we need to find ways to incentivize the move towards greener choices at home, at work, and in the transportation sector in an effort to reduce our greenhouse gas emission, while at the same time being mindful of our lower income households and designing policies that benefit them as well. Just last voting session, we passed the bill dealing with low, moderate income targets for energy efficiency out of the Empower program. Another recurring theme is to try and put policies in place here in Maryland to increase the chances of us getting some of those billions in the Inflation Reduction Act dollars flown from the feds to the states. I have a bill on the floor today dealing with clean energy out of finance that tries to align us with federal law to try to get federal dollars. And I want to reiterate a point I made when we were having a discussion about the electric vehicle charging station infrastructure bill. Access to electricity at home is going to be increasingly important. And we heard this from in the governor's bill from the lieutenant governor. While most of the electric vehicle drivers are going to charge at home, the point there is that's the highest load component of home electrical load. The fact is there's other residential applications coming down the pike, water heating, cooking, and again, other residential applications as we transition towards electrifying all aspects of our home. Millions of homes will need to be upgraded. And I think, again, Maryland can lead the nation with innovative ideas during that transition. So with that long-winded background, Senate Bill 663, the Maryland Resilient and Clean Energy Homes Act, I think is a logical step forward from a policy standpoint in that direction. It establishes a 3-year pilot program that will require utilities. And let me just say, utilities need to be part of the solution here. In my opinion, to create programs which address arguably the most significant upfront financial barriers to residential electrification, the cost of installing the needed electric panel upgrades. Electric panels are the central conduit for power flowing from the utility grid to individual household circuits. And according to an article that I have submitted into the record, should be in your packet. If you read that article, quote, electric panels in up to 48 million existing U.S. single family homes will need to be upgraded to fully transition away from fossil fuels and use electricity for space and water heating, cooking, vehicle charging, and other applications. And these upgrades present a particular financial burden for our lower income households. So under this 3-year pilot, Maryland residents will receive an incentive to engage in load management programs, which is defined in the bill. We're talking about customer demand on the electric grid, including the use of residential battery storage, on-site clean energy systems to mitigate the need for additional, much more extensive, broader grid infrastructure in our state down the road, which in turn helps to advance our broader long-term policy goals in a cost-effective manner. So if you look at Senate Bill 663, it does several things. Number one, it has a series of declarations about widespread beneficial electrification will increase demand on the electric system. You can read those. These are statements I don't think are that much in dispute. The investor-owned electric companies, I think this, Senator Percroza, I will take note that we've carved out the municipal companies and co-ops out of this bill. As we've done in some other bills. This is really applying to the bigger players. Under this bill, the investor-owned electric companies, the utilities will file for an application with the Public Service Commission for a 3-year pilot program. Under the bill, by January 1st of 2024, that would be made available by August 1st of 2024. The Public Service Commission would have 90 days to decide to approve, modify, or deny those plans. And then also there's a provision to create a work group at the PSC to work through some of the unique challenges related to multifamily housing facilities. The Public Service Commission has submitted amendments proposing modifications to that timeline. A lot of those timeline modifications seem very reasonable. moving it instead from August 1st, 2024 to December of 2024 for these applications for plan approval. And instead of 90 days to approve these plans, they ask for 180 days. So at the heart of the bill, though, is for the residential consumers, there are upfront, if you go into this pilot program, upfront make-ready credits for installing electrification measures or battery storage. It provides for up to $3,000 with a provision of up to $6,000 for low-income customers. The make-ready programs pay the upfront costs for the electric work needed. There's other incentives for participating in these load management programs, and again, requirements for receiving these incentives, rebate programs and to support home battery storage devices, to provide resilience in conjunction with existing or new on-site solar energy device, photovoltaic devices. And then again, the development of a multifamily resilience program for low-income residents, that work group that I was referring. For the utilities, again, I think they play an important part here. There isn't a reasonable assurance of cost recovery for some of the costs associated with the pilot program, an opportunity to earn a performance bonus for demonstrated grid cost savings, flexibility to seek authority to make any aspect of the program permanent before the expiration of the pilot program, and other flexibility to develop these load management programs that can be customized to the utility's specific needs and their capabilities. So the Public Service Commission and the utilities, let me just say, all the environmental groups support this bill, but it does put a lot on the utilities and the Public Service Commission. So what I had anticipated was that they would come in, in opposition, the burden's too high for this experimental pilot. But in fact, to my surprise, they've actually come in, I'd say in opposite. They've come in with very constructive set of amendments, because I think they see the advantage of putting in place this pilot, all the advantages, removing some of the, at the end of the day, I think the bottom line is if we come up with a model like this with these load management programs through this pilot, ultimately we won't have to make all these massive investments, infrastructure to the grid down the road, which will cause much higher ratepayer impacts. And that's kind of I think the gist of trying to come up with an innovative idea that includes customers, the utilities, et cetera. Now, I did get just this morning from the Maryland Energy Administration, a letter of information and raising 3 points. And I did already have a meeting this morning with them addressing, I think, to discuss some of the points. And you may have that, and I'll certainly would be willing to respond to some of the points about, again, the costs to ratepayers, access to the Inflation Reduction Act, and the like. And some of them are points that I think we can work through. Again, I'm going to continue a conversation with the utilities, Public Service Commission, and the Maryland Energy Administration to come up with hopefully a compromise bill for this 3-year pilot program. Just a couple of concluding points. This is a pilot program, but I'm going to reiterate what I said earlier. By engaging in load management programs like this, with basically the utilities, electrification vendors, public service approval, it just is all working towards managing the grid in a more efficient way. The other option is do nothing, let the demand growth and load increase, require major grid infrastructure upgrades down the road, which in turn will necessitate major electric rate increases for everyone, again, in a much more substantial way. And finally, I think I've made this point, how can we access some federal Inflation Reduction Act money? And I think Maryland needs to position ourselves to take advantage of that. And I think this is exactly the kind of innovative proposal, the types of things I think the feds are looking at in the competitive grant world. And I know this is an ambitious, bold pilot proposal, but I think it's a very logical next step for Maryland to lead the nation in the energy transition space that's happening. And I don't think we're going back. So I guess the fiscal note talks about the cost. It's up to $15 million. It's a percentage of the electric company's approved total revenue, up to $15 million. And that's kind of the scope of the 3-year pilot. So I know there's a lot there. We have a good panel that maybe work through some of the other issues. But again, I reiterate, I think we could lead the nation here with some interesting pilot proposals, similar to the way we've done it in other subject areas. Madam Vice Chair, with all that long-winded presentation, let the panel weigh in.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for bringing a comprehensive and cutting edge bill, another one to our committee. Senator Garagiola, you're up next. You have up to 2 minutes.
Great. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for introducing Senate Bill 663. We are about entering actually a incredibly transformative period of time with respect to how our energy works in the United States. And the senator mentioned the Inflation Reduction Act, but this General Assembly has taken many actions over the years to kind of move us forward. And we're going to be in this very transformative time over the next decade. This bill approaches that issue very innovatively and probably very cost effectively from a ratepayer perspective. And it builds on an existing program that we've been doing in Maryland for about 15, 16 years, and that's the Empower Maryland program. And so we have history with that. We know that every dollar invested in Empower has yielded $1.61 in returns. We know that about 13 billion of savings has occurred because of Empower. We know that some transmission has not needed to be constructed because of Empower. We also know that peak energy demand has been reduced because of Empower. That saves ratepayer money. This proposal takes it to the next level. We are going to need, and there are bills this session dealing with electric vehicles, storage. Senator Augustine had a bill on the floor today. He has another piece of legislation in this committee today. In order for homeowners to be able to take advantage of these things, there's going to need to be panel upgrades. There's going to need to be some other modifications to the home. This legislation sets it up very efficiently, building on an existing program in order to reduce ratepayer impact, ratepayer costs as we're in this transformative time. Last thing I'll say is with respect to the Public Service Commission and other testimony, we're having very fruitful conversations and believe we can resolve a lot of those issues. And with that, would urge a favorable committee report. Thank you.
Thaddeus Cully, you're up next, up to 2 minutes.
Great. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair and members of the committee. My name is Thad Cully. I am the Senior Manager of Public Policy for Sunrun. We're the largest provider of residential and storage services in the country. And I'm also a board member and the Maryland Policy Chair for CHESA, both of which strongly support this bill and are very excited to be here today with you. And just building what my colleague here was saying, this concept started as a long conversation this summer with many stakeholders. And we believe collaboration is absolutely essential when we're dealing with these complex and very long-term challenging. The scope of electrification and its potential impact on the grid is, I think, very important. And so it's good for the clean energy industry, for ratepayers, and for the utilities to kind of come together and find a customer-driven solution. And that's what CHESA believes this bill accomplishes. I just want to take a few minutes, or not even a few minutes, let's say a few seconds, to address a few items that were in the letter of information from MEA, and hopefully can clarify that. I know there was some concern of whether there be a conflict between funds that will be dispensed by MEA that are from the Inflation Reduction Act for things like heat pumps and main panel upgrades. In section 7905B1 of the bill, it says that in calculating the credit, they shall take into account any amount available through state or federal incentives. And I believe this is going to really be an implementation issue and would, I think, hopefully put the mind of MEA at ease that the intent here is to stretch federal dollars as much as possible and use Maryland ratepayer dollars sparingly. And with that, I know my time is concluded. Thank you so much for the opportunity to appear today.
Your testimony, Mr. Cully. Next up, Jordan Graham from Tesla. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, and to the members of this committee. My name is Jordan Graham, and I am a Senior Energy Policy Advisor at Tesla, which manufactures and installs solar and battery energy storage systems, including our residential battery storage product, the Powerwall. I'm here to support SB 663, and more specifically, I'm here to explain why the portion of this bill supporting the adoption of meter collar adapters is important to speeding up the pace of residential solar and storage installs. So meter collar adapters are devices installed between the utility meter and the meter socket, which can facilitate the installation of various clean energy technologies. And the main thing to understand about meter collars is simply that the location of the installation allows installers of solar and storage to bypass the need for significant electrical upgrades, including avoiding extensive rewiring and often avoiding the need for electric panel upgrades. The ability to avoid this extra work allows solar and storage systems to be installed more than 10 times faster and at a lower cost to customers. This faster pace of installation helps to remove barriers to meet state clean energy targets. In short, the approval of meter collars presents a no-cost policy to make clean energy installations both faster and less expensive. And we believe the rules should allow for such cost reductions that are beneficial to customer. Tesla's own meter collar, the backup switch, helps to provide whole home backup by seamlessly transitioning homes from the grid to backup power during outages by using essentially the same technology already in our other storage setup, but in a different location and form factor. The backup switch has been installed in over 24 utility territories without safety issues. The device is certified to relevant UL safety standards as would be required under SB 663. And we've worked closely with utilities to ensure that utility workers know how to interact with meter collar devices. Currently, all the investor-owned utilities in Colorado, Arizona, Utah, California are either required to approve meter collars or on a path to doing so, and legislation in Illinois and New Jersey would do the same. So as states look for ways to decarbonize the grid at a rapid pace, meter collars are reducing some of that complexity. Thanks so much.
A super speedy testimony there, Mr. Graham. Let's see, is Jamal Lewis, he's going to be virtual. So and he's a sponsor panelist. So let's cut over to Mr. Lewis, and then we will take any questions for any of the witnesses or the sponsor. Mr. Lewis, welcome to eQuad. You have up to 2 minutes to present your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and Vice Chair. And for the record, my name is Jamal Lewis. I'm representing an organization called Rewiring America. I appreciate the opportunity to provide testimony today. Rewiring America is the nation's leading electrification nonprofit and are working towards a future where communities are powered by clean, resilient, and efficient electric systems. Complete electrification of Maryland's homes would produce $17 billion in residential electrification benefits and generate 29,000 direct and 102,000 total new jobs across the state. Or on average, each Maryland household would save an average of $600 per year and reduce energy bills. Electrifying fossil-powered appliances and infrastructure from residential and commercial buildings will be critical for Maryland to meet its goal of reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 60% by 2031 and reaching an economy-wide net zero emissions goal established in the 2022 Climate Solutions Now Act. Even with the availability of tax credits through the Inflation Reduction Act, battery storage and electrical panel upgrades can be expensive investments for consumers without support. The pilot created by this bill will assist families in making necessary upgrades for more resilient and energy efficient homes, especially for low-income customers who would otherwise not be able to afford such crucial upgrades. Encouraging participation in load management programs will also support and protect Maryland's electric grid. As we push to electrify everything, it is critical to make grid upgrades as needed to support increased demand on both the residential and commercial side. In passing this bill and establishing the Clean Energy Homes pilot program, we recognize the reality and would be taking the necessary action. We urge a favorable report on this bill and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Let's see, Senator Simon Ayer, why don't you lead off any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not completely familiar with the bill yet. I'm still reading all of it. So there was a lot of things mentioned as far as the ratepayer and federal money coming in, maybe general fund. Where, first of all, who's going to be paying the 15 million? Is that going to be spread across the ratepayer? Or is that coming from the general fund, which would be spread across the whole state? Where's that money coming from?
Right. So it's quantified here. It's 1% of the, there's a cap of 15 million. And yes, ultimately, it would be spread amongst all the ratepayers. So there is a rate potentially, I'll go through the whole entire service area. So I think ratepayer impacts would be extremely small, but as I tried to sort of phrase this, by comparison, if we don't do anything, we're looking down the road. And this is why I think the Public Service Commission and the utilities are interested in this bill. And I don't know about the Office of People's Counsel, but the reality is we're looking at requiring a major grid infrastructure upgrade. We've heard, there's been a tremendous amount written, even since we've been here in session, about, do we have the capacity? Does our grid have the capacity with all this electrifying to take that on? And if we just sort of one day decide we need to do that, that's going to be a problem, and ratepayer impacts are going to be infinitely much higher than what we're talking about in this much more methodical, well thought through pilot program to have load management, customers, utilities. The Public Service Commission weighs in with an approval process. This makes a lot more sense than just waiting and doing nothing and then being thrown into a kibosh where rates could go up, kind of like back when the rate caps came off back in the mid 2006-07, and it was a dilemma. We had special sessions. We're trying to sort of get ahead of the curve here. I think that's my way of responding. Maybe the panel would want to weigh in. Yeah,
that pretty much it. I
Yeah.
have one more. No kiboshes. We don't want any kiboshes.
Right.
And I'm looking forward. I think the governor or some of the executive branch is coming up with an overall plan, which, we have a lot of moving pieces. This is one part of it, which I'm curious to see. My concern is, and that helped answer, I'm going to read more about it, but the ratepayer, because I just read an article in my district, they're projecting to go up $31 a month over the next 3 years, which is huge in my district, especially with seniors and all that. So I'm trying to get a perspective of the whole package, not just one bill here and there, and make sure that we have an overall plan, that we don't have a kibosh.
May I try to address that? So, this mechanism, which has a proven track record with Empower Maryland that's been in existence since 2007, is probably the most efficient and cost-effective approach from a ratepayer perspective. If we don't do something like this, the $31 that you referenced is likely to be infinitely larger over the ensuing decade, where a lot of this change is going to occur. Like electric vehicles, they're coming. More renewable energy, it's coming. Storage, it's coming. So how does a house connect into it? They're going to need to do panel upgrades, among other things, to be able to exist in that future. And so that, and there's macro aspects from transmission and other things. Those costs will happen far less efficiently and at a far greater cost to the ratepayer. Empower Maryland, we can look at history as a kind of what prologue will be. It has been effective. Every dollar invested, $1.61 in return, 13 billion in savings through the end of 2021. So there's a strong track record. And what this bill tries to do is we have to do this transition. It models off of that, which I would argue 15 million sounds like, oh my gosh, a ratepayer impact. It will cost far more if we don't do a mechanism like this to get to that.
And could I add, beyond the Empower analogy, which is a good one, because when Empower was created, this was exactly the point. Ratepayer impact is hugely important, but people were skeptical. There's a surcharge on every Marylander pays an Empower surcharge. We still have it. The reason we haven't deleted that or repealed it is because it's been so successful long run and actually reducing impacts on ratepayers. That's number one. And there's another reason. This is a pilot program. So, at the end of this 3-year period, it's going to either have to produce some results for this General Assembly, or the pilot will go away. So I think it's going to have to produce what is being represented here. Otherwise, as was the case with any pilot program, this General Assembly will not move forward with it. So it's deliberately a pilot for that reason.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And this one to the chair and one to the former senator. And first, I just want to make the comment. I didn't know if any of my colleagues who served on this committee in the past appreciated the fact that we had a letter of information from MEA Director Paul Pinsky going to our current chair. But with that said, there is really good information in this letter of information and part of it, Mr. Chair, you've addressed it, but I just want to kind of flush it out a little bit. Going back to the ratepayers, and you've talked about how we can leverage federal funds, and there might be other sources. But I guess part of the concern is those who, when we went through the climate change debate last year, were concerned about the cost to ratepayers. Now we've got the recent filing by BG&E to increase rates. And so I guess I wanted to hear either a little bit more on how you really think that we can leverage federal funds and other options, and how we can be transparent through the whole process. I'll let you answer that. And I have one quick one for you.
Well, okay, just, and we can both answer that, but okay, just back to the point I made on ratepayer impact. I believe in the long run, as was the case with Empower, the long run savings here far outweigh what I would say the modest commitment of the $15 million over three, again, during the 3-year pilot here. But, putting that all aside, I mean, I just, I think when I looked at that letter, I don't think the federal dollars that are flowing from the Inflation Reduction Act are at all in conflict with what we're trying to do here, which seemed to be kind of what's the implication there. So I don't accept that at all. I think was just mentioned, there's specific language in here that needs to be taken into account. Funds coming from the feds would be taken into account in terms of how this pilot is sort of plays out. And then again, the Public Service Commission has to approve this, whatever plan the utilities come up with, I think, which is another important component. And finally, I think there's sort of an undertone, it's letter of information, that somehow we don't want to play ball with the utilities. Look, the utilities have to be part of this. I think that's another important reason why I was pleasantly surprised that utilities submitted a testimony, not in opposition, with just constructive amendments, just some flexibility to implement this. And when you put it all together, I read the points and they have to be taken into account. And I'm going to continue. As I said this morning, I did meet with the Maryland Energy Administration after I got that email the day of the or that letter the day of the hearing. I mean, the bill was introduced a month ago. I'm not to complain, but that said, I mean, there are points but ratepayer impact is essential here. So you have to look at this from a long-term perspective, as was the case in Empower. And I think this is up, sort of in that same lane. But I don't see any conflict between this bill and saying to the feds, we're the innovative state here. And this is where, because some of the formulaic grant money that's referenced in that letter is based on population. All this other money is going to be competitive from the Inflation Reduction Act. It's going to be the states with innovative programs just like this that I think, from what I can gather, is going to be where the feds send them. They're going to send the monies to those states. Those are the states that are going to be the beneficiaries. I think this is Exhibit A for the kinds of things in the competitive component of the Inflation Reduction Act, where we can get some money to supplant, in fact, some of the dollars we're talking about for this pilot program.
So I hear a confident chair saying that we can probably leverage a lot of that federal money. That's what I'm hearing. So,
I mean, along with the other points, as I say.
Former Senator, I wanted to ask you, during the debate on climate change last year, we had the utilities coming in and basically saying that, the grid simply can't handle, this, all electric. And that some of us who have been advocating for, we shouldn't, our energy policy shouldn't rely on just one source. It should be multiple sources. I see that CHESA, which I did look up the acronym, Chesapeake Solar and Storage Association, and your presentation today. I wanted to just better understand, what we're trying to do with this bill, but also the fact that a recognition that we aren't ready and shouldn't be relying on one source.
So I not looking to, the climate solutions bill last year, that's law. With this bill here, it's not per se looking at one source, but we are going to see electrification, which is like a term, we heard from Tesla earlier. We're going to see a lot more electric vehicles, and they need to be charging. And a lot of folks are going to be charging them at their home. We are going to see more rooftop solar, among many other things, that need to be done. And we have some that exist today, obviously. Storage is kind of rounding the corner and is going to be the next thing that's going to, see great advancements. And it's going to be more common in the years as we kind of look over the future of the next decade. So what this bill does, with all that coming down the pike, this bill creates a mechanism that's very cost effective because we have 15, 16 years of history with Empower Maryland to kind of marshal the resources to ensure that we can make sure that our homes and multifamily dwellings are ready to be able to be part of this transformation. So this seeks to accomplish that. It doesn't get it, there's going to need to be other sources of renewable to meet all of our energy demands, but there's still going to be a electrification that's going to be occurring at the home front, so to speak. And that's what this is seeking to address.
Rosa, and I think if Senator Hester has a question, we might have to get to that later. I see no other. Yes, I do. Senator Brooks, you have a question.
Thanks, Madam Vice Chair. Yeah, Mr. Jordan, I believe. Yeah, you well, we both know that solar and wind is both non-dispatchable. So if the sun is not shining, you're not generating energy. The wind's blowing lowly, just generating a little bit of energy. And you were talking about battery storage, and we both know that the thing with battery storage is cost prohibitive. The cost. That's why I see tremendous merits in this bill. And you had mentioned the whole house storage. Do you believe that as we gravitate more toward that, eventually those particular costs are going to start coming down? Just sure.
Yeah, I do think that those costs will come down. And I think that one of the things that I like about this bill is it does two things. One is it tries to alleviate some of the costs that are unnecessary, which is just the cost of installation. And this makes that portion of it cheaper. And so trying to make it more affordable before the actual costs of the material and manufacturing the battery and selling it comes down. To us, that's very low hanging fruit. The second thing that I think it does that's great is that it institutes a load management program. And it basically takes the latent power in these different batteries and it dispatches it potentially onto the grid at a time when there's greater need. And so even though only some people can afford storage, it takes that storage that only some people can afford and it provides the benefit to all the ratepayers and all the customers on the grid. So that's one of the things that I really like about this bill.
Yeah, okay. And I think the second benefit there too is that when if you've got that storage and then when in the evening when the usage is higher and so are the rates, and you can use your own storage and that'll mitigate some of your costs. So am I accurate in that?
You are 100% accurate. We fully agree.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Madam Chair, could I just one other thing? Senator, if you're interested in energy storage, Senator Augustine has a bill, I think, up next. So you can ask all kinds of questions, Senator Augustine, about energy storage as part of the package of bills today. So
thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, witnesses. We have two more witnesses, both of which have submitted informational. Molly Knoll from the Maryland PSC, the Public Service Commission, and David Lapp, the Office of People's Counsel. Welcome to you both. You may go in either order and each of you can have up to 2 minutes.
Sure.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. David Lapp here on behalf of the Office of People's Counsel, mostly here to answer questions. We've submitted informational testimony. We are very supportive of efforts to incentivize electrification in people's homes, and there's many good provisions in this bill. We are concerned with a number of the provisions in the bill that we think would pose substantial impacts to residential customers. I refer to our informational testimony and I'm happy to answer any questions.
And sorry, Ms. Knoll. Ms. Knoll, I'm so sorry.
That's all right.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair and committee members. My name is Molly Knoll and I'm a senior advisor with the Maryland Public Service Commission. I'm here today to just raise two considerations for this committee related to SB 663. Our written testimony is informational only, and these comments are in the same spirit. SB 663 creates a series of utility programs aimed at accelerating the clean energy transition. The PSC supports the state's greenhouse gas reduction goals and will continue to oversee utility efforts to meet these climate change policy challenges. Our first concern with the bill is the aggressive timelines for both program and budget review. As the sponsor mentioned, we have submitted amendments, and I think we're going to have productive conversations on that front. Just to make it clear, 90 days to have 4 investor-owned utilities providing programs of this size is simply not enough time to hear from stakeholders, do an analysis, and issue an order. Same for budget requests. We're going to need additional time to give those due consideration. And second, the bill provides for the commission to approve, modify, or deny the utility applications. However, it does not provide any criteria or factors to consider in making those decisions. The programs are also not required to be cost effective in the language, and the committee may want to consider providing additional guidance in this area. As I noted, we have provided amendments and we are having productive conversations, and we look forward to continuing to work with the sponsor and the supporters. I yield the remainder of my time and I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Gave the 34 seconds back in our afternoon. Are there questions for these two fine witnesses? Seeing none, we thank you for your testimony and your willingness to be a resource as
Thank
we
you.
work on these bills. So thank you.
Thank you.
There are no other witnesses, so that completes the hearing on Senate Bill 663. The chair has another bill, and that is Senate Bill 664. Maryland Strategic Energy Investment Program, Tier 1 Renewable Sources, Solar Energy Systems and Alterations. On his panel, Bryson Popham, who I saw earlier, Ed Merrick, Terry Salmon, and Aaron Kelly, and Jim Purical, if I'm saying that correctly. And I think after the chair, it looks like Mr. Popham will be kicking us off and the others to follow. With that, Mr. Chair, you may begin.
Thank you, colleagues, Madam Vice Chair. Let me just make a point because it's, I think, already come up a little bit with the bill. So the bill was drafted before the governor dropped Senate Bill 548, which we heard earlier, which does make some changes to the account that's funded with the alternative compliance payments, which this bill is also drawn from. And as was mentioned earlier in reference to that bill, when our renewable portfolio goals are not met by the utilities, they're required to make alternative compliance payments, which goes into the Strategic Energy Investment Fund, the SEEP fund, which has been discussed a lot on the floor today and even today at the earlier hearings. At the same time, I just want to get out on the table, and that's what Senate Bill 664 goes to, is when we discuss the solar industry, there are different components, and I think we need to have a discussion about right-sizing the incentive mix between utility scale solar projects, community solar. I know that Senator Brooks has a bill later this afternoon on that subject, and the rooftop solar segment of the solar industry. And so in doing, as I mentioned in the prior bill, we need to also continue to make sure that low and moderate income Marylanders benefit from our clean energy investments. So what 664 focuses in on is the rooftop solar component of that industry. And last week I mentioned the importance of solar panels when it came to our long-standing, very successful metering program. Rooftop solar is labor intensive in nature. A lot of job creation opportunities. A lot of the businesses that do solar rooftop installations are local Maryland businesses, and they have been an important part of the residential solar energy consumer space. But that component of the solar industry, quite candidly right now, is ailing. And so a little history lesson here might be constructive or instructive. We about 15 years ago, we started down the road of creating major incentives for the use of solar energy in Maryland. We had the renewable portfolio standard, the solar renewable energy credits that was part of that rollout, and a series of other incentives. Back in 2007, we even had a manufacturing facility in Frederick that manufactured solar panels. And what's happened around 2016, rooftop residential solar system installations peaked, and then it began to decline. And the decline has been steady since that point in 2016. Even with the enactment of the Clean Energy Jobs Act in 2019 that I sponsored, and Senator Augustine was on the committee, where we went much bigger on solar with a 14.5% solar carve out for in-state solar generation by 2030. Even that has not brought this segment of the solar industry back to good health. And here's the number. The rooftop solar industry in 2016 had over 20,000 installations in our state. Now we're down to 4,000. So with Senate Bill 664 is I want to get a conversation going here in the committee about right-sizing potentially the mix of incentives in the solar space and whether an appropriate measure to assist the rooftop segment of our solar industry it makes sense. And I suggested it does. Under the bill as drafted, a portion of the funds attributable to alternative compliance payments would be directed towards the current solar energy grant rebate program to help, again, restore the rooftop segment of the industry here in Maryland. I'll let the panel drill a little deeper on the current economics of rooftop solar in the state of Maryland. Specifically, what Senate Bill 664 says is we have, again, currently a grant available that is capped at about $1,000, but that has not moved the needle at all for this segment of the solar industry. So under 664, the grant would move up to $5,000 a project and provide the kind of bridge while the state continues to work towards properly aligning the incentives for the various solar segments that exist. And again, I'll let the panel sort of explain a little bit more about that. But the bottom line is it has to do with payback periods. This industry is very sensitive to how much when you make an investment, does it take for me to make that back? And so by moving this from 1,000 to 5,000, it would actually reduce by one entire year what that payback period is. A really, really important incentive potentially for homeowners considering rooftop installation. The bill also has some provisions that broaden the availability of the grant to both low income and moderate income consumers. The first $5 million under this program would go to that segment of our population, plus 10% over and above the $5 million. I did see the League of Conservation Voters did weigh in, and they make a bunch of several comments, and I'll continue to discuss that with them. I think their main, sort of concern about the bill is they would like that first 5 million to be the first 10 million, and then the percentage over and above that, I think they think should be much more directed to low, moderate income folks. That's a conversation we could continue to have. But in a nutshell, I just really think it's important at this stage of where the rooftop solar part of the solar industry is, that I do think we need to have a serious conversation about how we might be able to jumpstart that segment of the industry. And that's really what 664 is directed at. So, Madam Chair, I'll turn it to the panel. Obviously, we'll take Q&A after that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bryson Popham, why don't you kick us off?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Bryson Popham appearing before you on behalf of the Maryland Rooftop Solar Coalition. Thank you for introducing our panel. They are going to carry the bulk of the education of the committee on this issue. I'm just going to give you an overview, and the first part of your overview is you heard the bill sponsor, to whom we are also grateful for introducing this bill, refer to a manufacturing plant in Maryland, in Frederick, Maryland in 2007. I represented the owner of that plant, BP Solar. It closed down a couple of years later. So this is an industry that's very dynamic, very changing. It's been fascinating listening to your discussion of various ideas here today. And as my panel will articulate, we have an idea that isn't new. It was new back in 2007, but it's not new today. It hasn't been used for a while. We think it could produce a very tangible benefit. And as Senator Feldman noted, we understand that there are different ideas before you. You're going to have to make selections, but it shouldn't be excluding one on part of the other. We believe that very much an all of the above approach is appropriate. And we're here to talk about rooftops, residential rooftops. That was the sole subject back in 2007. I was in the finance committee at that time. That's what we were talking about when we created the solar renewable energy credits, when we created the ACP program. It was all about residential rooftop. All you really need to know, you have in your packets, you have this document and this chart that shows what Senator Feldman was alluding to. That is the precipitous decline in installations in residential rooftop. It really should be part of our solar energy program here in Maryland. We hope that the passage of Senate Bill 664 will accomplish that. And with that, Madam Chair, I'd be happy to turn this over to Mr. Ed Merrick.
Popham, Mr. Merrick, welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Ed Merrick. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. I'm a solar veteran. I've been in the industry for 23 years. I was actually with BP Solar. I started my career there in 2000. I work for Trinity Solar today. We've been in one of the largest residential solar installers in the U.S. We operate from Maryland all the way up to Massachusetts and in Florida. I enthusiastically opened our office, Trinity Solar's office, in 2015, expecting great things. It was a great time then. You see it on the curve. 2015 was nice. A lot of solar being deployed. 2016, and then ever since then, it's been a fall. In fact, it's so bad now. And when I compare us to Rhode Island, we're actually installing more solar systems in Rhode Island than we are in Maryland. So it's, Maryland for a large part has been disappointing. And the real reason is economics. We currently need about a 7-year payback on a solar system to be able to demonstrate savings to homeowners. And there's all kinds of different financing vehicles we have available to us, but basically that 7-year payback is what we need. Currently, that payback sits around between 10 and 15 years. So, that $5,000 cap, that'll get us there. I know that will get us there. As we've talked about, we had 20,000 installs in 2016. Today, we're around 4,000. So it's not just my company, it's all companies. I think first and foremost, penalties that are being paid into the RPS or being paid as a result of not meeting the RPS should be returned to solar projects so we can actually meet the RPS. If we don't return those funds back to the solar projects, there's no way we're going to meet the RPS, and those penalties are always going to be paid. Got a couple of other points, but it looks like I'm running out of time. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate a favorable vote for the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Merrick. And colleagues, the chart that Mr. Popham held up is in our folder, and it's under the Maryland Rooftop Solar Coalition. It's worth looking at. Mr. Salmon, Terry Salmon, Ms. Salmon, sorry. Yes.
Good afternoon. How are you? Okay, thanks. Hi, so my name is Terry Salmon, and I'm actually a resident of Prince George's County. I live in Bowie, Maryland, and I've been a general contractor here in the state since 1998. We got into solar sometime around 2015. And so I've been watching the trend of what's happening. And right now it seems as though, our state, we're doing just enough to say we're doing something, but not really enough to move the needle. And this is the problem that we're having here. This $1,000 is a grant right now, and it's just enough to say, we're here. But we really need more because, for most homeowners, what we look at as a homeowner is, how long is it going to take for me to break even on this, right? And so, here in the state, a typical person is in their home for 13 years. And if it's taken 10 to 12 years to break even based on the cost of solar, it's hard to make sense of what do we do next, right? And so, here in the state, we need more clean. We're looking for more clean. And so, I'm hoping that this bill will definitely help. It will definitely help us. And I think it will also help to increase jobs. Thank you very much.
Morning, Mr. Salmon. Erin Kelly, also with Maryland Rooftop Solar Coalition. Welcome, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Erin Kelly. I'm the Vice President of Residential Operations at Lumina Solar. It's a locally owned and operated solar company here in Maryland. I also used to be a Maryland Energy Administration employee where I worked as a grant administrator. Given my background in this field, I've seen firsthand the impact that legislation can have on the solar industry and its adoption. I'm here to express my strong support for Senate Bill 664, which seeks to expand access to residential solar in the state of Maryland. Passing this bill would provide a boost to Maryland's residential solar industry, which has struggled in recent years due to the rising costs. This bill would help to address this issue by increasing the grant allowance to help the low to moderate income households cover the cost of installing solar panels. The current programs in place do not succeed in meeting their intended results, which perpetuates the renewable energy shortfalls Maryland's seeing. If this bill fails to pass, the only Maryland residents that can afford solar are higher income families, because the incentives in place presently are not robust enough to reasonably allow low to moderate income families to adopt rooftop solar. I fear we shall see similar trends continue if legislation does not change. Overall, I believe this bill is a crucial piece of legislation for our state. By promoting the use of solar energy and ensuring everyone has access to its benefits, we can create a more sustainable, equitable, and prosperous future for Marylanders. Thank you for your time.
Your testimony, Ms. Kelly. And next, Mr. Piricol.
That's right.
Okay, welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee. My name is Jim Purical, and I'm a policy manager for SunPower Corporation, a leading distributed generation, solar, storage, and energy services provider in North America for over 37 years. More than 1,000 of our 440,000 U.S. residential customers live in Maryland. And in addition, we work with over 27 dealers in the state. As a member of the Maryland Rooftop Solar Coalition, SunPower supports Senate Bill 664, which would provide financial assistance to the broad array of solar customers within the state. Bottom line, if enacted, the impact of this bill would immediately result in more solar panels on more roofs and help the state meet its renewable portfolio standard. And here's the important piece. We cannot achieve that standard without rooftop solar. The calendar year 2021 RPS annual report filed last year by the Public Service Commission stated that the significant shortfall in available solar renewable energy credits is the primary reason for the $77.1 million in alternative compliance payments that ended up in the Strategic Energy Investment Fund. Now, we're conversations with the administration are pending in order to stress the following piece, that Senate Bill 664 would help fix that problem by offering a per watt incentive versus a flat rebate amount to homeowners. And this small level of support would primarily benefit those low and moderate income homeowners, and all homeowners would enjoy a reduction in their energy bills right away. Finally, if given the chance, these gains could start being actualized this year rather than 2 or 3 years down the road. So I thank you for your time and your consideration and urge you to provide a favorable report for Senate Bill 664. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Piricol. Are there questions for the sponsor of the bill or for this panel? Senator Watson.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. For the gentleman from Bowie, good to see you, my friend. How are you?
Nice to see you as well.
Thank you. You had mentioned that folks are not staying in their house long enough, so it's hard to recoup the cost of installing rooftop solar. Is that right?
Correct.
And so, if we think the migrant home ownership is not going to change, most of us go from apartment to townhouse to single family, and we get tired of mowing the lawn, go back to townhouse, right?
Right.
But if this bill is passed, does the homeowner own all of the equipment that is installed on the roof?
That's the goal. Yeah, because right now what we're trying to move away from is many years ago we were leasing. They weren't purchasing. But now what we're looking to do is get this funding to go to the homeowner to purchase the equipment so they can own it, right? And instead of a finance company owning it. And that's kind of my goal is how do we make it make sense for me as a homeowner to spend this money? I want to, it's hard for me to say I'm not going to see returns or a break even until 11 years from now, 12 years from now. I mean, I don't know what I'll be doing in 10, 11 years, but I know today I have a $250 electric bill. How do I justify not being able to, that I may move out of this house and never really got to enjoy the savings, should I say, right? And so this is what the money is. And then the other part of it is, so now once we own, we get closer to the ownership part of this thing. We're able to move along however we're financing it or we're paying for this thing. Then even if we do move, we're able to sell the home, we're able to sell the equipment, and the next person, because the next generation, we know, the kids of tomorrow, they're all about electric. right? Whoever's going to be buying my home is probably going to be someone with an electric car or someone who wants an electric car or understands that this is the movement. So, you know, what we're doing now is really, I mean, it's for us now, but it's for them also, right? You know, it makes my house more valuable than your house if you don't have it. When that same 25-year-old is looking at mine, looking at yours, and he pulls up in a Prius and this one already has a system that's paid for, this one doesn't. So, you know, that's what we're trying to get to.
So let me see if I can formulate my next question.
Sure.
I was always leery of the old model, as you called it,
Yeah.
where somebody knocks on my door, hey, you don't have to pay anything. We'll take care of everything and we'll cover your roof and all that good stuff. And you'll get, oh, this small little bit of savings, right?
That's right.
And in some instances, the savings was not that huge. It just wasn't, right? So now we want to move into a new model where the owner is able to, I guess, get a subsidy through this bill.
Yes.
And have it an easier chance to finance the whole thing. So they would receive a much bigger portion of the savings. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay, because in the lease model, you know, they were getting a small piece, but the company that was doing the lease was really making the money.
Yeah, because in the lease model, the company's collecting federal incentive, state incentive. They're getting a check from you as the homeowner. You're getting a small savings. They're really winning. So, you know, at the end of the day, the best financial position to be in with this is if you could purchase your panels, if you figure out a way to own them.
And so I know a lot of residents who went through the lease model. So what happens when they sell their home? What happens to the physical ownership of that equipment that's on their roof?
Yeah. So right now, a lease could be transferred, right? A lease or a purchase agreement, it could be transferred. So the next person can have an opportunity to pick up right where the person one left off. The other thing that can happen is they can purchase it. So there is a buyout, whatever the number is that has been set, right? And so usually it's in a contract and it will state, you know, what it is, whether it's a lease or a purchase, a PPA. So they can buy it, which I would recommend, you know, for someone to do. Or because at the end of the agreement, those lease agreements, the way it's set is the contract says, well, we'll take the panels off, we'll put the roof back in its original condition. And
So, you know, I'm looking at all these alternative forms of energy.
Yep.
Let's just say somehow wind is able to generate more energy than solar down the road. And we want to have these options. Of course, as a homeowner, we want maximum benefit. We want to pay zero, right?
Yeah.
All right. So, you know, if I sell my home, and it already has this equipment in place that was leased, and I don't want it because I'm going to opt for a new source of energy coming to my house, say wind or whatever. What happens to that equipment? Do they just rip it out, replace the roof? How does that work?
I mean, technically, that would be the only, in theory, yeah. However, you know, I try to tell people, think of it like this. Even though there's new technology, there's always going to be something new coming out. The system that was designed for your house, it's going to do what it was supposed to do, though, right? So meaning a house like mine, I have 50 panels on my roof. The next guy, and I've had my panels on for 7 years now, the same person that has the same needs as me, maybe he needs 42, 41. So you just need less, but my panels still do the work. My bills today are still minus $18 this month, right? So there's no reason to get rid of if I move out, it doesn't matter. 5 years from now, why would someone start over or go to wind or go anywhere else when you have a system that's making all the electricity that it was spec to do?
Tesla? Was that the previous crew?
Yeah, the previous crew.
Okay, maybe you can answer this. So, you know, one of my concerns when I was looking at the lease option was that the rate of development for improved capacity for batteries. And the folks who got into the lease option entered into long-term leases, and they were told that if, you know, there's this break-even point, but if, you know, power usage goes up or the cost goes up, they're stuck at those rates. So theoretically, they could reach a point, even though they had
I'll figure out which one
solar,
where they are.
even though they had solar, they could reach a point where they were actually paying more than their neighbor who possibly just got theirs and got a better deal. You know, how do you deal with advancing technology, improved battery, improved solar cells. Will you come back and give us an upgrade? Can I download the app and get the better quality? How does that work?
Senator, if you don't mind, if I can attack some of your questions. Number one, the batteries. When you do a lease, we do a lot of retrofits on leases. So a lot of the systems we have sold with a finance company that we'll finance it through a PPA. We'll finance it through a power purchase agreement. We'll finance it through a lease, a solar lease. We'll finance it through loans or cash purchase. So those are the four options. And the reason we have those other three, the PPA and the leases, is because a lot of people don't have the cash or don't want to take a loan out. So we offer those. One of the problems that we have in the state of Maryland is we have to offer them at very thin amounts. I mean, you've got to be really close to the electric rate. Like, for instance, we can't do much business in Frederick County as an example because it's got 10-cent power. We can't beat that. Where we're able to offer incentives and where we can beat the price of power is in PG County, Anne Arundel County, and other areas, and that's where we see a lot of deployment of solar in the state. When we talk about adding batteries to it with a lease, we have a battery retrofit option, and so what we can do is, yes, you can get your savings from a lease, PPA, or a loan. When we do a loan, what we're trying to do is beat the rate that somebody's paying on a monthly basis for their solar system, or for their electricity. We're trying to beat that with solar. When we add batteries on, what we would do is we offer them the same kind of financing options. We don't have the PPA, we don't have the lease, but we've got long-term loans, as well as they can obviously buy it with cash, and they can bolt it on to an existing solar system. That's fairly easy to do. We do that. We've started doing that. It's relatively new, but we started doing that up and down the East Coast.
Thanks, Madam Vice Chair. Mrs. Salmon?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Mrs. Salmon. Yeah, I must agree with you. I think the purchasing is the best option. The ITC, the investment tax credit, that's what the federal government was offering on solar voltaic, geothermal and all of that. And you can only get that credit if you are the owner of the panels or owner of the equipment, And then in Baltimore County, the local county government was given like a $5,000 credit toward the property taxes, and the state of Maryland was giving a $1,000 grant. So for instance, like just for simple math, a $20,000 project would possibly cost you about maybe $12,000 or $13,000 after you got the benefit of all of those credits. Yeah,
right.
And then the payback on a system like a 9.5 system would probably be 6.5 to 7 years. So that was the best of both worlds, The leasing option, of course, I know that was advantageous to folks who were not financially able to make the purchase. But at the same time, you're right. Those companies were getting all the credits. They were getting, whoever owns the panels is the one who gets the investment tax credit, And I don't know whether or not that was disclosed up front to a lot of folks. I, like yourself, have had panels 7 or 8 years, and I was able to take advantage of that. Yeah. And here again, the payback was for me is 6.5 years, and those savings continually grow. And I was just hoping I would have waited for this bill, but who knows?
I know. Look, me too.
Yeah. But you're right. The current value of a dollar is better today than it is tomorrow, and that technology will continue to advance.
Yeah.
So I just want to say that.
And I mean, the thing is, see, with this bill, it's given us the money to do the purchase, because those old plans that everyone knew about many years ago, they had these things called escalators. They just increase with inflation, right? I mean, we could stay with Pepco if we got it, because they're increase. So, I always tell people the only difference is the utility companies, I mean, their increase is very volatile. Like It could be real, well, you know, we won't talk about that right now. But you know, at least this was the controlled increase. But now, you know, now we don't have to have an increase. Right. You know, now I can go to my credit union, I can get my loan, I can get my thing, I make the exact same payment. I take the money from the federal government, I have the money from the grant, I pay this system and I own it.
And I think with Senator Augustine bill with the batteries, you know, that's gonna really bring us full circle. So, yeah,
Absolutely,
okay.
absolutely.
All right, thank you.
No, thank
Thanks,
you.
Chair. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Brooks. I see no other colleagues with questions, so I think you all are good
Madam
and we
Chair.
thank you.
Thank
There are more witnesses though, so Senator Feldman, I don't know if you want to stick around for those. I'd like to call up Ari Plout with Boston Plout, as well as Joe Becker, another rooftop solar person, and then we have one unfavorable. Welcome. Good to have you all here. You may go in either order. You have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Ari Plout. I'm here on behalf of ADT Security in support of Senate Bill 664. Thank you, Senator Feldman, for sponsoring this legislation. I'll be very brief with my comments. We echo the sentiments of the previous panel. We are members of the coalition that just testified, and we are also in the rooftop solar business. We support rooftop solar incentives that benefit all residents of Maryland, including low and moderate income residents. And we believe this bill is a strong step towards achieving that. And I appreciate your time, and we ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
My name is Joe Becker. If possible, I'd love to host a happy hour where we discuss the benefits of a lease versus loan versus purchase outright, because I think there are many and they're varied. I'm a social worker. I'm a former math teacher. I'm also currently a solar consultant with Edge Energy. We've installed residential solar for about 15 years here in Maryland. And in addition to retail solar, we do complete home performance jobs for folks all over the state. We've helped hundreds of families who would fall into the LMI category obtain energy efficient appliances, insulation, weatherization, roofing, and most recently rooftop solar through an MEA grant, actually. What I've found working on these projects is something that I found as a math teacher and as a social worker, which is that existing under constant financial stress is equivalent to experiencing low-grade chronic trauma. And folks who are going through this don't have many breaks. In our program for the LMI solar, we had 16 families that were able to get solar on their rooftops when otherwise they would have no access to it. The amount of gratitude that I experienced and that I wanted to express to you was overwhelming. One of the folks, a mother of two in Anne Arundel County, said, well, if I qualify for the tax credit, can I give that to one of my neighbors who can then go solar with you guys too? So I think there's this capability to perpetuate the spread and adoption of solar within a population who has just lacked access to it. For many reasons that have already been stated, I don't need to belabor those points. I think the rest of it, I've lost track of whatever the words were down here, but I urge you to support Senate Bill 664. Thank you for your time.
Either of these, thank you, Senator Watson.
Just a quick question. I'm still stuck on the why solar rooftops has trailed off. Folks have knocked on my door 5 times and they tell me the same thing. You have too many dormers and your house is not in the right azimuth for the sun and those types of things. So I can never get rooftop solar in an amount that would accommodate my energy needs, right? Is there a minimum square foot area that has to be used where, you know, if it's smaller than this, it's a waste of time? And I'm trying to see that, you know, our lower income folks who may be in townhomes or those types of things, you know, based on the energy needs, is it really worth the bang for the buck for them to be able to do this? Or is it really more of a larger house with at least one portion, you know, at the right angle to capture the sun?
I think it's an excellent question, and it brings up a point about how we approach installing solar in general. And as a healthy business, as a healthy small business, we have kind of a lower limit of the size of the job we can take on. Larger box of businesses can take on, you know, have even a higher lower limit of the size system they can do to maintain that health. So, it depends on how much sunlight is hitting the roof and at what angle, and then again, how many dormers you have, how much flat space. Those installation costs are also fixed. It costs about $3,500 to roll the truck out and pay people for the day. So if you're only buying 3 panels, they're going to seem to cost a lot more per panel than if you buy 15 or 20 and so on. So yes, and I think, having that per watt incentive or her per watt subsidy, however the wording actually is, I apologize for not knowing, that lends itself to helping those smaller size systems more. So
Move forward with this. I'm just concerned, and I want to make sure that, our lower income folks are not gouged. They're not paying for something that really would see no perceivable, benefit. My monthly bill during peak months may be $325 a month, right? So $10, $15 savings is, getting rid of a streaming channel on TV. It's not a big deal to me. But for our low income folks, it is. And I want to make sure that they're able to really see what people have been quoting me, between 10, 20% reduction in their utilities. And I would love it if I could get, what is that minimum footprint on a roof required? Because I'd like to bounce that off of, my district and where I know the townhouses to be and where I know the low income folks to be. That would benefit me greatly.
I think it's pretty easy for me to say that with the very thin margins that have already been mentioned on how we have to run leases now, with an influx of say up to $500 per kilowatt, a 5 kilowatt system has $2,500 less on the cost. That allows us to beat the cost of utilities rather than by a cent per kilowatt hour, by more like 2 or 3 cents per kilowatt hour. And that turns into from a $10 to $20 a month savings into more like a $20 to $40 a month savings and beyond. And that all again depends on how good the roof is for solar. But that's the possibility we're looking at here, is having, 1 night per month where the family can actually order takeout and not feel that extra guilt that you always feel by being financially stressed.
Yeah. Because I've been doing a lot of listening. I've been just tabulating. So if I'm going to pay for this, I got to make sure my roof is up to speed, right? And I just got a whole roof replaced because I had some damage to the roof.
Yeah.
So would there be an expectation that your roof has to be within, have to have X number of years of usable life left before you can install this? And would there be additional cost or burden to folks who participate in this? Because first they have to upgrade the roof and replace shingles and all that.
Well, I think again, it's acknowledging, the question acknowledges that this requires a multi-system approach here. Roofing is required to make solar, more viable for long term. We don't want to install on a 20-year-old shingle. So, yes, it makes us think about these other areas that the folks who are most in need have been sort of neglected over time and not been, had the same kind of support that many of us do have. So yes, we need that. I think that thrust can happen in parallel to the thrust for solar costs to come down. I know that there are already existing programs that do that kind of work. Many of the folks who got solar through our program also had weatherization work done through an MEA grant.
Senator Watson, thank you for the thoughtful questions. And I think a lot of us have explored solar and been told the roof isn't right, the angle isn't right, whatever it is. And we want to do the right thing. And I'm not sure what the answer is to that. Senator Augustine has a question as well. Can I just take a very quick point of personal privilege first? The CEO of Interfaith Works, the fabulous Courtney Hall, just walked in and he's heading back to the House. And on behalf of the chair and me, I just want to say welcome and thank you for all you do. Interfaith Works helps our most challenged neighbors in need with food, clothing, housing, job training, and so much more. And so it's great to have you in Annapolis, and congratulations on the anniversary year and then some, and may you continue to thrive. Thank you. And I'm sorry we can't see you. I'm so sorry. Thank you, Senator Augustine, please.
Thank you for the presentation. I just, I have a question. what is the current total installed megawatts rooftop solar that we have right now in the state of Maryland? You know,
I know our company is close to. about-
Senator Augustine, thanks for the question. I unfortunately don't have that information.
okay.
I don't know.
I'm sorry I didn't ask the question earlier. Maybe somebody earlier might have had that, but I'm just curious to know what that number is and then what the potential is as well. Sort of, you know, so what are we really dealing with here as far as the impact that would be having by you know, for megawatts? Somebody screaming from the back telling you what the answer is?
I was looking to see if the chair would allow someone, they may know better.
Yeah, I don't want to, yeah.
I'm not
sir.
gonna hold it up. but
Yeah,
Just answer the question.
Just briefly, you know, because I had mentioned the 1,000 to 5, just specifically.
Yeah, I don't know the megawatts. No, come into the mic.
Go up to the podium.
I'm sorry. I actually don't know the megawatts, but you know that we've got probably about 35,000 systems installed. And you know, we know how many rooftops are out there, so it's a substantial opportunity for us in the market to deploy a lot of solar on rooftops, and that's really what we're after.
Okay, so well, let's just back of envelope. You've got 35,000 systems installed, and the annual for a rooftop, I know you all have that number, is you know, not assuming a certain percentage of direct sunlight, obviously from the south, all that is what? 2,000, well, no, let's say whatever.
So typical
15,000 square feet.
Yeah, I mean, a typical solar system in Maryland is 10 kW, and that will produce about 12,000 kilowatt hours in a year.
What does 10 kW mean?
10 kilowatts, sorry. So that's I have to do the backwards math, but it's about 30 panels.
Okay, so it's 30 panels and it's 10
20, 30
kilowatts, and that's the annual.
12,000 kilowatt hours in a year. Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much. I just wanted to understand sort of like the magnitude of what we have here and what it can or can't, what it will do fully deployed. Thank you. Thank you.
Be clear, this is only residential. That doesn't count our small businesses or nonprofits, right? And so in terms of the amplitude, to try to use an electric word, of opportunity, I think looking at that terrible chart, we've got to be addressing all of it at once, right?
You do, Senator, but they're talking right now about this particular piece and this
Totally.
piece and the incentive that we're putting onto it. And so just trying to understand what that's going to mean as far as the amount of energy we're going to be able to supply. Thank you.
Thank you. I was just trying to mess up your math because.
You got the number?
Yes. You have something for us?
Yeah, so Brett Sproul from the Public Service Commission. As of June 30th, 2022, there are 959 megawatts of solar within the state. And once again, that's as of June 30th, 2022.
Great.
It is the total as of June 30th.
That's a snapshot.
Past year. Snapshot. Yep.
Okay. And do you have a follow-up? Senator Augustine, you want to ask a follow-up? Okay. I see no other questions for these witnesses, so that completes the hearing on, oh, we do, no, sorry. It completes the favorable witnesses, but we do have an unfavorable from Lynn Heller with the Climate Access Fund Corporation. Welcome, Ms. Heller. We can see you and hear you. You may begin.
Wonderful. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair and members of the committee. My name is Lynn Heller. I'm the CEO of the Climate Access Fund, which is a statewide nonprofit green bank that uses innovative finance to increase low-income households' access to solar power. I also serve as the chair of the Maryland League of Conservation Voters, but I am testifying today on behalf of the Climate Access Fund. SB 664 calls for an overwhelming 90% of compliance fees above $5 million to be reserved for rebates for single-family residential solar installations, regardless of income. Given that the majority of Maryland's 450,000 low-income households cannot install solar on their own rooftops, either because they are renters or because their roofs are not in good condition, SB 664 effectively excludes many low-income Marylanders from being able to benefit from alternative compliance funds. This is neither equitable nor just. I fully agree with Senator Feldman that we need to focus public support on rooftop solar, but I would argue that support should be limited to low-income homeowners. And I would argue that it is not accurate to refer to rooftop solar as distinct from community solar. Smaller rooftop community solar projects have the potential to serve many more low-income households per kilowatt and per dollar of public expenditure than single-family residential rooftop solar installations can. And these projects are not financeable without public support. I've spent 5 years deep in the weeds of solar project finance, community solar project finance, and I can assure you that we need, without public support, these projects would not exist. We strongly believe that compliance funds should remain focused on benefiting low-income households and communities through rooftop solar, both single-family residential and community solar. For these reasons, we respectfully request an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Heller. Senator Washington has a question for you.
Hello, Lynn Heller, Mary Washington here. Lynn and I have known each other for a long time. We were founding members of the Baltimore Sustainability Commission. So I've been listening to her good advice and research for many years. So I'm hoping that you can help clarify for me the difference then between community solar and rooftop solar. And particularly when we're talking about, investing or creating more, like building up. So it's my understanding that doing it from a rooftop perspective isn't going to get us there. Let me just tell you what I understand. And that we need, I guess, more space, or we need some way to have more panels in order to really provide for the needs within a urban area. So can you help me unpack that a little bit?
Sure, and good to see you, Senator Washington. I would argue that we need both. We need single family rooftop solar and we need community solar. My green bank focuses exclusively on low income benefit. And so we do not work with higher income Marylanders. For low income benefit, let's say in an underserved community, the biggest bang for your buck is by far going to be, because of economies of scale, as a state, investing public dollars to enable low-income community solar projects on rooftops that are 25, 30, 35,000 square feet at a minimum. There are plenty of those types of rooftops in underserved communities. They benefit many more families than single family residential does. That said, again, for climate purposes, I believe we need both. And so I object to this proposed bill because it will take away from the benefit that is specifically currently in current law, specifically directed towards low-income families, whether it be single family residential or community solar rooftop.
Mm-hmm. So what would be your recommendation if that we have to do both of these? Clearly there's a need for the legislation. So rather than forcing an either or, what would you propose?
What I would propose is a mix. I would propose that of, let's say there's, $80 million of alternative compliance payments in 2023. I would say 70% should be reserved for community solar projects because they have the potential to benefit more low-income families, and 30% be reserved for single family, low-income residential. There are very few, relatively speaking, low-income homeowners that have rooftops that can accommodate solar and that where the ass width, as the other senator was talking about, where it all works. Community solar, there's just simply a lot more potential. So I would recommend a breakdown, and I'd be happy to work with the bill's framers to come up with the appropriate breakdown. That would be
Great, thank
helpful.
you. Thank you for that.
Someone else.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Ms. Heller, just because I did when I saw the LCV testimony, okay, just so I'm clear, because you signed up unfavorable, you don't appear to be objecting to the bill as such as much as the allocation within the bill. I mean, just to clarify, I mean, you could just as easily be saying favorable with amendment and outlining the percentages you just kind of laid out. I mean, just to clarify that.
That's fair. Although the bill doesn't say anything about specifying for the rooftop solar, for the single family residential rooftop solar piece. The bill as currently written doesn't say anything about limiting it to low and moderate income families. So that's why I opted to object entirely rather than to be favorable with amendments. If we could make major amendments so that it would A, be only focused on low income benefit, and B, that there would be a breakdown between rooftop community solar and rooftop single family residential, again for low income, then that you're correct, then I would not object. And I do want to reiterate, this is the testimony of the Climate Access Fund. The Maryland League of Conservation Voters has its own testimony. They are consistent with each other.
I apologize because you're right, because I'm actually looking at the LCV and you mentioned you're on the chairman of the board of LCV. So, okay, because their testimony really reads more like about the allocation. I do apologize. Okay, thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Questions for Ms. Heller. So thank you for your testimony and thank you for your expertise. That completes the hearing on Senate Bill 664. Thanks to all the witnesses and advocates for that. The next bill, we are going to hear from Senator Reedy with Senate Bill 733, Carroll County Senators. We have Senator Reedy, and then we have the wonderful Katie Berry from Carroll County, who is online and driving, it looks like. I hope you are being safe. But
She's
if
not
we
driving. She's
okay,
not- for the record, she is not driving.
good.
Madam Vice
Hey,
Chair.
good. All right, Senator Reedy, welcome. The bill is Carroll County Commissioner Districts alterations. Welcome back to EQuad.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, and I'll resist the urge to offer some thoughts about solar and nuclear power. I'll just get right into my testimony. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. This is a local bill introduced by the Carroll County Senators. Senate Bill 733 will make small alterations to the boundaries of Carroll County Commissioner districts. We have commissioners by district in Carroll County. We have 5 single member commissioner districts inside Carroll County. This was brought to us by our Carroll County Board of Elections, though. I know redistricting, we know occasionally politics can intrude into redistricting. This is not anything to do with the makeup of the districts. It has to do with concerns that were really not identified until after our county had its process. We had congressional redistricting, and then we had state-led redistricting, which took a while, as you all know. So when everything was completed in the spring of 2022, we found some problems that now the board would like to try to address. I'm going to say them very quickly. We're trying to fix 3 main problems. First, there's an issue with voter privacy and secrecy of the ballot. I'll try to explain our local redistricting process with census tracts were used in an effort to try to balance communities and bring some communities together that had been split before. But because we did that months before the state legislative districts, which also use census tracts, we had some weird little precincts that in one case in particular, there are only 6 registered voters in the precinct. So if only 1 or 2 people vote, it would be very easy to figure out maybe who they voted for. And some of the other precincts are not quite that small, but they're pretty small. So there's that concern. And so precinct 7-008 in our county is the one with 6 registered voters. The second issue with the current map is identifying polling places, and this is an administrative issue for our and an expense issue for our local board. Under Maryland law, physical polling places must be within a precinct or in an adjacent precinct, which I think we all agree with. But some of the current precincts, as I've mentioned, are so small it was impossible to find a polling place within the precinct boundaries. Additionally, the administrative office and warehouse really do not have enough space in Carroll County to hold all the equipment and supplies for 52 precincts. We used to have 36, and now we have 52. So it's a bit much. Then the final issue is having 1 ballot style per precinct results in many more supplies than they've ever had before. And again, it's because you get these weird spots where they're in District 42C, but also Commissioner District 4 and then Commissioner District 5 and District 5. So it gets very complicated. So we are trying to just merge 8 precincts into neighboring precincts. It does involve moving a few people. It ends up amounting to several hundred people shifting commissioner districts total in the whole county. But it's not a large number of voters. It does not change the makeup or the the balance of everything is still within the plus or minus 5% amount of people in each precinct. And it does not change the partisan makeup in any way. So I ask for your support. I'm happy to answer any questions. Miss Berry is also on my panel, but she's virtual if you'd like her to share a few words.
Katie Berry, are you still available? Welcome. You have up to 2 minutes. Good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Catherine Berry. I'm the election director at the Carroll County Board of Elections. And you do have my written testimony, and it does outline a lot of what Senator Reedy has already covered. So I would just say me too, and I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee has on these particular issues. So thank you.
Yes, Senator Augustine.
Thank you. So Senator, I'm just trying to understand, so because we go through a pretty extensive process when we are placing people into different districts. One, does this change anyone at anyone's state districts? So it does not?
No, it does not.
Okay,
we were careful we cannot do that. We were careful not to do
Okay,
that.
so you knew that you couldn't change
congressional or state.
You can't change, and so those are not changed. And is it that in Carroll County, that you are able to move people around without within this process that you're doing now? There's not like some disclosures or something like that need to occur at the county or the county council or anything like that?
We have had a local public hearing and put out information following that as well, so that people also could be aware. I don't know if Katie, if you would be able to comment on what you will do to notify people if and when we pass this.
Yeah, it is just for my information.
No, I understand
what you all are doing inside of Carroll. I'm sorry. Did you want to answer that, Ms. Berry? That question?
There's a process, I know. Yeah.
Yes, so if the bill passes, then the board members that brought this to our delegation will post a public meeting notice, and it would be a official polling place change notice. So we would allow for public comment. We would have a board meeting to discuss where the voters would be moving to. And then the voters would subsequently be notified by voter notification card as soon as the changes are made. And then that would be followed up with a sample ballot, of course, before the presidential election. And so it would be done in a reasonable amount of time this summer, and everyone would have that public notice in advance.
So the only follow-up that I have on this, Senator, is that I know that in my jurisdiction, the Board of Elections doesn't make these decisions. They receive them from the entity that is responsible for the assignment of the precincts and of the people. So for, Board of Education, it comes from the state. For, councilmanic, it comes from the county. I just find it interesting. That's all that I'm asking. It just seems interesting to me that your Board of Elections is able to move people. I mean,
well, they're not without this bill. They had to come through our delegation.
Okay.
We're a commissioner form of government.
We're a
So
commission
we're a
form.
commissioner form of government.
Okay,
Yeah, so
that
we're
helps me. So it's a different form of government. So in the commission form, that's why you have to come here.
And let me say this. I did, when Katie Berry brought this to us or as a delegation, we didn't really approach it. First I was hesitant to want to do it because we established the districts, they're the districts. But and I can provide, if you're curious, more maps to show the situation. But to me, the witness, for me personally, not speaking for the whole delegation, although the delegation did support this unanimously, but it's moving a small number of people, and the concerns about privacy I thought were very real. Even because is it ideal? No, but in a perfect world, maybe we could have. It would have been nice to. redistricting would be nice if redistricting was different in a lot of ways, but because of the state process taking so long and that's where we ended up. So we're just trying to correct the issue, but I understand your questions.
Yeah, and I'm grateful for this. And I wasn't thinking about the fact that it was a commission. So that's important. That's an important distinction from the others. Finally, the first map, was it done the same way? And it just like more cleanup? So did the Board of Elections do the first map and then send that map up here for us to do because we had to pass it, obviously, like you said, at the state level? And if not, then where did the original map come from?
The original map, the map that was passed was a product of two things. The county commissioners establish every 10 years a redistricting commission that makes a recommendation to our delegation.
Okay.
And they made a recommendation. We adjusted their recommendation because they thought that they couldn't break up precincts, and we kind of agreed we would do it. We put a map out to the public. We got public input on both maps. We went with the other map, and then we passed that in December in the special session, or November, December, whenever that was. And then, obviously, then the state legislative process took over, and what we were trying to do in our county, not to get way in the weeds, because I know it's a long day, but we had communities that really are paired communities in how they've been. But for 10 years, the original commissioner district map, we didn't have commissioner districts till 2010. The original map, basically there were some split apart communities, and we were trying to get everybody together, but also not split other communities up into 3 commissioner districts. It's, you know how these things go. And so we were trying to, and we got great public feedback on the map we did. That, hey, this is great. We mostly kept communities together as much as possible, and then we went through the whole process. We had the state legislative map, and candidly in Carroll County, the 42C5 thing, we have a lot of jagged edges there for a variety of reasons that were not my call, and so it ended up with this weird, this couple of weird, about 6 precincts, I think, that are really a weird configuration, and we're just trying to make these adjustments. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Augustine. I have 3 quick things. One, I want to note that this is proposed as an emergency bill. And so I'm assuming there's an urgency that the Board of Elections needs more time to make the shifts or something, but I don't know if you want to speak to that. Second, I see the voting list and stuff, but you realize that the delegation does need to submit a letter for our
I thought
file.
you had a letter. We'll be sure you have one.
There's
this
testimony
afternoon.
from you, Senator Reedy, on your letterhead, but if there is, it's not in the online folder yet. So,
Okay,
so
we'll
if you
get
can just
that
make
all
sure council has that.
We'll get that all taken care of. Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you. And then the last thing, I want to give a public shout out to the Department of Legislative Services proofreaders, because this bill is so technical. And if anyone's looking at it, it's all numbers and plats and all that. And I don't know how anyone would find a typo in that. So props to them and their work. And Senator Hester has a question.
Thank you very much. I was just curious if the commissioners had written a letter of support.
That's a great question. I don't believe they have any opposition to this. But doesn't look like they have. I can inquire if they'd like to weigh in and support. Yeah. They were present at the public hearing, but they didn't feel it was frankly, they didn't feel it was I think they didn't weigh in at the public hearing because they didn't feel like they wanted to weigh in because it's their districts. But if I could certainly ask if they'll send something supportive, or at least letting them know they have no opposition, maybe would be more clear. Yeah.
Although as a general proposition, it's like county council members weighing, like, we only care what the delegations down here have to say on.
Well, I understand, but I
issues,
understand the question.
It's
though, yeah.
definitely,
Yeah.
it would be helpful.
On this bill. So thank you, Senator Reedy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Be safe. And that completes the hearing on Senate Bill 733, passing it back to the chair.
Okay, we're going to now turn to energy storage, and we've got Senator Augustine on Senate Bill 697. And I've got 4 sponsored panelists I'm going to bring up to the table. Isaac Meyer. Mr. Meyer, Isaac, come on up here. Maura Cyphers, Julian Boggs, and Nitzen Goldberger. Those are the 4 sponsored panelists. And then we have one other person signed up for information purposes only. Okay, Senator Augustine.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Senator Malcolm Augustine here on behalf of Senate Bill 697, Energy Storage Targets and Maryland Energy Storage Program established. Colleagues, this bill requires the Public Service Commission to establish the Maryland Energy Storage Program and set targets for the deployment of new energy storage devices in the state. let's start with like, what exactly is energy storage? Energy storage powers our daily lives. We use energy storage all the time in our with all that we do. Batteries, right? That's what we're talking about here. Batteries, just like the batteries in our phones, computers, and other electronic devices. And it charges just like your phone does. And that's really what we're talking about here. Energy storage. And a real example of that are batteries. Why should we be doing these targets? We need to enact these energy storage deployment targets because our state, as we established with Climate Solutions Now, we have every intention of being leaders in the space of greenhouse gas emissions. And this is going to be part of how that works out by enhancing our long-term grid reliability and lowering energy costs for our ratepayers. Energy storage enables clean, efficient, resilient, and affordable electric grid. It is. It's a best practice on particular states who have enacted these really strong clean energy goals. This really will support that. Now, what are we actually going to do with this bill? We're going to set a 10-year deployment target. So we know that we're moving forward with renewables. We know that we got to do this. What this says is, okay, let's create a 10-year deployment plan. And what that will do is those targets will allow for much better planning from our electric utility for their system planning, which is going to be extremely important. It also authorizes the Public Service Commission to develop a procurement plan for that power and provide adequate resources to the state agency to support energy storage programs. We heard earlier from PJM that they really concentrated on first they concentrated mainly on reliability. That's like their big thing, reliability. They talk about capacity, and then they talk about the energy markets. And if you look at sort of like what's ahead for those two things, it's solar and it is storage. But we know that we have to encourage and make sure that these, which meet our climate goals, are going to also be able to work from a financial standpoint. So what are the benefits of this energy storage? It's going to, as I mentioned, it's going to enable our clean energy transition and work on our grid reliability. But it's also going to end up saving our ratepayers money in the long term through energy costs. Because when you store energy, and if you're able to store that energy at a price where the electricity is lower, and then you discharge it later on at times of higher demand, you're able to actually reduce our overall costs in the process. So that's the reason why that energy storage is going to be very, very important for us. The other thing is that we want to be leaders in this space. Because this really can support local economies and family supporting jobs. This is where this wants to go, but we want to make sure that we are starting and we're in that process of being able to do that to benefit from some of of what's happening in the United States with regard to some of the incentives that are there, but that also this has the potential for creating 60,000 jobs nationwide, companies who are on this leading edge of this technology. And so, of course, we want to make sure that we have a significant number of that here in Maryland. So the thing about this is, let's talk a little bit more about the lowering of costs and also sort of like the role of energy in our new system of power. Because we are going to have, we're going to need to have power. We're going to need to have power. And right now, wind and solar are really the cheapest sources of electricity, okay? And so we're already moving in that direction. We already know that, even it's not just coal plants that are being decommissioned, even the cost of natural gas due to some things that are going on, even there, that has also become more expensive. And so there is more and more movement towards solar and wind. But as you all know, I mean, those are intermittent sources. Okay, so as intermittent sources, we do need a way to hold on to portions of the power so that we're able to use it at those times when we need it. And that's also going to reduce energy waste, because obviously, if those renewables are generating power and then we're not using them, we're not able to hold on to it versus being able to have the ability to store that power and discharge it when we really need it. That's also going to, obviously, that's the reason why this is a part of the capacity market, and the capacity market, of course, being the where we have capacity, as it says, so that if there is a surge in the need for electricity, or if a source goes down, this energy is on standby and ready to go, to be able to make sure that we have grid reliability. So this really fits quite nicely into that, and will help us to minimize power outages, as we no longer have basically natural gas, because one of the advantages of natural gas is that you really can turn it right on. You can turn it right on and boom, you got power right there, which we know you really, I mean, you just got to be intellectually honest. That's not happening with wind and solar. So that's where we feel that we really do want to make sure that we have this storage to be able to make sure that we're able to meet these peak capacity demands, and to meet our grid reliability requirements. Now, what I will share with you all is that we have been working, you're going to hear from my panel, obviously, but also know that, I mean, I'm sure you guys have gotten a sense of this now. I try to work with people before who have some issues and concerns, maybe that they'd like to hear. And we did hear some. We've heard some from, for example, from the utilities. And we have worked with them, and you will find in your packet there are a couple of amendments that do make some changes. One is technical, just changing from megawatt hours to megawatts. That's neither, that's just technical. But we did also make clearer definitions of what energy storage devices are. And by doing so, it also sort of opens up exactly what we're talking about with regard to energy storage. And another, we also did an amendment that also looked to clarify within the program for procurement of the wind. I'm sorry, storage. I'm getting a little mixed up here. That in the plan for the procurement of the program, that we added some flexibility, and then also struck some certain specialty requirements, like power purchase agreements, because there was some unreadiness with being so specific with that. And so we did put in some flexibility into the program for procurement of the 3,000 megawatts, and moved that around a little bit. Now, we also have heard, I heard very late from the PSC, who did participate in some of these conversations, and they too were asking as well, and I received it, but we haven't yet digested it, but we'll be obviously considering it. In essence, some more flexibility on the development of the program for the 3,000 megawatts, to make sure it's cost effective. So like, if we can't do this in a cost effective way to achieve the target of the 3,000, then we want to make sure that we're able to set what we can do in a cost effective way, but we still need to be aggressive. We need to be aggressive. We need to lead. And that's what this bill does. And I would ask for you all to consider a favorable report with the amendments, and I'll turn it on to the panel. Thank you.
Okay, do you have a sequence, Senator, as to?
We'll start with Moira, if that's okay.
Okay, sure.
Okay, go on,
Happy to kick
Ms.
it off.
Cyphers, tell us your name, and then each of you has 2 minutes.
Great. Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. I'm Maura Cyphers with the American Clean Power Association. ACP has brought together land-based wind, offshore wind, utility scale solar, energy storage, and transmission to build the nation's largest renewable energy association. We are really grateful to Senator Augustine for bringing this legislation, which the primary goal accomplishes two things. One, it creates a 3,000 megawatt target over 10 years. And with the amendments, gives the PSC really some maximum flexibility in program design. We think that energy storage is going to be absolutely critical to an efficient and clean electric grid. Maryland's energy policy goals, 50% renewable by 2030, plus the addition of climate solutions now, means that we need to start looking for clean capacity sources to back up, like the senator said, making sure we have that baseload capacity. So right now, historically, we have been filling that with natural gas, which is a primary greenhouse gas contributor. And also we've seen the costs rise exponentially. With the addition of enormous federal benefits from the Inflation Reduction Act. The projected cost of energy storage has come down so significantly that we think we'll be able to be competitive in the future. And we look forward to reviewing the amendment from the PSC about that off-ramp or that cost competitiveness, because we certainly don't want to be putting additional burdens on ratepayers. But if you look at the levelized cost of energy, wind and solar are the cheapest forms of electric generation in the nation. And so when you add storage to that, that means you are creating low cost, carbon-free, affordable energy that you can then deploy at peak times. So it's really enhancing affordability, it's enhancing reliability by providing the important backup that homeowners and businesses need. So we ask for your favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, why don't you just hand the mic to your left?
All right. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, almost evening, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. My name is Nitzan Goldberger. I'm the Director of Policy and Business Development for New Leaf Energy. We're a developer of solar and energy storage, both distributed generation and large scale. And we're headquartered in Boston with 160 employees, but we do have 20 employees in the Mid-Atlantic region. I'm personally a Prince George's County resident, so I was very happy to see Senator Augustine put forward this very important piece of legislation, and I'm really pleased to be here to support it today. I believe this is exactly the right time, the right policy for this legislative body to consider at this point. When Maryland first embarked on storage policies in 2017, it was a first mover, but since then, 9 states have passed energy storage targets, and they are, multiple gigawatts often. And so what that means is that developers such as my company, when they're looking around to see where to invest capital and human resources, we are pulled in different directions. And so this energy storage target sends an important market signal that tells the development community in the storage industry that they will get a return on investment by coming to Maryland. And I think that is very important. I'll conclude my remarks by saying something that I know this committee knows very, very well, which is that PJM's market rules and products are not entirely aligned with the state of Maryland's clean energy and environmental goals. And as a result, if we'd like to see non-fossil fuel emitting capacity available online in order to handle the growing intermittent and renewable resources that are coming online in the coming decades, we really need to set forward an energy storage target that makes sure that those resources are there for us. So I respectfully request a favorable report for this bill. Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Meyer.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Isaac Meyer, Senior Manager of Government Affairs for EDP Renewables. Before I get the question, EDP Renewables, EDP stands for Energias de Portugal. It's a Portuguese utility. We are the North American subsidiary that does renewable energy development here. So I just want to get that out for the Vice Chair in advance. Thank you for the opportunity to support Senate Bill 697. Thank you, Senator Augustine. Thank you to the committee for your leadership on this critical issue to help Maryland meet its clean energy goals. Energy storage technology safely captures and stores energy to be used at a later time on demand. The mechanism enhances reliability, reduces costs, and increases grid resilience. EDPR has developed more than 8,200 megawatts of utility scale solar and wind across the US. That's 58 wind farms and 9 solar parks. But developing battery storage technology is a top priority for us. That's both standalone storage, where it's pulling energy directly off the grid and deploying it at time when it's most needed, but also co-locating it next to a wind or a solar farm. Deploying energy storage at scale is the key to converting intermittent renewable energy generating units into around-the-clock base load generation, ensuring we have the energy when the customers demand it most. And what I'm really saying is that changes the characteristic profile of renewable energy from intermittent to what might look more like a natural gas or a coal facility, but without any of the greenhouse gas emissions that come with it. So with that, thank you for the opportunity to share our support of this legislation, and look forward to urging a favorable report.
Hey, sir.
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee. My name is Julian Boggs. I'm the Senior Manager for Regulatory Affairs at Key Capture Energy. We are a developer, owner, and operator of large-scale energy storage systems. So when we're talking, and a lot of us work here in the large scale industry, when we're talking about large scale, grid scale, utility battery systems, we're not serving a specific customer. We're not at somebody's home, or we're not even at a business facility. We're directly connected to the grid. And we earn our revenue. Our business model is to participate directly in the wholesale markets that are operated by PJM, the grid operator. And it's through participating in these wholesale markets that, one, we obviously make money, but two, we receive the signals to and receive the direction to do all the useful things that we need to do to support the energy transition. So the first and really the primary thing that most storage does when it's deployed at scale is to shift energy from periods of low demand when electricity is cheap to periods of high demand when electricity is expensive, particularly when you add more solar, which, as Senator Augustine mentioned, is free. That is going to be associated with price. So we're going to charge during those low priced hours when there's extra solar, discharge when the sun sets. We also approve reliability and grid stability. These services are currently provided by coal plants mostly, and also gas plants. So we would displace those in providing grid reliability and stability. We get paid for that, and support resource adequacy through the capacity markets, which our sponsor also mentioned. So we'll just sum up that by recommending the committee offer a favorable report for Senate Bill 697.
Okay, thank you to the entire panel. Questions for the panel, any of the panelists or the sponsor, Senator Augustine? Okay, Senator Carosa.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to go back to the Maryland Energy Administration letter of information, where it highlights the expense of $2.75 billion. Kind of a theme that some of these proposals have a high price tag, and again, to try to give you the opportunity to address that.
Well, Senator, I'm gonna have to circle back to talk to you about that, because I looked at the other testimony. I didn't think that I needed to actually look honestly, specifically at that one with regard to the costs that they've associated. What I will share with you, though, is that we do know that there's a significant amount of federal dollars that are out there that we will seek to access to achieve, to make sure that this is that we achieve the storage capacity we want. Plus, as you've heard, we already have had conversations about making sure that anything that we do will be, we're going to work on an off-ramp to make sure that it is cost competitive to do so. Sure.
Okay, any additional questions for the panel? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. We have one additional witness, Benjamin Baker, signed up just information only. Mr. Baker, why don't you come up from the Public Service Commission? And letter of testimony of information. You've got 2 minutes, but since you're from the Public Service Commission, we may give you some latitude. You really impress us with your knowledge and all that kind of thing.
Thank you, Chairman. Hello, Chairman. Ms. Vice Chair and Senators, thank you for your time. My name is Benjamin Baker, Senior Commissioner Advisor with the Commission, presenting informational testimony. The Commission is neutral and will happily enact whatever legislation is passed, but the Commission does believe 2 changes to this legislation will improve it. One is to limit the deployment of energy storage to only cost-effective resources. And 2, we would appreciate additional time to develop the requested energy storage program. We have engaged in productive discussions with the bill sponsor, and we thank him for his time so far. First, the proposed targets may be aggressive, and the bill does not allow the Commission to require that the storage installations are economic and cost beneficial for ratepayers. The proposed legislation should be amended to afford the Commission discretion to only permit the deployment of cost-effective energy storage. Second, the Commission requests additional time to develop the program. Commission anticipates conducting a case or rulemaking to create the required program. And there are novel aspects to it, such as the energy storage credit market. July 1st, 2024 start date is too quick for such development. Also, the commission is conducting an energy storage pilot as required by previous legislation that will not be concluded until 2026. There is information being gathered from these pilots that would be useful for the program's development. Ideally, the program could be delayed until 2026 to utilize this information, but a delay until 2025 is necessary to develop the program. Thank you for your time, and I'm available for questions.
Okay, thank you. Senator Augustine.
Thank you for that information. And I know that you know that we're working with you on this. Would you agree that the pilot is actually at a scale that's a little bit smaller than what we're talking about?
Much
Sort of-
smaller. Yeah, that is
kind of like apples and oranges for what we're talking about. And so therefore, this is a little bit different than what the pilot is doing.
It is different, yes. I mean, it's full. I would say this is taking the pilot and, well, I mean, a pilot would be an aspect to inform it, but this is different. This is going.
That's all
full
that
scale.
I'm asking. I mean, the pilot
Yes.
really is a much smaller scale sort of thing versus really utility scale storage, which is what this is contemplating doing for the state of Maryland.
Right,
Would you
yes.
agree?
Yes,
Thank you.
it's bigger.
Okay, any additional questions for Mr. Baker? Seeing none. That concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 697. We're going to next turn to Senate Bill 613, Senator Brooks. And you've got two actual separate sponsor panels.
Yes, I do, Chair.
Okay, we're going to start with sponsor panel 1, Rob Garagiola, Kimberly Armstrong, Charlie Cogshaw, and Laurel Peltier. Yes.
Okay, I need one more. I need only 1, 2. Kimberly Armstrong.
Hey, Senator, I think I just spotted your
Fourth
fourth
one?
panelist.
Oh, okay.
She's going to come up here.
All right.
Take a seat. In the meantime, you could proceed with Senate Bill 613 presentation. Okay.
All righty. Thanks, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of my great committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you on SB 613 as Community Solar Energy Generation System Program. The purpose of this bill is to make community solar a permanent part of the Maryland solar energy portfolio and include other improvements to the program. Yeah. Over 7 years ago, Maryland was a trailblazer by bringing being one of the first states to embrace community solar and to enact the enactment of community solar energy pilot program. Today, approximately half of the states and the District of Columbia have laws that support community solar. Without enactment of this legislation this session, Maryland pilot program is scheduled to sunset, leaving a substantial disruption to the community solar deployment market. SB 613 as amended has the support of the community solar development community, environmental community, low and moderate income advocates, consumer groups, and many others. Now, simply, what this bill does, the basic concept is very, very simple. It allowed relatively small solar projects to be built, and households then purchase low-cost energy from them and expand solar capacity benefits to the entire community. Each community solar projects can provide solar to several hundred homes, So the purpose, if we're going to meet those goals that we have planned, now this bill will assist us into doing that. Yeah. Community solar providers, homeowners, renters, and businesses have equal access to the economic and environmental benefits of solar energy generation, regardless of where they live and their income level. SB 616 ensures that all Marylanders who pay their own utility bill can subscribe to most community solar projects as long as the project is in their utility service area, BGE, Pepco, et cetera. Community solar creates jobs, generates economic activity, and increases local revenue. Subscribers of community solar will save money on their electric bill. In addition, community solar will also reduce peak demands of electricity during when the cost is highest and the demand is greater. Finally, passage of this legislation will attract investors and leverage billions of federal dollars for renewable energy development in Maryland. For that reason, I request a favorable report. And I'll go, Mr. Chair, I'll select from my panel as in the order that is listed there. Charlie, you want to go first? Yes.
Okay, tell us your name, and everybody's got 2 minutes each.
Yep. Thank you, Senator Brooks, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of this committee. My name is Charlie Coggeshall. I'm the Mid-Atlantic Regional Director for Coalition for Community Solar Access. I reside in North Carolina, but I was born and raised in Maryland in Montgomery County. CCSA is a national trade association with over 100 member organizations that are engaged in competitive community renewable markets across the country. And we've been an active stakeholder in the implementation of this state, Maryland's community solar pilot program. I'm providing this testimony in support of Senator Brooks' Senate Bill 613. The most important aspect of this legislation is the removal of the pilot status of the program and associated sunset date of 2024. As the program enters its 7th and final year, the sunset is effectively a cliff. These projects involve long-term investments that rely on market certainty, and without that, development will halt, pulling the rug out from under an industry and market that has spent nearly a decade getting established. But beyond this urgency, there is enormous opportunity. SB 613 leverages the momentum and lessons learned from the pilot program, as well as experience gained from other markets. At the national level, community solar has grown exponentially since 2015. It's been embraced not only by states, but by the federal government as well. And SB 613 unlocks the best of community solar. It achieves a trifecta of policy goals for Maryland, including equity, energy, and economy. It ensures solar, and particularly electricity cost savings, are accessible to all customers, especially those that need it most. It gives Maryland an important tool in meeting its clean energy targets, of which the state needs help. And it leverages newly extended federal tax incentives under the Inflation Reduction Act to provide Maryland with homegrown energy that results in economic benefits, not only to subscribing customers, but also to the localities where these projects are built. SB 613 is essential legislation in 2023. We look forward to working with Senator Brooks, Chair Feldman, members of this committee, and all interested parties in moving this important bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon, or good evening, almost. Thank you for Senator Brooks for sponsoring this bill. And I'd like to say thank you to the Chair and Vice Chair and committee members. I'm in support of this bill, Senate Bill 613. My name is Kimberly Armstrong, and I'm the program director for Solar United Neighbors, a nonprofit that assists with helping people to get solar. However, we focus on homeowners with rooftop solar, but we also educate around community solar. And I'm playing 2 hats here because I also am a community solar subscriber, but I also have rooftop solar, and I live in Baltimore City. Currently, I'm speaking from 2 different aspects, but what community solar and having rooftop solar has done for me, being a single parent with a daughter still living at home and also my grandson, has helped me to reduce my energy bill significantly. So if you look at saving $40 or $50 a month, that's $40 or $50 a month that I could be using to put in my gas or putting food on the table. So even though I'm the program director and I help people to go solar, I'm also talking from a personal aspect as well. I've had rooftop solar for about maybe 4 or 5, maybe about 5 or 6 years, and it reduced my solar. Then, however, I don't have enough roof space to offset all of my energy. So that's why I have community solar as well. So I'm getting a lot of big bang for my bucks. And I wish that Senator Watson was still here, because I would like to address some of the questions that he was asking around having the solar capacity. But personally, there have been several times that I've used subsidies such as energy assistance in my past, which has helped me reduce my energy bills. But also there's a lot of people in the same kind of predicament that have to use government assistance to help them offset their energy bill. So one of the ways that we can help to reduce that is by allowing them to be a part of community solar. So I'm in favor of this bill because it helps everyone.
Okay, thank you. Why don't we?
Good afternoon. I am Laurel Peltier. Hello, Chairman and Committee. I am here on behalf of AARP Maryland. I'm also the Chair of Energy Advocates, and our goal is to reduce utility bills for low income. And this is a terrific tactical bill. I don't know if you know this, but in the low income utility segment, there's 400,000 houses and households, and over 45%, about 45% are seniors. There is a component of community solar that is a real deal for people to lower their utility bills, which are very high. But I also want to talk from personal experience, because I felt the best way to learn about low income energy was to help low income families. And I volunteered 2 hours a week in District 43 at Gedco Cares. So every single week, I help families with their BG&E bills, low income senior families. There's a whole bunch of things I suggest, obviously energy assistance, look for retail suppliers. But what we always try and offer is community solar, because it can be a 25% discount off your electricity bill. And that's a big deal. But there's a big problem. Low income families tend to be underbanked. So when you do community solar, one of the first things a subscriber asks you for is a credit card or a debit card. And I can tell you, most of the families I help, they sort of look at me and they're like, sure, they don't have it. And then secondly, I'll say, well, do you want to give your checking account? Because we need to do part of the charges on there. And there's just no way. There's a big piece of this bill, which is consolidated billing, very, very important for the low income segment, so that seniors can access these discounts, but also access clean energy. It really is a twofer. So thank you for a favorable report, and happy to answer any questions.
Great. Rob Gargiello with Compass Advocacy here on behalf of CCSA and CHESA. Thank you, Senator, for introducing the bill, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. This is, really, I want to highlight just 4 points. We've had a pilot program for 7 years. It expires next year. We have to make this program permanent. We're at that juncture now. If we don't take action this year, there are going to be problems with continuing this program in Maryland. So as a first order of business, we have to make this program permanent this year. When Maryland embarked on this 7 years ago, we were on the vanguard. We were one of the first states to pursue community solar. There are 25 states now with programs. There are 40 states that have community solar in them. It's out there, and we're trying to bring the Maryland program to the present. Number two, the LMI. There is a 40% requirement on the developers to have subscribers, people who would use the community solar, be low and moderate income. That's a new feature. This bill does that. So it makes it permanent, and it says we have to meet, and it's on the developers, 40% LMI. The consolidated billing is an important tool in getting to that. Third, the bill does nothing with respect to community solar and ag. We've heard some concerns. That doesn't change with this bill. But what this bill does do is it actually promotes areas other than ag, like parking decks, brownfields, rooftops, through co-location. In addition, with respect to ag, it promotes what's called agrivoltaics. And what that means is you're going to have crops on solar panels with stilts. And so there's incentives to do things that are either other than ag or agrivoltaics, which we think is pretty important. Finally, what I would say is there are a number of the Public Service Commission and others that have prepared and suggest amendments. We're actually working very closely with them. And I think we're very close, I would say in a matter of days, of hopefully closing the gap and resolving those issues to put together a package that this committee can advance. Thank you, and happy to answer any questions.
Okay, Senator Augustine.
Mr. Chair, I'm just trying to get my arms around, thank you, Laurel, for all the work when we work together on these things on behalf of low-income Marylanders. I'm grateful for that. I'm trying to get my arms around, I need for you all to explain to me how we are so certain that it will be necessarily a positive with the LMI. Is there, in the sense that, yeah, can you just answer that? Because that's not my recollection of how the current program would, I mean, it's got to make money. So if the costs are higher, it's been my experience that there are those instances where, and it's a choice, you choose to become a part of community solar, where just depending on the circumstance, it may well be that the costs made by other fluctuation and other costs, it might be higher than something else. And that was an understood feature of any sort of power program. Is how is that different?
So, yeah, in addressing that, Senator, there's LMI requirements in the existing pilot. They're convoluted and challenging to deal with. The LMI requirement in this bill, which basically says across the board, 40%, it is a mandate on the developers. 40% of their subscribers, the people who would use this, will have to be LMI. So it sets that in statute. Consolidated billing is going to be a tool to facilitate that, and I'm happy to talk about that. But essentially, as others on the panel testified, it will be 20, I think we heard 25% savings on electric bills. Okay, I can try to address that. So it seems like, how can that be? Look, with power, there's the generation, but there's also the commodity. And so if it's a coal, fire plant, there's the plant, and there were costs that were borne by ratepayers and others to build that plant. Well, we also pay for the commodity of coal for that plant. Same with natural gas. The great news with solar, and with community solar in particular, is once you have the generating facility constructed, which is 5 megawatts with some exceptions that I mentioned earlier to promote non-ag areas and agrivoltaics, you're getting some economies of scale, and the sun is the commodity. So once it's constructed, you're essentially amortizing that over 20, 25, 30 years. You can fix that rate. And it actually is a reduction on subscribers' electricity bills overall in total.
But this assumes, though, right? I mean, because it is a commodity. So like right now, I understand it, because right now the cost of natural gas has gone up. And so, it's higher right now than it would be. But let's say the market changes and it drops, or the market changes or rather when we get more wind, and the wind is lower.
So there's no mandate that the subscriber buy it. There's no mandate that any Marylander becomes a subscriber.
No, I understand that, but what I'm saying is you're making the argument in here that this is necessarily good for low and moderate income individuals. I'm challenging that just based on an understanding of how this mechanism actually works. It may work that way often. I'm just saying that it does depend on the cost of other energy. I mean, it's still a market-driven thing. Part of the reason why I'm saying this is this, and Laurel knows this a lot. I get really worried, right, when we start doing things and people and we don't have protections. Okay. So what I mean by that is you start selling folks on, the low income folks become a target for this, but then there's certain fees and there's this and there's that, because we've observed that in other places. And so without something that sort of specifically points to the fact that it's going to save them, I'm just a little dubious. That's the only thing that I'm hearing. I'm willing to talk to you about it offline, but I've asked that question about sort of understanding that as how this works. And I am supportive. I'm not saying I'm not supportive of community solar. I'm just trying to understand how this works inside of that.
Can you try to maybe
just
Senator,
briefly.
if I could say, Senator, it's a given that we know that costs of fuel, fossil fuel, those costs are going to go up. At least with solar, it's going to be more like a fixed cost. That's if there's a less volatility in anything, it would be this.
Yeah, I don't
And-
necessarily agree with that, Senator. I mean, there is a crisis that's impacted the cost of natural gas. It's made it higher than it is, but there's a lot of capture. Not that we want to use it, but there's a lot of actual natural gas that is actually available. We don't want to use that stuff, but I'm just challenging the fact that, that's necessarily going to always be the case. That's all that I'm saying. That's all. I'm
Yeah,
saying.
well, if we were to look at the current project right now, the pilot program already has have successfully over 60 community solar projects that are already serving more than 10,000 people. Yeah, Maryland families with more than 200 additional projects in development. So
And Senator, no one has paid more than standard offer service for any of that power. I don't think you can make that assertion.
Well, maybe I can, but
I
it's
think that's probably a
predicted.
fair assertion, actually,
Yeah.
but
That's not
this
what
is-
I've learned, but
with
okay.
community solar is different than retail. It's not confuse the two.
Sure.
Retail supply is different and there've been,
Absolutely.
but with community solar, and Charlie is the Mid-Atlantic director, the developer that can talk to this, but my understanding is it is always less. That's the model. So it's a discount that ratepayers get. And if Charlie, if you
Yeah,
can address.
I can speak just, CCSA, we represent really the competitive community solar industry, where third parties can compete against each other. Projects are not bankable or financeable unless there's a high confidence that savings will be distributed to those customers that are participating in a project. Otherwise, it's too risky from an investor standpoint. This is, as Rob was saying, these are high upfront capital cost investments. And they're big bank kind of investors that are behind those projects. They're not going to have the confidence to support the project if they're not sure what's going to happen. If the volatility looks too high in the future, and there's examples of this happening in other markets. California's prior program, way too kind of volatile of a compensation rate. No projects were developed there. But Maryland, there's a bankability confidence that the retail rate is not going to change that much over the next 20, 30, 40 years. If anything, it's probably going to go up a little bit. That's the bulk of the kind of compensation for these projects. There's also the solar renewable energy certificates that you can get with it too. That's another piece of the sort of bankability. So I'll just say, for the projects will not be pursued unless the developers have total confidence that they will be able to distribute savings to the customers. And from a LMI standpoint, it is more expensive to do 40% LMI. That there's a higher kind of customer acquisition cost. There's more trust building that has to happen there. There's more relationships you probably have to build within the communities to get those customers interested and to be trusting to actually want to subscribe and sign a contract. But the level of risk for the customer is very low. They basically are going to sign up. They can have no upfront, they will have no upfront cost, then they can pull out with no penalty. That's kind of the standard approach, especially for LMI, but really for any type of subscriber. And LMI, is low to moderate income customers. So generally, those customers are going to get a higher percentage kind of discount, higher savings level than the standard customer because it goes farther with them, but also because it helps with the customer acquisition. It makes it more enticing to actually join the project. But it's not an easy feat to have a 40% requirement, but our developers, I can tell you confidently, they're not going to pursue it unless they know they can do it and that savings will be translated for those customers.
Okay, let's go to Senator Washington, then Senator Hester.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. And thank you, Senator Brooks, for this bill. Also, I am enjoying the conversation around concerns about MLI and them being targeted for higher fees and really predatory practices. Because for a number of years, we've been trying to pass legislation around third-party energy suppliers who do not abide by those regulations, right? And so we were able to have it be for just low-income subscribers like a year or so ago. So I guess I wanted to ask, it would be appropriate, and certainly we would be able to, should we pass this, enter in some of those sort of codify or in regulation, some of the protections that we now have for people who are currently on LHIP, I guess, people who are currently on energy assistance are now, if they enter into third-party retail supplier contracts, that they have certain protections, like protecting them against the fees and the high prices, because we know from the data that they already pay, what was it, on average, $500 to $600 more a year? Is that, can I ask?
It's at about 800 more.
It's 800 now, right? So it's good to raise that. So I look forward to us doing it more for third-party energy suppliers. But we can certainly, if we incorporate, we start your bill, we can have those protections locked in to solar. Would you be comfortable with that, Senator?
Yeah, I certainly would, Senator. Certainly would. Yes.
Thank you.
I just wanted to add something. Coming from a community perspective, me and Laurel work a lot in the community, right? So even though I do a lot of rooftop solar, I also educate people about community solar. Now just think about community solar has been around for almost 7 years, right? And there has not been a lot of education or talk around community solar. So how can people participate in something they don't even know exists? And then with the third-party suppliers, right, that have been predatory in a lot of LMI communities, you have to build that trust. So there's education, information, and the way the education is disseminated, number one, and building that trust. I have communities. So I live in Baltimore City. I have gotten the people that knock on my door and asking me for my utility bill. But because I'm in the industry, I understand. So they kind of back away from me. Right. So they don't really even challenge me. But I'm saying all that to say is that, back to Senator Augustine, is that not only does it help me reduce my energy bill, but you have to gain that trust. So when community solar first came about, I was involved with the PSC, and there was no talk about LMI, period. So it has been, it's been evolving. And one of the things that I do when I educate people is that you have a lot of community solar projects, and each one of those projects, the contracts are different. So I also educate them on how to look at the contracts, what to look for. Because when community solar first came out, they had fees that you could opt out. LMI was an afterthought, and now it's a thought because there's money behind it, right? So you got to educate the community about community solar, how it works, how they can participate. And then I show them the proof. I use my electricity bill, right? And I show them how I may be saving $20 or $30 a month, but $20 or $30 a month is a lot for somebody who may need it.
Okay, let's go to Senator Hester. Again, we got a lot of work after this bill and actually on this bill, a lot of witnesses. Senator Hester.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the bill, Senator. I just had a quick question. I know the Farm Bureau has been going back and forth about the definition of agrivoltaics. Would you be willing to work with them on an amendment to your definition?
Yes, I will. I definitely look at that. Yes.
Thank you.
We're working with them.
Okay, any additional questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go to sponsor panel number 2. I've got John Miller, Christian Harbison, Victoria Venable, and Dr. Alfred Bartlett.
Good evening. My name is John Lennon Miller. I live in Woodstock, Howard County. I'm here representing Chaberton Energy, a local developer with our office in North Bethesda, Montgomery County, as well as the Chesapeake Solar and Storage Association, which represents over 120 member companies doing business in Maryland and the Mid-Atlantic. Chaberton Energy was built upon the framework that the Community Solar Pilot Program put into place. In 3 years, we have grown and now employ 27 people, with 12 people located in Maryland. I feel very strongly that community solar is the absolute best way to deliver solar energy and savings directly to residents. Community solar has the ability to impact almost everybody. Essentially, as long as they have a utility bill in an investor-owned utility territory, they can participate. The projects we develop deliver real and tangible benefits to your constituents, the residents of Maryland. A typical project we develop is projected to save local residents approximately $150 a year, and that's $2.7 million stemming from a single project. We're particularly excited about the benefits that will flow to the low to moderate income communities as a result of this bill. Quite simply, this bill will provide energy equity in an incredibly efficient and impactful way. There is carefully crafted co-location language in this bill to allow for projects to be sited in ways which most efficiently deliver on the benefits of community solar. It will encourage development on preferred sites for low to moderate income subscribers and for the widespread adoption of sustainable agrivoltaic practices. Community solar is about more than financial and environmental benefits. It's about land preservation, landowner rights, free market competition for electricity, and energy choice for all Marylanders. In order to keep building on the successes of Maryland and to keep fostering jobs for a strong local economy, stimulating tax revenue, saving the people of Maryland money on their energy bills, supporting energy equity to low to moderate income residents, and providing energy choice to all residents, I respectfully request the committee support community solar with a favorable report.
Okay, let's just go down the panel. Sir, why don't you take that? Tell us your name and got 2 minutes. Everybody's got 2 minutes each.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Dr. Alfred Bartlett. I'm representing Chesapeake Physicians for Social Responsibility and the Maryland Sierra Club. Both organizations urge a favorable report. Since 2015, I've been an active member of the PSC's Community Solar Working Group and also the subgroup focused on low and moderate income, or LMI, households. In a March 2021 rulemaking, the possibility was raised that participation in community solar might be incompatible with energy assistance to low-income families through the Office of Home Energy Programs, or OHEP. The commissioners charged the working group with finding the answer. So we did an analysis led by MEA and including PSC and OPC staff, the director of OHEP, utilities, community solar providers, and other working group members. OHEP confirmed that energy assistance payments can only be made to a customer's utility. They can be applied to third-party suppliers because their charges are on the utility bill through utility consolidated billing with purchase of receivables, or UCB with POR. But with separate billing, this payment can't be applied to community solar. So if a household receiving energy assistance signs up for community solar, they lose the part of the assistance that exceeds the utility's charges. They pay the whole community solar bill separately, and as a result, even with solar discounts, they can pay more overall for their electricity. We also found that many LMI households don't have credit cards or bank accounts to pay bills. They pay cash. They can pay the consolidated utility bill at supermarkets, pharmacies, and other locations, but not the separate community solar bill. So we recommended that community solar be included in UCB with POR. Separate billing will keep many of that 400,000 low-income households from participating in community solar, and that's why SB 613 makes UCB with POR part of community solar going forward. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Arbison.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Once again, I'm Kristen Harbison, Political Director for Maryland League of Conservation Voters, here in strong support of SB 613, and we're grateful to Senator Brooks for his sponsorship of this issue. As other panelists have outlined, SB 613 ensures that Maryland remains a leader, both through affirming community solar as an essential part of our clean energy economy and enshrining provisions that ensure that a permanent program is accessible to all Marylanders. It's critical that this bill pass and that it passed this year. Beyond the pocketbook issues outlined by previous speakers, this program will continue to play a vital role in ensuring that Maryland reaches the renewable energy goals set forth by the Clean Energy Jobs Act, passed in 2019 by the General Assembly, as well as the more ambitious commitments set by Governor Moore for 100% clean energy by 2035. This goal is achievable, but as said before, only with bold and aggressive support of our clean energy development, especially solar, even as we look to protect our cherished farm forests and the farmlands we rely on for our agricultural economy. For its economic benefits as well as its climate benefits, SB 613 is a priority for the Maryland environmental community and is a priority recommendation of the Maryland Commission on Climate Change. Through testimony in your bill file, you'll see broad support for this legislation from a wide cross-section of stakeholders who stand in firm support of immediate passage on this important bill. It's a top priority for Maryland League of Conservation Voters, and we strongly urge a favorable report.
Okay, Ms. Venable.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Victoria Venable. I am the Legislative Director for the Frederick County Executive Jessica Fitzwater, and I'm here today to talk a little bit about the county viewpoint of community solar. So first, I want to share that in our 2022 listening sessions held by our predecessor county executive, Jan Gardner, community solar came up not only from organizations, but also from the everyday constituent who was raising concerns and support for legislative priorities. So even out in Frederick County that you might not think of as the super renewable energy progressive county, we have our constituents calling us and talking to us regularly. And our senator to my left over here will certainly confirm that. And community solar is really important in Frederick County because, as some of the panelists have mentioned, it helps us balance our growth and our renewable energy goals at the same time. I also want to share that as our county is moving forward with our climate and energy action plan, community solar is something that has been really crucial to that. We want to make sure that we have clarity on the future of this program because we are already looking at it as one of the many tools in our toolkit to reach our climate and clean energy goals. And then finally, I want to share that as we're looking at those, that plan, we actually are having many conversations with stakeholders in this industry. And there is some hesitancy about investing in Maryland because of the uncertainty of this pilot program. So without the certainty of knowing that community solar will be here in Maryland for years to come, we have some of those stakeholders are not willing to make that investment in our communities, which is of course a huge loss for counties and the state as a whole. So I want to thank the sponsor for introducing this legislation and convey the support that the counties, especially Frederick County, have for SB 613.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for any of the panel?
Okay, Chair, may I say
Yes.
one other thing? Yeah,
Sure.
and you know, it's on this, I know that there are going to be bad actors, you know, but there are things in the bill that we can do to make sure we sort of root them out. And plus, we can't let the bad be the enemy of the good. So I think we need to, you know, just wanted to say that. Thanks.
Okay, we're going to go now to the next panel of favorable/favorable amendment. The witnesses Garrett Fitzgerald, Brian Weibel, Brett Leininger, Michael Rosenblum, and our People's Counsel, David Lapp. Those are, I think we got 5 witnesses, 5 seats. And then we'll move to a few unfavorables after that. Okay, so sir, why don't you lead off and tell us who you are, and everybody gets 2 minutes each.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, I am Garrett Fitzgerald here today representing Montgomery County, where I serve as, State Climate and Energy Policy Manager. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of Senate Bill 613. Solar energy is good for our state, and we need to build a lot more of it to reach our state and local climate goals. As we do, we'll be creating jobs and we'll be making smart long-term investments in our communities. Community solar offers a unique pathway to build more solar in Maryland. These projects can feed electricity into the grid relatively cost efficiently. They can also enable residents to support and benefit from solar even where adding it to their own properties is not feasible. A number of community solar projects have been built in the last few years amidst the current pilot program, including one in Montgomery County that we completed on our closed Oaks landfill, which is one of the largest community solar projects in the country, serving low to moderate income households exclusively, which we're very proud of. We are quite concerned that the planned sunsetting of the pilot program will stall the development of new community solar projects when we need this market to be growing. This bill will solve this by making the program permanent. It will also make the program better by removing the annual and utility specific and project size caps, which have been an issue, by ensuring that more community solar will benefit low to moderate income households. And as was mentioned, by allowing subscribers to participate in consolidated billing, which we view as critical to enable families receiving energy assistance to be able to participate and benefit from these projects. We feel the sun is shining on this bill and respectfully urge a favorable recommendation on Senate Bill 613. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Why don't we just go through down the panel? Okay, Mr. Lapp.
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, members of the committee. We enthusiastically support this bill and commend Senator Brooks for bringing it forward. This community solar is important for bringing the benefits of solar power to people who can't put solar panels on their roofs, people who live in multifamily housing, and people who rent their homes. I want to just make 3 points about the bill and 2 amendments that we suggest and a comment. First, we very much support the aggressive commitment to low and moderate income of 40%. We're concerned, though, that that requirement is undermined by allowing customers to self-attest to meeting the income qualifications. In our experience, few customers understand income qualifications. And while most developers, we think, will straightforwardly explain the income qualifications, our experience with the retail electricity market is that there are unscrupulous actors. Those actors could mislead customers into self-attesting without sufficient information or by giving them misleading information. The result would be unreliable and possibly inflated data about LMI participation rates, low and moderate income. We therefore recommend that the allowance for self-attestation be removed from the bill. Second, and this gets to Senator Washington's concerns, one of the problems that we've seen in the retail electricity market results, we think, from consolidated billing, not consolidated billing, we support consolidated billing, but from the aspect of consolidated billing that's called purchase of receivables. And this requires a utility to buy the accounts and pay the supplier in full, or the subscription organization in full. And we're concerned, and we think that this bill should be amended to conform to what is coming out at the PSC with respect to purchase of renewables. We also don't think the utilities should be able to participate. I have further comments on that, but I'll refrain from now. And we urge a favorable report with those recommendations. Thank you.
Senator Augustine wants to jump in with our Office of People.
Yeah, because I mean, obviously you have been such a strong advocate for consumers. So just help me understand, like, let's say that they have a contract for community solar. Or a subscription, as it were. And let's say it is, because you're setting a price, they got to make a certain profit, whatever. So is there anything that you are aware of that if they set that price like higher because it's costing them more to get the LMI in and stuff like that? I mean, would there be protections from something like that?
Well, the first protection would be that the customer, generation is a competitive product. So this community solar is an option, just like retail supply. So the protection, we want to protect them from.
I agree, but as you know from our discussions in the
Exactly.
retail side, that people use deception to keep people in agreements that are not favorable to them. I mean, that's a huge problem that we have.
Exactly. And that's why we would support additional protections like there are for retail supply. There could be legislation like Senator Washington's legislation that prohibits community solar subscription organizations from charging rates that are above the standard offer service rate. That could be incorporated. I regret not thinking about that in terms of our proposed amendments, but that would be good. Also, the purchase of receivables, I think we think creates a perverse incentive that leads unscrupulous actors into the market.
Hey, Mr. Leininger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Brett Leininger here on behalf of NRG. The NRG companies testifying in support with an amendment. NRG companies are committed to delivering value-added products and services, including access to community solar subscriptions to our customers. NRG has long advocated for policies that enable customers to receive a single bill from their energy supplier. In fact, the PSC took up this issue in supplier consolidated billing that's been made a reality by the end of 2023. Under the SCB, suppliers will gain the ability to offer a consolidated bill that includes not only supplier charges, but also the delivery charges and other value added charges, including community solar, if they so choose. While Senate Bill 613 will ensure the customers receiving the utility consolidated bills enjoy the convenience of a single bill that they demand, NRG offers an amendment aimed at ensuring the collection of electricity supply and delivery charges are not impacted by the addition of community solar, kind of keeping it as a status quo and being in concert with what was passed in the order by the PSC.
Okay, why don't you pass that?
Sure thing.
Sir, give us your name.
Yes. Mr. Chair, committee, my name is Michael Rosenblum. I'm a professor at Johns Hopkins School of Public Health. And I submitted written testimony with my colleague Julian Goresko, the Director of Sustainability at Johns Hopkins University.
No, that's okay. Thank you, though.
Water, beer.
No, I have some coffee.
Coffee, that's my coffee delivery. Sorry, I have to get that. Thanks. But I'm here, so I'm a professor at Johns Hopkins, but I'm here as an individual and user of community solar for 4 years. And it's too bad Senator Augustine stepped out. I wanted to tell him something, but coffee is important. But I'm a big advocate of community solar. I mean, for all the reasons you've heard. And I wanted to address Senator Augustine's point about how can you be sure that people aren't going to get scammed and screwed out of their money, because that has happened a lot. Never with community solar. To the best of my knowledge, no one has ever lost money on community solar. And so I was talking about you while you were out. I'm sorry, that's bad form. But I wanted to address your question, because you had the most important question. Also, Senator Washington's most important question. You had your question about how do we know people are not going to get scammed with this? And so my first recommendation would be to put into the bill an amendment that says that any contract between a provider and a user there are no fees allowed. You have a no cost termination clause, so that for any reason people can terminate the contract anytime at no cost. And you also require that the rate every single month, the rate is at or below what the standard rate is, so that then you're all set. And actually, if you don't mind, I'll go 20 more seconds. There was
You had the coffee guy, so you get some extra.
I'll get my coffee time back. So I just wanted to say that my contract, so I have a contract for 4 years with Neighborhood Sun, built into the contract are all of those provisions. So every single month on my it's a BGE bill, it's a 10% savings compared to what I would normally pay. So that's it. My rates don't fluctuate. They can't fluctuate. It's built into the contract. And most communities, solar companies already have that baked in, but you should put it, my recommendation would be put it in the bill to just force that to be the case across the board. So
Something tells me Senators Washington and Augustine already have that amendment drafted, but okay.
Really?
Okay, sir.
Thank you, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. My name is Brian Wyville, and I'm the Legislative and Political Director for the Maryland State and DC AFL-CIO. I'm here today to testify in support with amendments for SB 613, which makes permanent and modifies the existing community solar energy generation pilot program. We strongly support the bill's aims to increase new renewable energy generation and facilitate ways for workers to better access renewable energy generation. Though we seek to amend Senate Bill 613 to set basic job standards for this emerging industry in line with job standards proposed on other bills before this committee and in past climate bills like the Clean Energy Jobs Act of 2019. Community solar was an industry set up and facilitated by state grants, incentives, and support. It was later expanded through this pilot program. The state helped shape this industry and now is ready to once again expand it by making the pilot program permanent. In line with the Maryland and DC AFL-CIO's policies and resolutions on requiring all state tax credits, grants, and incentives to have good job standards attached to them, and our 2022 convention resolution on fighting to make climate jobs good jobs, we ask this committee to pass our amendment requiring job standards on community solar projects in Maryland. You can find our amendment in the text of President Edwards' testimony. Unfortunately, solar jobs are not necessarily good jobs. Many suffer from low pay, misclassification, and expensive certificate training programs that offer no pathways for career advancement. We also wish to highlight that our state's usage of RGGI money for bill assistance is far higher than neighboring states. New energy generation will help bring down energy bills, but creating low-wage jobs will force Maryland to still find money for bill assistance and decrease our ability to use SEEF money for new energy generation. It's a vicious cycle that can only be fixed by fighting for better wages and benefits for all workers, especially when the state is involved in setting up the industry.
Okay, thank you to the entire panel. Any questions for the panel? Seeing none, we're going to go now to a panel of unfavorables. I'm going to call up Ann Clays. Brett Sproul, Devesh Gupta, and John Quinn. So this table of four, we've got 4 witnesses, all unfavorable. And Ann, we're going to start with you, and then we'll go down the Ms. Clace, we'll go down the panel from there. So everybody gets 2 minutes, all signed up unfavorable.
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Ann Clace, and I'm here on behalf of Pepco and Delmarva Power to respectfully oppose SB 613 as currently drafted. First, I want to reiterate, we support the concept of community solar and support equitable access to renewable energy by allowing all households to benefit from solar. However, we have concerns with some of the bill as drafted, and we hope to continue conversations with the bill sponsor and all stakeholders. As discussed, in addition to establishing permanent community solar program, this legislation requires a utility to establish consolidated billing system to combine the subscription fee, solar credits, and utility
Hey, Ann,
charges
could you put the mic a little closer? Because
on a single bill. We can do this. However, it's going to take additional time and additional resources to implement, which we hope can be addressed. Mechanisms need to be developed through work group processes and rulemaking sessions in conjunction with the PSC. Additionally, while this legislation allows the utility to collect a 1% fee for the use of consolidated billing, there is no guarantee that that fee would cover the full cost of the upgrades. Additionally, as outlined in our written testimony, we have concerns with changes to program capacity limits, the expansion of co-location and eligibility, and low and moderate income verification. Finally, utilities are unable to participate in community solar under the current construct, and we hope the committee will consider enabling legislation to allow utilities to participate in order to provide more options for low to moderate income customers. We believe that with utility participation, we can reach our state's aggressive climate goals. While there are many different models and program designs for community solar, it's important to note that there have been many successful utility-owned community solar projects. While community solar can provide low and moderate income customers with much needed bill savings, reaching these customers will require innovative ideas and solutions, deliberate program design and engagement, which we believe we have the ability to reach these customers. We recognize various stakeholders all have important roles to play in reaching our climate goals and mitigating these effects of climate change. We look forward to continuing conversations with the bill sponsor and all stakeholders. And thank you for your time and happy to address any questions.
Okay, Senator Augustine has a, yeah, absolutely.
And just help me understand how the utility with the regulated role, how we've, how we've decoupled. How would you participate as a energy supplier? How would you envision that?
Well, we'd have to change the law.
So you're talking about changing entirely, like.
Well, we could participate simply in
That's what I
community
just
solar.
wanted to
Yes,
understand.
we would
That's
have
what
to
you're
change the
saying?
law.
That would be that change you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Quinn.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, I'm John Quinn with Baltimore Gas and Electric. Here with me, I've invited Mr. Devesh Gupta, who leads our strategy at BGE, and he'll present our testimony. Mr. Gupta.
Okay, Mr. Gupta.
Thank you, John. Thank you, committee. Good afternoon. I think right off the bat, BGE supports the community solar program and supports permanency of that program too. We need programs like this in order to achieve the bold ambitions that we have as a state. We're gonna need a lot more clean energy and more programs like this. However, we don't support the bill as written for a number of reasons and ask the committee to really focus on some of the goals that were laid out both in CSNA, the Climate Solutions Now Act, as well as in the original pilot program. And particularly, I'd like to focus today on customer choice, customer affordability, and customer equitable access. We've already heard a little bit about customer choice. I won't belabor that point, but purchase of receivables could end up being a challenge when you start thinking about bad actors that are in the marketplace. If they know that the utility will cover their bad actions afterwards, they may prey on more limited income customers. We do see this happening, of course, in retail supply markets. We're already hearing from customers that, okay, they're getting green energy, they're getting a cheaper rate even than SOS in many cases, but did they make that choice? And should they have that choice? And it's challenging for them when they call in, and we've got to walk them through what they may have signed up for. More regulations, more language around that. Customer affordability, highlighting what we've already spoken to in terms of the cost, not to point out that this is something that you should not do, only to point out that the costs are there. In BG's case, to make the program permanent, including utility consolidated billing, it may cost up to 20 million or more is what our IT teams are telling us right now. Again, not to say don't do it, just that there are costs and we need to think about affordability solutions for all customers too, in order to make this happen. One of those could then be the 40% LMI requirement, which we strongly support. But there is a carve out here that we have to be mindful of, and I'm happy to answer questions about that. And on the point of utility ownership, it's the idea that in certain limited circumstances, for instance, to serve LMI, to actually place solar in these communities to drive resilience, and also maybe not to have that solar that utilities own count against the cap for competitive generation, so that opportunity is still there for the competitive markets.
Okay, Mr. Sproul, you play cleanup from the Public Service Committee.
Thank you, Chairman and committee members. My name is Brett Sproul from the Public Service Commission. I'm here today in reference to Senate Bill 613, which seeks to make the community solar pilot program permanent and effectively alters the policies that govern community solar within the state. The PSC has had meetings with the bill sponsor and staff, and I will emphasize that we are not opposed to an eventual permanent program. We do, however, have several concerns with the details of the bill, and our comments are based on the initial proposed language. We are happy to continue to work constructively to address these concerns, and today I will focus on two main concerns. Number one, the bill's impact to utility billing, and number two, the bill's impact to low-income customers. For my first concern, this bill proposes to allow community solar projects the ability to include subscription fees onto a utility bill. In order to use utility billing systems as established today, established data transfer mechanisms and a purchase of receivables mechanism is required. These mechanisms will likely be very costly system changes for the utilities, and these costs will be borne by all Maryland ratepayers, regardless of their community solar status. Additionally, for utility billing, under current policies, any unpaid charges which appear on a utility bill contribute to service disconnection balances. If community solar subscription fees are allowed to bill through the utility systems, then customers who are unable to pay their subscription fee will be subject to utility action and possible service disconnection. This could negatively impact community solar customers and especially low-income customers. For my second concern, this bill allows customers to verify low income status using a self-attestation method without penalties for falsely attesting to a customer's income status. This change may create a situation where customers self-attest to their low income status when in fact they are not low income. The PSC has several other concerns with this bill, and we are happy to answer any other questions and work constructively moving forward with this bill.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for any of the panel? Senator Brooks.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mr. Sproul. Quick question. How do you, right now, you do use, you do the collection for third-party retailers. So how would that differ from community solar? I mean, and yes.
The mechanism as itself, and maybe Devesh, you might be better suited to answer it. It would be very similar to what is in place currently for third-party retail suppliers. It's just the process of adapting the billing system and the IT changes that would be required to establish the POR mechanism and the electric data transfer mechanism.
Okay. Go ahead.
And Senator Brooks, I can also speak to maybe the policy aspect of that. Just because it's being done for retail suppliers doesn't mean that it's a great idea. To have the utility cover the purchase of receivables, the defaults of retail suppliers' customers may not be the best of ideas. And so why apply that practice here as well if it's going to cause potentially more harm?
Okay, yeah. You also mentioned that it would be 20 million or more to convert. So do you have data on that? How do you come up with those numbers?
So, you know, I may not be the IT expert, and I apologize for that, but in talking with those that do build out our systems, we've been trying to get as much information as possible, as soon in time as possible, and I imagine we'll continue to get more. We have some experience implementing similar billing solutions for different supplier groups and things, and that's costed around that ticket of money. Understanding that right now we're in a pilot program, so those investments could not have been made as permanent investments, right? Spending that money for what was not yet a full permanent program wouldn't have necessarily been considered to be prudent. So now that we have to make those investments, again, there's a price tag there. That's okay. But understanding that it's there, that it's going to take some time, as we pointed out, and that there's more reason for us, not just in this situation. All of these clean energy things that we want to do are going to cost money. So we have to continue to think about how do we also drive affordability while we're putting these systems in place, the infrastructure in place, and really IT systems are infrastructure too.
Yes, but right now, so these numbers, this is more like a guess or an estimation, or, I mean, this.
Maybe an estimation, not a guess, because it's based on how much other IT programs have cost to implement. For instance, supplier consolidated billing that we do have to deliver by end of year this year. The cost of that, it's not the exact same kind of program, but there are some similarities in terms of what kind of IT work is required, how many resources are required.
Okay, if you could provide the committee with some numbers, how you came up with that, we'd greatly appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And
Yes.
I'm waiting with bated breath for that too, internally for more information so that we can provide.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Hester. Okay, so any additional questions of the panel? Seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 613. We're going to now move to the final two bills, both from Senator Karen Lewis Young. The first of that duo is Senate Bill 689.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to get started while my panel comes up because I know the time of day is late. My first bill, 689, I might also abbreviate by calling it Empower 2.0. Let me summarize quickly a little bit of background on Empower. Since 2008, Empower has provided Marylanders with free or discounted energy efficiency audits, rebates on energy efficient appliances and weatherization, free HVAC tune-ups, and discounts and incentives for energy efficient upgrades for businesses. It's been very successful at saving money and reducing pollution. Sorry, a little bit of distraction back there. By 2015, Empower had met its initial goal of reducing per capita electricity consumption and peak demand below 2007 levels. Since then, it's met its annual goal of saving the equivalent of 2% of 2016 electricity sales every year since 2017. It saved Marylanders over $4 billion on our energy bills and delivered lifetime energy savings measuring about $12.7 billion. It's reduced Maryland's greenhouse gas emissions by the equivalent of 9.6 million metric tons of carbon dioxide as of 2020. That equals taking 2 million cars off the road for a year. Despite all that good news, it's still time to update the program, and that's essentially what this bill does. For example, utility companies could do more to improve efficiency, and as currently crafted, Empower is somewhat misaligned with our climate goals. So let me give you the details of this bill.
Can I just, I do not mean to interrupt, but everybody jumped to the panel and I didn't actually call any witnesses.
Sorry.
I don't know who is actually sitting up there. The sponsor, yeah, we've got, well, who sponsor designated. Okay, let's just make sure we've got the right people. Okay, Emily Scarr, Quentin Scott, that's you, David Lapp, we see, and Jim Grevitt. Okay, so somebody's up there that was not designated. Who are you?
Justin Barry. Should have
Okay,
been.
Justin Berry. Okay, just stay up there. That's fine. Okay,
Yeah, I have them on my list.
it's good. Okay, go on.
Sorry about that.
Okay. So I think I was just starting to describe the bill and what it does. It keeps what Empower does best by continuing to offer free or discounted energy audits. It helps weatherize homes and provides rebates for efficient heating and appliances. But the bill sets up Empower to deliver more savings to customers. It directs the Public Service Commission, which I will start referring to as the PSC, to tie utility profits to performance. So the utilities are rewarded for meeting or exceeding their goals and held accountable for failing them. It also establishes a clear benchmark of 85% of emissions reduction goals being met in home energy efficiency measures versus delivering energy to the home. This will help ensure ratepayers are seeing deeper benefits through home weatherization, building shell improvements, and more efficient home heating and appliances. Next thing it does is align Empower with Maryland's climate goals. The bill adds a goal for greenhouse gas reduction as directed by the legislature and requested by the PSC. This is necessary to make sure we're addressing all energy use in the home. The bill sets a statewide goal and directs the PSC to determine goals for each utility company to reach an average of 1.8% reductions yearly or 14.4% by 2031. The bill adjusts what is and what isn't incentivized, which is critical from a consumer perspective and an environmental perspective. The bill requires that utilities provide incentives for fuel switching and efficient electric appliances, which will open up access for the use of federal dollars from the Inflation Reduction Act. Electric appliances for heating and cooking are tremendously more efficient than gas appliances. This bill doesn't mandate the use of electric heating and appliances, but it prioritizes those appliances and enables consumers to use incentives to make the switch to electric if they choose. The bill stops incentives for fossil fuels, heating, and appliances. Again, it doesn't stop anyone from buying new fossil fuel appliances. It just stops incentivizing them. Since electric is far more efficient, it's more impactful to spend limited resources on delivering rebates and incentives there. Subsidizing gas or oil just isn't wise to be using incentives from forms of energy that we know are unhealthy and increasingly unaffordable. Finally, the bill helps ensure Maryland is maximizing Federal Inflation Reduction Act energy efficiency benefits with Empower. It asks the Department of Labor to do annual reporting on the network of contractors ready to do the work. It looks at ongoing training and certification for contractors to make sure we're on track to meet growing demand. And it tasks the Department of Housing and Community Development with staffing multilingual outreach specialists to educate limited income homeowners about the resources available from Empower and the federal government for efficiency and other home upgrades. In conclusion, a few more points on utility profits. Utilities are profiting significantly more than utilities in top states for efficiency. In some case, Maryland utilities receive returns multiple times higher than utilities in other states as a percent of efficiency program budgets. For example, some of our utilities are receiving the equivalent return of 16 to 20% of Empower budgets, while some of our efficiency administrators in other states, such as Massachusetts, Vermont, and Rhode Island, earn returns equivalent to about 5% or less of their program budgets. The utilities also earn a much higher return on Empower spending than on their normal expenses. So there is some flexibility to balance appropriate incentives and reasonable returns with our climate goals. Thank you for your time and attention.
Okay, we'll go to the panel. And this would also be at the end for the sponsor, but as we go through, there is another bill from the Public Service Commission, Senate Bill 905, another power reform bill that has been requested from the Public Service Commission. So to the extent you're able to flag some of the differences between this legislation and the one that's been put in by the Public Service Commission, I think that would be helpful because that's it's sort of on the radar as well. So Ms. Scar, why don't you start and then we'll.
Sure, and I'll see if I can do that with my time. My name is Emily Scar. I'm the director of Maryland PIRG, the State Consumer Group. We, along with consumer, public health, and environmental organizations, enthusiastically support SB 689. Maryland PIRG has worked on consumer issues in the state for 50 years, and including helping pass the first Empower Energy Efficiency Act of 2008. As the state makes this transition to the program to include greenhouse gas emissions, it remains absolutely critical that the program stays true to its goals, which is to return benefits to ratepayers. And I want to talk about those specific consumer protections today. First, the bill directs the Public Service Commission to create performance standards that tie utility profits on the program to their performance. As the senator explained, the utilities have hit their goals in recent years by underspending their budget. It was $379 million in 2021. And I think came in at $320 million in spending. As she's mentioned, for example, BG&E makes 9.5% return on providing electric service to customers, but are making the equivalent of about 20% profit on the energy efficiency program. We think it's time to put some consumer safeguards on that to make sure their profits are limited and based on performance. There's no problem with profit, but we want to make sure it has those guardrails. The second main consumer protection provision in the bill is that it requires that 85% of the energy efficiency goal is hit by improvements in the home. And this is the stuff we know benefits ratepayers short-term and long-term. So we want to make sure that goal stays strong. As opposed to looking at the Public Service Commission bill, which we know is coming, I'd say the two biggest concerns Maryland PIRG has. One is they actually go farther in guaranteeing profits to the utilities with none of these guardrails from my reading of the bill. And the second big concern is it's vague on the details for how utilities will hit their goals while also turning over the goal setting entirely to the Public Service Commission without oversight from the legislature. So with that, I respectfully urge a favorable report.
Okay, Mr. Lapp.
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, members of the committee. We're happy to be here in support of SB 689. We've been a longtime supporter of Empower and one of the most active participants in the various Empower working groups. For years, we have done twice yearly analysis of the performance and cost of Empower programs that are the most comprehensive available. Our mission is to ensure the best utility performance at the lowest possible cost. We are very familiar and we understand when actions can be effectively advanced through the working groups and the commission, and when the commission is hindered in taking action and needs guidance from the legislature. This is one of those times. This bill incorporates consensus items from the working group and also measures that receive wide support, but not consensus, but which are necessary to promote the interests of customers. One is that the 1.8% target that for greenhouse gas reductions to take the place of energy savings targets. This is a target that matches the energy savings. It is not intended to increase costs. It is intended to match current law and current programs. The goal is to ensure we do not have any more customer rate impact required than required under current law. A second point, and this is a difference from the PSC bill, is that this bill would end gas appliance incentives and encourage fuel switching. Customers should not be incentivized to buy gas appliances. Gas rates are going up and they have gone up since 2010 and they're continuing to go up rapidly. One of the other differences between this bill and the PSC's bill is that this bill does things by expensing. It doesn't put empower investments into the utilities rate base on which they earn a return, and ultimately the costs are 3 to 5 times higher. It's in the customer's interest to advance this bill. This bill adopts appropriate statutory guidance, but still leaves much discretion to the commission. We ask for a favorable report. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lapp. Sir, why don't you just go down the aisle? Okay, that's fine.
Thank you, Chairman and members of this committee. My name is Quentin Scott. I'm the Federal Policy Director at Chesapeake Climate Action Network and a resident of Montgomery County. CCAN, along with consumers, public health, and environmental organizations, is enthusiastically support SB 689. For over 20 years, CCAN has represented over 34,000 members who want to put this state on a pathway to climate sustainability. I want to take a moment to specifically talk about provisions of SB 689 that are critical to our climate goals. First, the bill adds a goal for greenhouse gas reduction as directed by this legislature. It sets incremental statewide goals and directs the PSC to determine goals for each utility company to reach an average of 1.8% reductions yearly and 14.4% by 2031. We are supporting this specific goal because we think this is the best way to shift from electric savings to greenhouse gas savings without increasing costs to ratepayers. We want to be adequately ambitious, not overly so. Second, this bill adjusts what is and what is not incentivized using Empower funds, which is critical from a consumer perspective and an environmental perspective. The bill requires utilities provide incentives for fuel switching and efficient electric appliances, which will open up access for the use of federal rebates and incentives. Electric appliances for heating and cooking are tremendously more efficient than gas appliances. To be clear, this bill does not mandate the use of electric appliances, but rightly prioritizes these appliances, enables consumers to use incentives to make the switch if they choose to. This bill stops incentives for fossil fuel heating and appliances, and again, does not stop anyone from buying new fossil fuel appliances. It just stops incentivizing it. Respectfully, we request a favorable report. Thank you for your time.
Okay, why don't you pass that to your right? Okay, well, either way. Okay, just tell us who you are.
Great.
You've got 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Feldman, members of the committee. My name is Justin Berry. I'm a research and policy analyst at the Green and Healthy Homes Initiative, GHHI. Over a 30-year history, GHHI has developed a holistic energy efficiency, health, and housing service delivery model that is implemented in our nationally recognized Maryland-based direct service program and partner jurisdictions nationally. I'm here to support this bill for 2 main reasons. First, as others have said, this is an ideal time to be making these changes given Maryland's climate goals and the federal resources available to support this program, from the Inflation Reduction Act, bipartisan infrastructure law, and others. We can maximize the investment in our Maryland homes by taking advantage of these. Second, I want to attest that GHHI's strong belief that by pairing energy efficiency and electrification, we're creating pathways so that low and moderate income households can be included in the state climate energy transitions. We see energy efficiency and electrification as long-term solutions for both affordability and health. But without support, it will be very challenging for most Marylanders to make the needed changes to their homes. Especially in older homes and low-income communities, homes will need layers of intervention, which programs like Empower can be keys to delivering. And this bill strengthens the support for doing that. We believe strongly in this. Right now, we're working to pilot energy efficiency and electrification interventions in homes we service in East Baltimore. We're seeing more and more partner and peer organizations do the same, seeing promising results. These interventions are delivering health benefits for the households through improved indoor air quality and comfort, and we're seeing impacts on energy affordability. This bill will improve use of federal rebates, holistic home energy audits, and community outreach. Along with the other bills moving through the legislature this year, SB 689 will ensure that all households, including low-income homes with the highest need, will have access to energy efficiency housing programs, including fuel switching measures that will place them on a sustainable pathway. For these reasons, we urge a favorable report on the bill.
Okay, let's go. We'll take the last witness, then we'll go to Senator Augustine. If that's okay. Sir, tell us your name and get 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm glad to say still good afternoon. My name is Jim Gravatt. I'm a consultant with Energy Futures Group and here on behalf of the Maryland Energy Efficiency Advocates. I'm here to provide information, and I realized as I was sitting here that I've been participating in Empower proceedings and work groups for longer than any of the current commissioners have been seated. And I hope that I can provide information to you that would be helpful. There was a lot that I was going to say. I'm going to actually move away from my notes and try to answer your questions, Mr. Chairman, about how this might differ from the commission-sponsored bill. And I think at the core, the difference is this bill provides some boundaries, some parameters that are supportive of the Climate Solutions Now Act, transition to greenhouse gas abatement, which the commission bill also does, but it ensures the continued benefits direct benefits to customers that Empower has been so successful at over the last more than a decade. It does that by providing some boundaries about where the savings come from behind the meter. I realize this is arcane subject material, and does it by suggesting a specific savings goal that is quite consistent with the savings goal that this body passed last year in the Climate Solutions Now Act. We're calling for 2% electric savings per year. The commission bill, as I read it, does not establish anything specific. It returns all of the authority to the commission to make decisions. And I appreciate that the commissioners are well qualified to do that. However, they face many competing priorities, most specifically rate pressure. And in my experience in working in a dozen states, when there are not specific goals encoded in statute, it is very, very hard for commissions to authorize the rate expenditures that will lead to the kinds of goals that this body, again, has passed in Climate Solutions Now. I think those are the really core differences that I see.
Thank you, sir. We're going to go to Senator Augustine.
Mr. Chair, and thanks for the panel. This is really for Mr. Lapp because he's really worked hard in this area on behalf of consumers in particular. Mr. Lapp, you've studied the Empower program and its effectiveness and everything else. How has it worked out for low and moderate income Marylanders?
I believe the numbers are that low and moderate income Marylanders are paying $48 or so for every $28 in benefits. So they are not very good. They are not getting pretty awful. They are not getting out of the program what they are putting in. Those numbers may be a little bit off, but
I knew that you knew that it's been very uneven as it relates to low and moderate income Marylanders. And I see that you have something in here, but there's not anything really in here that specifically would say that we're in this bill that we're going to make sure that the benefits accrue to the low and moderate income Marylanders.
That was a conscious, no, that was actually a conscious decision because we have the chairman's bill that passed, which sets goals for the low income program. This is supposed to be seen as a complement to that. There is probably more we could do down the road or this committee could do, but it didn't seem prudent to be doing additional work on the DHCD run program with the existing policy already going forward to address that specifically. We did add, there was one provision we recommended around outreach navigators, which I think will help.
That's why I thought, because you did do something in the area, but
couldn't resist, couldn't resist. But there was a purposeful that we still think it will help that bill be more successful by enabling this fuel switching and setting these goals. But it is specifically on the utility run program more so.
So I'm looking,
and just to be specific, there was a bill that passed last year, but was not signed by the governor.
Yeah, I mean, I know.
And so there's that. There also continues to be a lot of work, and we're very active in that work before the commission to try and correct that imbalance. But yes, we need legislation to address that.
So,
And the programs are subject to cost effectiveness tests, and they should not have a disparate impact on low income.
that's fair. So I'm actually looking right now at my distribution charge, right? For what I used, and the Empower portion of the bill for me, $4 a month, which I know for a lot of people, they say, oh, what's that? For me, for my people, it's a copay on prescription drugs that really matters. And just, would you be surprised, or maybe not, or maybe you would, that the Empower charge is 10% of my total bill for distribution?
Well, yes, so it's a factor. It's based on your usage. Yes, no, I would not be surprised. And this is one of the
Doesn't that
concerns.
seem to be very, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like a 10%?
That it's significant, but there are customer benefits to that. They don't accrue
That have
as
not
much as
accrued
they
to low and
should.
moderate income.
But I want to be clear, and this is one of the potential, this is one of the differences with the PSC bill. The PSC bill would eliminate that transparency. So you wouldn't see it. You'd see your other rates going up. That's another concern we have with one of the bills, mentioned earlier today, is that when these costs get put into rate base, that we lose that transparency. So there are a lot of costs going into the general rate, the utilities rate base. That's where all your gas infrastructure costs are. It's not, I just want to be clear that the surcharge is more transparent. There's good reason for that, and we should maintain that transparency. But we also should be aware that there's not near as much transparency of some of the other costs.
I understand that,
But
you would agree, though, that with regard to low and moderate income Marylanders, this program has the benefits which you stated have not accrued to low and moderate income Marylanders. Those who can least afford something like this are the ones who have paid into it and not gotten their benefits back from it.
I would agree, and I would add that those are many of the people who could most benefit from the program.
But they don't, or they haven't.
They haven't proportionately. That's correct.
All right, thank you so much.
Thus the Senate Bill 144 you referenced, which is going to be on the floor. Okay, Senator Brooks.
Thanks, Chair. This is for Mr. Cravat.
Thank you.
Yes. Your written testimony talks about a FPWG as a
Indeed.
future program work group. Can you tell me a little bit more about this and about the process, if you will?
I'd be very happy to. Thank you for the question. The Future Programming Work Group is something that was created by the Commission in response to all of these looming issues about what should the purpose of Empower be going forward. It met for about a year and a half and then delivered a report, I believe April 15th of 2022. And then there was a little break while we were waiting for the potential study that assessed what the greenhouse gas abatement potential for the state would be by utility, by rate class. And then it convened again a few times. So I believe that we probably had about 30 or 32 meetings. I participated in almost all of those, as did representatives from People's Council and utilities. Chief Public Utility Law Judge McLean led that process. It was very, I think, collaborative and collegial, and there were many, many issues where there was not consensus, and as would be expected. It's, we wouldn't expect that on the level of savings, for example, that the utilities and some of the environmental advocates would necessarily have the same position. I think it's important to note also that there was a lot of discussion that both the energy efficiency advocates, which was mostly me, and the People's Council raised about low-income issues in particular. And as we started digging into the issues of affordability and Empower, in fact, it's out of this work group that the statistic that Mr. Lapp cited, which you were familiar with, that's where we found that. And it was quite alarming. And in fact, as a result of that, we made a recommendation to the Commission that they support an affordability study, which was done. DHCD's evaluator and program advisor worked together to look at a very high level. They had very little budget, but look at affordability issues for specifically low income, well below 250% of federal poverty level. And what they determined is, and I'm glad I get to say this because I really wanted to say it in response to your question, that the surcharge certainly creates a burden for low and moderate income households, but these are households that are already energy burdened. If the surcharge goes up a little bit, they're still going to be very energy burdened. If Empower went away completely, they are still going to be very energy burdened. And so in fact, coming out of this, and I'm not trivializing that at all. I don't mean to trivialize that at all. What I am suggesting is that what needs to happen, and we've made this recommendation to the commission, is that they open an investigation of whether current statutes would support creating affordability rates so that households who meet an income threshold would pay less for their utility costs. Because, you know, how we interpret just and reasonable, how we interpret fair in utility rate structures, there's a conventional way that has mostly been done for a while, but that doesn't mean that's the only way to interpret it. And I think this is a very important area for investigation and further work.
Senator Brooks, did you have an additional question?
Yes, I do. Yes. What are your thoughts about the goal setting? Is it achievable and is it affordable?
There's affordable is a question. I believe that we had hoped to have more information on projected costs coming out of the potential study than we actually got. The independent evaluator for the Empower programs works for the commission, did some analysis, Applied Energy Group, who did the potential study, did some analysis. And if we do kind of broad numbers, we believe that this level of savings that's in this draft bill, the cost will not be dramatically different than what they have been. I view this as sort of a almost maintaining the status quo, preserving what Empower has been very good at, while decisions about how to address the bigger needs are considered. So is it achievable? I think absolutely. The potential study assessed that question, and these are lower levels of savings than the potential study found to be cost effective and achievable.
Could I address that very quickly?
Final word.
Just very quickly. We had a technical analysis done to determine what the 1.8% that's in the bill. And what we did is we looked at the CSNA goals and approximated those and made adjustments because the gas utilities, for example, they don't have their own goals. So, what we did is modeled essentially exactly what the CSNA requires and converted those using a marginal emissions rate to come up with the 1.8%. So it is not more aggressive, and it's actually small. These are minimum goals. What the future programming work group and the study done there showed is that there is vastly more potential reductions from Maryland buildings than what are in these goals. Emissions rate.
Vice Chair, that CSNA's Climate Solution Now Act. So
the acronym. Yes, the Climate Solutions Now Act.
Okay,
Yes.
well, thank you for your testimony. We're going to go next panel. Kristen Harbison. Chris Harbison here. Jonathan Lecoq and Nisley. Chris Parks. Garrett Fitzgerald. And that's the favorables. Then we do have a few virtuals and a couple of unfavorables. So Ms. Harbison, why don't you start?
Absolutely. Good afternoon for the third and final time for this evening. Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, my name is still Kristen Harbison. I'm still the political director for Maryland League of Conservation Voters. Last year, Maryland LCV worked with you to pass the Climate Solutions Now Act, which set a target of 60% greenhouse gas emissions reductions by the year 2031. Efficiency initiatives continue to be a very cost-effective way to meet Maryland's energy needs while reducing the greenhouse gas emissions. Maryland's Empower program has a track record of success in saving consumers money and energy. SB 689 makes important revisions to align the way Empower is measured to make sure it aligns with our greenhouse gas emissions targets, as well as increasing accessibility to this program through the establishment of a program through the Department of Housing and Community Development to engage multilingual community outreach specialists. This bill is a priority of Maryland's environmental community. We thank Senator Lewis Young for her leadership on this bill, and Maryland LCB is here to urge a favorable report. Thank you very much.
Okay, sir.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. I'm Jonathan Laycock Nisley with Interfaith Power and Light, an organization focused on connecting congregations from many different traditions to a religious response to climate change. I'm here today in support of SB 689 because Maryland faith communities have long been taking action to green our houses of worship as an act of caring. As we've learned more about the impact burning methane gas and other fossil fuels in our buildings has on our health, our climate, and our neighbors who can least afford ever-increasing gas bills, we've started the work of turning away from burning, moving from burning fossil fuels in our buildings to instead choosing clean and affordable electric heat pumps, induction stoves, and heat pump water heaters. If you turn to my written testimony, you can see pictures of dozens of people of faith from all across Maryland holding signs asking you to strengthen the Empower program for all that has breath. From members of the Ministers' Conference of Baltimore and vicinity, to Bishop Eugene Sutton of the Episcopal Diocese of Maryland, to grassroots leaders with the United Church of Christ, you'll see people of faith speaking out for an Empower program that promotes healthy air and a healthy climate. My testimony is also co-signed by 18 other faith groups from across the state, including the Jewish Community Relations Council of Greater Washington, Green Muslims, Maryland Catholics for Our Common Home, the Ecumenical Leaders Group, and the policy or environmental committees of the official Methodist, Episcopal, Presbyterian, UCC, and ELCA church bodies in Maryland. For the health of our common home, we can strengthen the Empower Maryland program and align it with our climate goals. For all that has breath, we can provide subsidies to help Marylanders choose cleaner appliances. And for neighbors struggling with high utility bills, we can ensure access to state and federal funds. We can do all of these things by passing SB 689. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I'm Chris Parts, an architect representing 2,000 architects across the state of Maryland.
Hold that mic a little closer to you.
A constituent of Senator Washington and the owner of a 100-year-old home. So I'm here not just as an architect, but as someone who can speak to what the difference between the two different bills and how the energy component moving to all electric is something that is very effective. The weatherization and energy audits of the homes are very important. Understanding how folks can save money heating and cooling, and identifying where and how to fix that. Secondly, replacing the aging heating and cooling systems with an air source heat pump, an electric air source heat pump, can save residents money. One study by Northeast Energy Partners indicated that many residents could save as much as $300 to $1,000 per year for heating and cooling costs. Thirdly, I would like to dispense with the myth that air source heat pumps don't work. Massachusetts has incentivized this technology, and more than 50,000 units have been put in place since 2020. We know how the temperatures dipped in Massachusetts to 9 below for a couple of days in a row. We have never seen those temperatures that low here in the state of Maryland. And through online surveys, most all of the residents that had those heat pumps indicated they were able to keep their homes at temperature. And finally, the move toward electrification of households enables us to have healthier air conditions. We spend over 90% of our time on average indoors. Eliminating the carbon monoxide and nitrogen oxide pollution from residents results in a healthier home. If we can improve the healthy living conditions for residents, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and lower energy bills for those, why would we not do it? Please support Senate Bill 689.
Okay. Why don't you pull that mic in front of you?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to all. I'm Garrett Fitzgerald with Montgomery County. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of Senate Bill 689. You have our written testimony on why we think this is a great bill. We do participate in the various work groups convened by the Public Service Commission to plan the future of Empower and spend a lot of time on this. The chair just noted that there is also Senate Bill 905, which is a separate bill that also looks to reform Empower Maryland, which was introduced, I understand, at the request of the Public Service Commission. I'll try to speak a little bit to the difference between these two bills as we read them. Primarily, I want to concur with the perspective that we heard from Jim Gravatt on the sponsor panel about the differences between these bills. There's a lot of nuance, of course, but on the whole, I read SB 905, the other one, as primarily codifying how Empower Maryland planning works now. Public Service Commission continues to set the goals, use this consensus-based process to think about the strategies that will involve. Most of what is in that bill, I think, is fine. What is in this bill is great and is necessary. We have to do this one. And we can also do the other one, and you can easily bring the two together. We think that this bill, Senate Bill 689, provides really important policy direction to guide the Public Service Commission in planning for and managing the future of Empower. This bill will set greenhouse gas reduction goals that'll help move us toward the Climate Solutions Now goals. This bill will ensure that homeowners who want to switch from an old gas furnace to a highly efficient electric heat pump or similar appliances can get incentives to do that, which the Public Service Commission has not yet made happen under Empower. It will discontinue incentives for gas combustion equipment, which is no longer in alignment with our goals. So we very much encourage you to vote for this one. And I just want to say very briefly that we also concur that this one should be viewed as a companion bill to SB 144, that those two should really move forward together. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for the panel? Okay, seeing none. We do have two virtual witnesses I'm going to pull in here. Josh Talkin, Mr. Talkin. Here you are. Okay, you've got 2 minutes. You're signed up favorably.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chairman, members of the committee. Josh Talkin on behalf of the Maryland chapter of the Sierra Club, urging a favorable report. This is one of Sierra Club's top priority bills this session. Like Emily Scarr, I've been a proponent and supporter of Empower since it was first passed, and I'm excited to support this bill in helping this legislation reach what it could be. First, I just wanted to speak to Senator Augustine's questions and really emphasize that I think the equity issues on Empower are critical, that Sierra Club, energy efficiency advocates, Green and Healthy Homes Initiative have been supporting a low-income electrification bill for almost 4 years now and have been advocating for improvements within the Empower program. So we are also frustrated with how drawn out some of these important changes are. The reason that it's in a separate bill is that was just a strategic division between two critical improvements that we need to have to the Empower program, but that really is a top priority. Secondly, I just wanted to note that this particular legislation is urgent to pass this year to facilitate the implementation of the building energy performance standards, which require a reduction in the pollution of large buildings over 35,000 square feet. The regulations are being drafted right now at the Maryland Department of the Environment. These changes to Empower can often take longer than anticipated, and the program rollout takes time after you codify the particular changes. So if we want to provide financial support for multifamily dwellings to be doing electrification as required under the building performance standards, we need to make this change this year. And lastly, I just wanted to note that the level of specificity, I think, is appropriate, from the behind the meter savings to the specific requirement. Our experience with Empower over time is that it's essential that the actual policy goals come from the General Assembly. We will be opposing the other bill, not because it doesn't go far enough, but because with only a few years now before we hit our 2031 goal, we don't have time to be dragging out these important changes. We think this bill sets the right pace for the important changes we need to make. Thank you very much.
Okay, any question, Senator Hester?
Thank you, and thank you for being here, Mr. Tolkien. I was just curious. I find it every time I see a letter of information from MEA, I have to smile. But they point out that the Climate Solutions Now Act already provides the means by which to achieve these goals. And I know that you were very closely involved in both. I'm just wondering if you probably haven't seen this letter, but there's several comments from MEA in here, and I'm just wondering if you would like to comment on that.
Yeah, I found the letter a bit surprising. At the Maryland Commission on Climate Change meeting over in the interim, there were several comments from the Public Service Commission indicating that they viewed the provisions in Climate Solutions Now as being insufficient or inadequate to make the changes that it lays out. I think the intent is there, but we clearly heard a message from the Public Service Commission that that was not sufficient. And I think the fact they're bringing another bill to codify the change to greenhouse gases means they also do not interpret the language. I'm not saying that is true, but as they are the implementers, I think it's clear that additional language is needed.
Okay, any additional questions from Mr. Tolkien? Seeing none, we're going to go to our final virtual witness, favorable Alexandra Bell. Is Ms. Bell here? Okay.
Yep,
2 minutes.
I am.
Okay.
All right. Hello, my name is Alexandra Bell. I am a member of Action in Montgomery. AIM is a network of 38 congregations, schools, and nonprofit organizations that have been working on issues of equity and justice for over 20 years. Our sister organizations in Maryland are PATH in Howard County and ACT in Anne Arundel County. I live in Rockville and I worship with Bethesda Friends Meeting. I and other members of AIM have been measuring methane leaks in our communities and nitrogen dioxide levels in our homes. I am working with residents of Cider Mills Apartments in Gaithersburg, also members of AIM. When people are using their kitchen stoves, we have found that many of them have NO2 levels above the EPA recommended outdoor limits, and there are no recommended indoor limits. NO2 causes respiratory illness, can harm brain development in children, and contributes to asthma. It is hurting our community's health. We have measured methane leaks around gas meters and even indoors around gas hookups that show how faulty the natural gas infrastructure is. And methane is a much worse greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide. In addition, my compatriots worry about the dangers of an explosion from the methane and fires, of which unfortunately there have been a number in our community. We want clean air both inside and outside our homes and to move away from methane gas. AIM supports Senate Bill 689 because it will create new incentives for multifamily rental owners to improve efficiency in their units, lower monthly utility bills, reduce pollution, and improve indoor air quality to the direct benefit of renters. Almost none of the other testimony I've heard has dealt with how renters can improve their standing, and this bill addresses that, to my understanding. We support Senate Bill 689 and urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Bell? Okay, seeing none, we do have 2 witnesses signed up in person unfavorable. We're going to bring them up. Molly Knoll, Knoll up here, and then Benjamin Baker from the Public Service Commission. So Ms. Knoll, you're going to lead off, and then you'll be followed by Mr. Baker here.
No, Mr. Baker had a plane to catch.
Oh, okay.
Apologies.
Okay, Ms. Knoll.
May I
you're
have
here.
just 2 minutes?
You, no, but unfavorable, the Public Service Commission.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is Molly Knoll, and I am still a senior policy advisor with the Maryland Public Service Commission. I began working on the Empower program 10 years ago in my role with the Office of People's Counsel. Those excellent reports that Mr. Lapp referenced, I used to review, edit, and present those to the commission. We are here today to urge an unfavorable review of SB 689, primarily because of the combination of the ambitious goals and the program constraints. I'm actually going to set aside my prepared comments. I'm going to speak directly to what I've heard in the hearing room today. So first off, the commission agrees that now is absolutely the time to transition from energy efficiency to a greenhouse gas reduction model. The bill in question here does that and sets a 2% goal. The other bill, Chairman asked to talk about both of them in context. The other bill that we have does not set a specific number, but it does set the policy guide, which is the goals from CSNA. Speaking of CSNA, if that is the starting point of the goals that are in this bill, there is no relationship between the CSNA and existing costs. CSNA sets higher goals. Lighting has been 50% of the program historically. Lighting has been the bread and butter of the cost effectiveness of the programs. In the absence of lighting, it is easy to assume that the program costs will double to achieve that 2.5%. So if that's the genesis of the 2% or 1.8% that's in the current bill, that does not mean that costs are going to continue at that same trajectory. Costs will go up if that's where they started from for that goal. Second, the program constraints that are in this bill, particularly the lack of treatment for gas appliances, means that we will not be able to access DOE federal rebates that continue for gas appliances through 2031. And lastly, cost recovery is something the commission is already addressing to get that return down away from where it is and already move to an expense model. This bill is not necessary to do that. Thank you.
Okay, questions for Ms. Knoll, Senator Caruso.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just following up on the issue about cost. Do we know how much this Empower bill would cost residential ratepayers? My first question, and second one, does the bill put any caps on cost?
To your first question, no, we do not have information about costs. The commission convened a work group 2 years ago. We had the potential study. We recently had hearings. We've asked for these analyses from the utilities, from the stakeholders. We don't have the numbers. We simply don't. That's why we preserve the flexibility in SB 905 that the commission can make the decision when we have both program offerings and cost information together in order to control ratepayer impacts. And no, there is no cost cap in either one of the bills other than a cap of cost effectiveness. Bear in mind, though, that cost effectiveness simply means that we break even at some point. It does not mean that we don't spend a lot more money than we're spending now.
Vice Chair Kagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Knoll, thank you for being here and thank you for your testimony. And as you know, energy is new in this committee, and so there are a lot of us who are still navigating and learning. I have a process question.
Sure.
When the PSC is going to testify, what are the hurdles that have to be? There are 5 commissioners, some of whom will be leaving or are leaving or imminently leaving or something. Do they debate and vote? Is it a 3-2 and then that dictates what your position might be? Do they approve the testimony? What happens if they, just can you talk us through that? If there's a 3-2 vote in one direction or another on a bill, and then there's a change in commissioners and there's therefore a change in ideology or perspective on a bill, does it get revisited? If you could talk us through this, that would be really helpful.
Certainly. So the legislative process, the session moves fast.
Yes, we know.
And having a meeting is not always feasible. Large impactful bills are almost always taken to the full commission for discussion, strategy, and so forth. Some bills that are not as impactful are, dealt with kind of on a one-off basis through the legislative director. She then gives marching orders to the policy advisors on, what positions we're taking, where we're going from there. She does that side with the commissioners is what I'm saying.
So when you say the full commission, I'm right that you're talking about 5 human beings.
Correct.
So we're not convening 100 humans to try to get an opinion. Okay, so 5 people are going to decide. They could do it through Zoom, they could do it through email, but that's too onerous.
I am not in charge of the legislative process, and our legislative director is not here to explain precisely why some things go some directions and some go others.
Okay, confusing. And then the ledge person, who I'm sure is wonderful, and I don't even know who this person is, but can make a decision without consulting with the 5 members that are appointed by the governor and approved by the Senate and the Executive Nominations Committee?
She is acting under the direction of the commission. We do not always have time for all of the advisors and all of the commissioners and everybody to be in the room when we are under testimony deadlines and so forth. Bills come in, we prepare fiscal notes through our technical staff prepares notes, those come up to policy advisors prepare recommendations, those go to commissioners and the chairman. The legislative person works with the chairman, commissioners on how a decision is then made, comes back, it's things
But there's
move
not
very
a formal,
quickly.
transparent vote. There's not a public debate where people weigh the pros and cons.
No, ma'am, those are done under deliberative privilege.
For a legislative process of a public body, when you guys are live streaming your meetings on substantive legislative issues before your body and ours? Okay, all right, I'm so curious. I'm a little surprised by the answers and I appreciate them. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, any additional questions for Ms. Knoll? Okay, seeing none, I think that's a wrap on Senate Bill 689. We're going to
Thank
now
you.
move to the final bill of the day. Senator Lewis Young, go back up there, and this is Senate Bill 590. You do not have any designated sponsor panelists. I do have a number of witnesses that have signed up favorable.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't.
There are.
Okay,
A couple of them are virtual.
That's okay. Okay, I've got Rebecca Wolf. Ms. Wolf here. I've got Shashwanda Campbell. I've got and then I've got two virtual witnesses part of your panel. So I think everybody else will go after this. So and then we'll.
Hi, Mr. Chair, Councilwoman Felicia Porter from the city of Baltimore.
Okay. Yeah, you're not signed up.
Not on the sponsor.
I did, I signed up this morning.
Okay. It's yeah, we got a deadline of yesterday,
Okay.
3:00. So I'll respect, because we got like a gazillion witnesses on this bill. Okay, here, just have a
Thank you very
seat.
much.
Yeah, you know,
Thank you.
that's fine. Okay, we're good. Okay, so Senator, why don't you present the bill, then we'll go to the witnesses, and then we'll take up your two virtual witnesses, and we'll take it from there. All
Thanks
good.
very much. This issue really resonated with me because Frederick County struggled with this issue several years ago. And in fact, one of the people that will be testifying today is a former county council member who really lived this experience. And I thought it would be important for this committee to hear that story. But I want to give you a little bit of background again on Maryland's renewable portfolio standard, also known as RPS. The program was created in 2004 to support the development of renewable energy in Maryland by requiring utilities to purchase renewable energy credits, also known as RECs, from producers of renewable energy. Currently, Maryland is on track to require 50% renewable energy under this program by 2030. The preamble of the legislation that created the RPS in 2004 said that it was created because the benefits of renewable energy include long-term decreased emissions and a healthier environment. Why is this a problem? This issue a problem for climate change? Right now, we're not getting long-term decreased emissions and a healthier environment from some energy sources in the RPS, such as trash incineration, factory farm methane, and woody biomass incineration. These are subsidized as renewable energy, even though they pollute, in many cases, more than coal per unit of energy. For example, between 2014 and 2020, $26 million went via the Maryland RPS to Novec's woody biomass facility in South Boston, Virginia. This facility is too dirty to qualify for Virginia's own RPS. Together, the 10 facilities that are currently subsidized within these three categories take up about 1/10 of Maryland's RPS. In 2020, they profited $17 million from Maryland's RPS. Every year this legislation doesn't pass, $17 million is wasted on polluters instead of supporting real renewable energy. If we in Maryland are on a path to 100% renewable energy before fixing this, the losses could be even worse. This is also a problem for our communities. We talked in the previous bill about disproportionately affecting our economically challenged communities. Well, these facilities also harm the health of nearby communities, particularly low-income communities. The process of incinerating trash creates an especially dangerous set of compounds called dioxins. These have been declared by the World Health Organization as a known human carcinogen. Dioxins are also linked to diseases of the immune system, endocrine system, nervous system, and reproductive system. Recently, some community groups filed a Civil Rights Act Title VI complaint about a proposed factory farm methane facility in Delaware that would be eligible for Maryland RPS if it's built. How does the Reclaim Renewable Energy Act provide a solution? This bill simply deletes trash incineration, factory farm methane, and woody biomass from Tier 1 of the Renewable Portfolio Standard. Since RECs from these sources will no longer be eligible to fulfill Maryland's RPS, Maryland utilities will have to replace these RECs with buying RECs from the remaining Tier 1 eligible sources. This will increase the support available for energy that is actually renewable. We should be subsidizing the things we want more of, not the things we don't. By the way, when Maryland Renewable Portfolio Standard was created in 2004, trash incineration was part of Tier 2. A set of less desirable energy sources considered bridge fuels at the time. They were designed to be subsidized less than the preferred sources such as wind, solar, and geothermal and small hydroelectrical projects that were part of Tier 1. And those lesser subsidies were to be phased out by 2019 so that only Tier 1 sources would remain in the RPS. But in 2011, trash incineration was declared a Tier 1 resource, receiving higher subsidies with no end date in sight. At the same time, there was increasing community pressure mounting in Frederick and Baltimore City against these incinerators. If you look at your testimony online, you'll see there's a variety of support from climate, air quality, and water organizations, grassroots groups and communities impacted by trash incineration or with the potential to be impacted by factory farm methane or woody biomass. Public health experts are in support of this, labor organizations, and civil rights organizations. The opposition is largely the companies that stand to lose profits they currently gain or hope to gain by selling Maryland RECs. Interestingly enough, there is an incinerator in Baltimore County and they benefit from these subsidies, but the county exec is in support of this bill. Clearly, he sees the future. What'll happen if this bill passes? We're always concerned about the economic ramifications of certain legislation. Well, I'll cite the fiscal note, which says a minimal impact on customer electricity. That is something raised by the opposition, but according to the fiscal note, minimal or non-existent. So you'll also hear pushback from the companies that are involved in these particular businesses that benefit from tier 1. But many of these companies are out of state, so they could still operate, they just wouldn't receive these particular benefits. Also, many of the companies in the incinerator business existed long before this legislation was passed in 2004. So there's nothing to say that moving incinerators out of tier 1 would harm these particular organizations. So with that, I'll conclude my testimony and pass it on to the panel. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to the city councilwoman, Porter. Everybody's got 2 minutes from this point forward, okay? We're under the clock.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and members of the committee. As councilwoman up for the city of Baltimore's 10th district, I'm writing to express my support for Senate Bill 590, Renewable Energy Portfolio Standards, and the necessary push to alter the language in the renewable energy legislation. First, I would like to again to thank the committee for the indulgence of coming here today. Despite my written testimony, I think it's very important not only to show up for your communities, but also to show up in a way that not only distinguishes courage, but also support for their respective communities as well. Given that most of these communities have existed for generations with these pollutants, it's important not only that we prioritize them, but also that we hear them out when they speak as well. Secondly, it's my hope that my presence here today, again, despite my written testimony, is an indicator of courage, preservation, and the importance of us as legislators, not only to ensure that our communities are free from pollutants, but that they are breathing healthy air, have healthy water, and have healthy energy. Lastly, as a public health scientist and a local elected official, these public health challenges displayed by my communities today are going to be substantially impacted by this particular legislation. And I hope that the committee not only hears the testimony from my communities represented here today, but also take into account that these communities have been existing like this for generations, and the change needs to come, and the political will is here now. Thank you.
Yeah, Senator Augustine.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, council member. I am interested. I just don't recall. Were you the council? Have you been a council member when the city, I mean, could have just had a contract to stop doing business? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so that's a good. Yeah, that's a good question. So I actually came into office in December of 2020. Right. And so I was not in office at the time. No,
you are familiar with what I'm talking about.
I am familiar. Yes, sir.
And so what do you think that you should have some, why did they weren't your colleagues, I guess, but you know what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Like the folks before, like they were fully able and capable. If they did not want to have it, they didn't have to sign another contract, right?
Yeah.
I mean, so why wouldn't they do that? Why did they do that?
Well, I think it's one of two things, sir. And I'm not familiar with the jurisdiction that you serve, but in the city of Baltimore, Prince George's County. So you kind of have. Yeah, Prince George's County. So you are aware of some of the political dynamics that exist within some of those jurisdictions. So one, I think it's a lack of political will. Sometimes when we don't really understand how to execute, how to have appropriate benchmarks, sometimes the political will is not there. And so we just kind of go with the status quo. But the current council and under my administration in the 10th district, we are doing things a little bit different. And so even though there was an opportunity for something like that to happen, I think it was, lack of political will and lack of really understanding of the execution of how we can move towards zero waste. Does that answer your question, sir? Thank you very much.
Okay, why don't you pass it on? Tell us your name and get 2 minutes.
Yeah, I am Shoshonda Campbell with the South Baltimore Community Land Trust. And I want to say that it is mind blowing and quite frankly disappointing that we are here saying that Burning trash and polluting the air of communities, mainly communities of color and low income, is clean and renewable and worthy of our public resources. But that is exactly what we have been doing in Maryland since 2011. It is a mistake and it can be corrected this year. Baltimore communities know the health impacts of incineration and firsthand experiences. If that wasn't enough, Chesapeake Bay Foundation commissioned a study that found that the Briscoe incinerator costs $55 million a year in health damages. And that was from one pollutant alone. Many of the impacts of burning on everyday growing volumes of plastics and only the beginning to be understood. But the early findings are terrifying. So imagine from the perspective of Maryland voters who is being asked to subsidize a technology that is making us sick through a program that's meant to support clean energy. It is working against us, and we desperately need to trust our ability to address health and climate change in an adequate manner and get this right. We have been working with Baltimore communities, our mayor, city council, and bedrock institutions like Johns Hopkins to accelerate our just transition to needed zero waste infrastructures. What I can tell you is it is incredibly helpful that the General Assembly passed a landmark policy that seeks to end harmful practice of sending food waste to incinerators to move us from a direction to make a positive difference on the ground. I must tell you what is harmful. This ongoing policy of clarifying incineration as renewable, just as our city is making a good faith effort to move in the right direction. What is being burnt in Maryland? It is nearly 40% is food waste and organics, and a common percentage that will go down because of good policy. Most of what is left is able to be recyclable or reused, things like paper, glass, furniture, e-scraps, etc. Those materials will be diverted from this incinerator. To wrap up, I must say that we are here to tell our state to stop making it their job and our job to make this private company able to succeed or fail. It has done this well before this renewable portfolio, and it could exist without these subsidies. So thank you.
Hey, ma'am, you got to tell us your name in 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Chair Feldman and members of the committee. My name is Rebecca Wolf, and I'm testifying in support of SB 590 on behalf of the nonprofit Food and Water Watch and our 40,000 Maryland members. The RPS is an important tool to help Maryland meet ambitious climate goals, but it has been hijacked as a waste management subsidy on behalf of Maryland ratepayers. A renewable energy program shouldn't bring more waste, more trucks, and more pipelines into communities. Leaving biogas in the RPS has real immediate consequences for our climate goals, including an increase in gas infrastructure. Biogas is composed of methane, a greenhouse gas known as a super polluter, at 90 times more powerful than CO2. And digested materials result in increased ammonia emissions, which is alone responsible for 12,000 deaths from industrial agriculture in the US every year already. The availability of biogas has already been used as an excuse for expanding gas infrastructure in Maryland, a system that is known to leak at a rate of 60% higher than even the EPA estimated. I know you all have heard about a lot of this today. On the Eastern Shore, a 2 to 15% leak from biogas projects could release greenhouse gas emissions comparable to almost 100,000 gas-powered cars on the road all year. In fact, research shows that renewable natural gas could be even more climate intensive than fossil or fracked gas, particularly if a wave of facility buildouts encourages intentional waste production. Once a large digester is built, it must be fed constantly. The Maryland Office of Public Counsel issued a report warning that the replacement and expansion of gas infrastructure will cause gas delivery costs to skyrocket. And yesterday, the former AG Brian Frosch echoed these concerns, saying expanding gas infrastructure is bad policy. He said it's the last thing we need for the climate to grow the markets for natural gas. Factory farm biogas and gas infrastructure is not a tier 1 renewable definition of energy. Along with trash incineration and biomass, it does not contribute to a healthier environment or long-term decreased emissions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Senator Gallium.
Question for the bill sponsor, please.
Sure.
Thank you, Senator. So I believe about 3 times in your testimony, and then just once here, we've heard factory farms referenced. Can you give me a definition of what you think a factory farm is?
I'm probably not the best one to answer that question.
So if someone's milking, say 100 or 200 cows in a dairy farm, would you think that's a factory farm?
Anyone else want to take a crack at it?
Yeah, what we're talking about with biogas specifically on the Eastern Shore is mostly processing waste. It's mostly from the proposals are mostly processing waste. And so we're talking about both from both from the chicken houses, but also from slaughter and processing facilities.
So would a dairy farm that is milking 250 cows, would you consider that a factory farm?
I would not, and neither would the EPA definition of a CAFO, which I think would be a good definition here. But generally, digesters are not economically viable without large scale industrial waste.
Okay, to kind of piggyback on that, I have a farm in my district, a dairy farm in Cecil County, that they have an anaerobic digester. They're able to take this food waste. And matter of fact, they even work with a local school who brings in food scraps and they add into it. So those food scraps aren't going into a landfill where they're releasing this gas. Instead, the gas is being captured and turned electricity that's powering the farm. So how do you see that working in this bill? Because my understanding, this would definitely affect them. They would not get these benefits, correct?
Food waste is not in the RPS.
Well, it's mixed. It's mixed in mainly with farm, manure and such from the farm. So they would be excluded now from having this benefit under this bill, correct?
Food waste is not in the RPS, so they wouldn't be getting it either way.
Take the food waste out of it. Just the manure that they're using to go into this digester from the farm that's collected at the farm.
Mhm.
Would that operation and their anaerobic digester now no longer be allowed to get these benefits under this bill?
That's my understanding, that if it's animal excrement, they wouldn't get the benefits because it's water soluble and that allows it to seep.
Okay.
Okay, Senator Augustine.
Mr. Chair, the sponsor, we've gotten like lots of very interesting testimony from well, I don't want to say the senator's name, and I won't. Okay, but there's testimony that would suggest that that some of these changes would actually be contradictory to our goals with regard to climate change, because the process of decomposition that occurs in the landfill is way more times more potent with regard to greenhouse gas emissions and the leaks and everything else, versus each of the technologies that are a part of the RPS that this bill seeks to remove, which when they process, they release far less greenhouse gas. So would you want to respond to that?
Well, I don't think there's anything about this bill that recommends landfills as an alternative. They're assuming that. I would say that a better method for handling the waste is reduce, reuse, and recycle and compost.
Well, Senator, I support that. I do support that. But there's not any real indication in the way that things actually, are processed that these items would not end up in the landfill. I mean, that's the alternate for most of these items would be that they would go to the landfill. As much as I'm supportive of, and I've got, lots of things to try to divert and get rid of as much of it as possible. And then there are also certain items that would have to end up in the landfill. I'm not talking about the ones that we would want to divert, but there are certain things that are not necessarily recyclable, and they do end up in the landfill. And when they do end up in the landfill, it's far more, that decomposition process is far more impactful, as was mentioned, is significant testimony.
I have a panel member that wants to respond.
We don't want to, we got a lot of witnesses on this bill. I'm just going to be honest with you. So if you want to take one crack and then we'll, just go on.
Yeah, I think that this bill is not actually promoting landfilling at all. This bill is particularly talking about, it's not even about solid waste, period. It's more so about looking at what we're giving recs to and calling renewable energy. And what we're saying is that yes, the capture of methane that's happening in landfilling, no, that's not renewable either. But incineration and what we're getting from that, it's not renewable either. So what this bill is doing is saying that those things need to be taken out. It's actually not even saying that they can't operate after. They can still operate. They're just not going to be considered clean energy or renewable energy in the way that that's what the RPS was created for. So they would just lose those subsidies, but they don't lose their rights to operate. And it doesn't say that like, you have to now landfill everything that's being burnt. That's not what the bill is about at all. Actually, that's a solid waste problem.
Okay, Senator Carozza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, the woman who referenced the
Rebecca.
Eastern Shore.
Yeah, Rebecca.
Re-
Rebecca
I'm sorry, your last name
Wolf,
and what organization?
Food and Water Watch.
Okay, just wanted to,
Yep.
I just want to understand that when, I'm not sure why you think this would increase waste when, since you referenced the Eastern Shore, the last processing plant built on Delmarva was in 1974. And if you look at the current statistics, it will show that you're saying less processing of birds than 20 years ago. So I think when this information comes forward, there should be some context of what's being presented.
Yeah, I've seen that, the note about the processing facility and when the last one has been built. But just in general, I think that this has been really talked about as an opportunity to manage waste. And at the end of the digestion process, that waste still has to be managed. So if we're bringing more of it into facilities and then having to manage the digestate afterward, I think that's a big problem. But beyond all of that, this is about expanding gas infrastructure, again, which the RPS should not be about.
Just contradicted your numbers. I mean, you're talking about when you say increasing waste, and yet
I didn't say anything about increasing
you've
waste.
got our statistics showing that the number of birds being processed has dramatically decreased. So it's
I didn't say any numbers about
it's not consistent.
waste.
Okay, any additional questions for the panel? Senator Hester, did you have a question? You're good. Okay. Okay, that's it for the panel. We're going to go to, I'm going to, take a bunch of, we've got a lot of virtual witnesses, so we're going to go to the next panel. I'm going to try to rotate between favorable, unfavorable for some balance. So here, I'm going to give you some names. If you come up here, all signed up favorable: Emily Ransom, Godwin Kennedy, Sir James Weaver, Jamie DeMarco, and let's do that. And then we're going to take a panel of unfavorables and we'll rotate back and forth a little bit. Okay, so Ms. Ransom, why don't you lead off? Everybody's got 2 minutes.
All right. Good evening, members of the committee. I am Emily Ranson with Clean Water Action here in support of Senate Bill 590. And it's already come up. What about the trash? This is frequently something that we hear when we're talking about trash incineration and the renewable portfolio. But to bring it back around, this is about renewable energy and this is about the climate. So, but what about that trash? I understand that that is a very concerning issue. And this committee has already made a lot of strides on that trash, especially in terms of compost, which is a waste management strategy that sequesters carbon. It puts that carbon into the ground, diverting food waste and supporting our goals to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The RPS, as it stands, subsidizes waste management strategies that produce greenhouse gas emissions, burning trash, burning methane, burning wood. And ratepayers are paying millions of dollars to put a very large thumb on the scale for waste management, when the renewable portfolio standard is supposed to be about climate, it's supposed to be about energy. In the testimony, there are quite a few letters of support, and I will highlight that Montgomery County is the county that has consistently supported this, even though they are receiving these renewable credits. So thank you, and we urge a favorable report.
Okay, Emily, why don't you pass that to the next witness?
Good evening, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to offer my testimony in support of SB 590. My name is Godwin Kennedy. I'm a Maryland native and currently reside in District 10 for the past 4 years. I've been seeing a smokestack of the Wheelabrator since I was a child, welcoming me to Baltimore. Never did I imagine what was being emitted from it was harmful to my health. And I imagine that most Baltimore residents don't know as well. The perception is that it's harmless smoke just coming from it, when in fact it's not. There are several considerable disadvantages of it to discuss. First, the health and environmental risk. A study in 2017 states that the communities that are located within close proximity of the incineration plants are at a higher risk for long-term negative health. And in fact, I live within 2 miles of one of these facilities in District 10. I think that would put me within close proximity of one. What are the increased risks? They include increased risk of cancers, birth defects, neurological dysfunction. These health effects are known to occur at even very low exposure levels. To continue, there's also respiratory problems, increased reproductive abnormalities, and other health effects, which are common where incinerator plants are located. Secondly, it's no secret that incinerators are commonly built in less well-off areas. This situation is very common among minority groups and is highly detrimental to the local community. Thank you for my time.
Okay, sir. Here you go, 2 minutes.
Hello, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Hillman, and Vice Chairman, Madam Kagan. My name is Sir James, and I'm here on behalf of Progressive Maryland. We're a community organization that fights against racism and environmental injustice. And I am a spokesperson for them and also for the silenced communities in South Baltimore that have been plagued by this rocket-like toxic incinerator that has violently spewed its venomous chemicals on the community in Baltimore and has undermined health and life outcomes. This toxic incinerator is responsible for 5.5 deaths per year. And according to a 21-page study by Dr. George Thurston, who is an expert on health impacts of air pollution, this incinerator is also responsible for $55 million in annual medical expenses. Now that's appalling. And just as Senator Lewis had stated, these overburdened communities are situated by these toxic industries. Why? Because they're seen as politically inconsequential, because they're seen as politically not viable. These communities have been silenced for too long, and they don't deserve to pay Baltimore Gas and Electric to give their children cancer one day. It's time to not genuflect, but to do the right thing and to remove trash incineration along with woody biomass and other elements that are not actually clean energy out of the Renewable Portfolio Standard program. And I firmly support Senate Bill 590. Thank you for your time.
Okay, Mr. DeMarco.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jamie DeMarco. I'm the Maryland Director at the Chesapeake Climate Action Network. The good news is that we do not need any of these polluting facilities. As Senator Augustine said earlier, wind and solar are now the cheapest forms of electricity on the market. And when coupled with batteries, they can provide 24/7 electricity, which means it is simply unnecessary to light anything on fire and cause air pollution. Air pollution is a silent but deadly killer. 60,000 Americans die every year from air pollution alone. If another country killed that many of our citizens, we would go to war with them. And Marylanders have a higher asthma rate than the average American. And in Baltimore, the asthma rate is 3 times the national average. We are getting it worse here in Maryland. And the choice is not between landfills and incineration. It is between landfills and incineration plus landfill.
For every 500 pounds of trash that you burn, you still have 100 pounds of trash ash to get rid of, which is far, far more toxic. If you pour hot water over coffee beans, you don't get coffee. But if you pour hot water over coffee grounds, you get coffee. And the difference is surface area. Similarly, if I poured water over my phone, I would still drink that water. But if I lit my phone on fire, took the ashes, and then poured water over that, I'm not drinking that. That's what we're putting into landfills, and it is so much more toxic when it leaks. And if you put a water bottle in a landfill, like it or not, that is carbon sequestration. The carbon in that plastic is staying in the ground. Whereas if you light it on fire, it is going in the atmosphere, as well as all of the dioxins that it produces that cause severe harm. We urge an unfavorable report. Thank you. Sorry, a favorable report. Sorry, favorable report.
Okay, we figured that. Questions for the panel? Okay, seeing none. We're going to next move to a panel of unfavorables. Go back and forth here a little bit. I've got Beth Hill, got Joe Hinson, Lisa Harris Jones, Mac Middleton, Courtney Spangler. Is Ms. Spangler here?
Yep.
Okay. That's 5 names I recite.
Pam has to go before me because she's about to testify upstairs.
That's fine. So why don't you get, okay. We know her as Pam Casemeyer, but
I'm
that's
sorry.
okay. That's fine.
Pam.
Ms. Casemeyer, why don't you, yeah, we got 5 folks here. So, ma'am, we'll start to you want to start to the left and we'll end up with Senator Middleton. Just tell us who you are and everybody gets 2 minutes. Okay.
Great. Thank you, Chairman Feldman and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify in steadfast opposition to Senate Bill 590. I'm Beth Hill, Executive Director of the Maryland Forest Association. Over 75% of our members are family woodland owners. We're a conservation-minded group that wants to see forest remain as forest and believe that this is best accomplished by promoting sustainable forestry and encouraging strong markets. There are approximately 158,000 private forest landowners in Maryland that depend on markets for their wood regardless of their management goals. Having various outlets ensures that proper utilization is available to address forest health concerns. Strong markets also provide financial incentives that enable families to retain ownership. Without them, woodland is prone to land use change and fragmentation. Removing biomass from the RPS is both unnecessary and counterproductive. Biomass markets are not a threat to the forest, but instead can play an integral part in its long-term viability while serving to reach environmental goals and energy independence in Maryland. Our written testimony, a coalition letter signed on by over 45 organizations, demonstrates that we are not alone in this understanding. Furthermore, the Maryland Greenhouse Gas Reduction Act plan and the Maryland Climate Change Commission both champion replacing fossil fuel systems with biomass systems. Biomass is a clear choice in these applications as it is available for baseload power 24/7 using a feedstock that can be regrown and regenerated locally. The passage of this bill would eliminate the opportunity for Maryland to develop modern, innovative projects to meet its goals. Not only is this bill in conflict with state level recommendations, but also with the Biden administration's net zero strategy, which views biomass as critical to decarbonizing the energy sector. Removing wood, our greatest renewable resource, from the RPS would be an injustice to all Marylanders that care about both the environment and the economy. On behalf of our coalition, I ask that you keep Maryland's RPS diverse and graciously ask for an unfavorable review.
Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Joe Henson. I'm a licensed forester here in Maryland, and I want to talk just a little bit about the implications of biomass energy on forest management. There are pictures of these in my written testimony. This is an 11-inch tree that's 25 years old. And like most trees, it started growing rapidly. And then as it started to compete with its neighbors, growth slowed down. And at age 20, foresters thinned this stand, taking probably 30% of the trees. That reduced the competition, and this tree, along with all its neighbors, began to grow much faster. So this tree grows faster, stores carbon faster, adds value faster, because we were able to thin it. This tree is 18 years old. And this is 15 years old. They exist in the stand along with larger trees, And this is the material that we remove when we thin it. And we can remove it because we have a market for biomass energy. If we didn't, these trees would stay in a stand. They're going to die. They're suppressed. They have no crown, and they're going to decompose and release whatever minor amount of carbon they may have stored. So renewable energy credits adds value to these trees. They allow us to remove them from the wood. They pay their way to the mill, and they're chipped up and made into biomass energy. So we want to retain that. We think it's very important to forest management, and we think biomass energy is too large of an opportunity for Maryland to ignore. Thank you.
That's that mic on. And Ms. Hill, because we were trying to get Ms. Casemeyer off to, I guess, another hearing or something. Maybe she could take your seat and she could testify, but keep go down the aisle. Actually, Ms. Casemeyer, why don't we take you next? Because I know you got to go to another here. Pass it back down to the end and then we'll go back to the panel.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for the accommodation. Believe it or not, you still have another one of your colleague committees who's still in the middle of
you got 2 minutes.
work too. Sorry, very quick. So Pam Casemeyer on behalf of the Maryland Delaware Solid Waste Association. We are the private sector waste industry. Our members include recyclers, waste haulers, disposal facilities, and others. And we're here strongly opposed to this bill. These landfills create methane. That is a horrible impact on the air. We're never going to have no landfills. So don't you want to incentivize the creation of a renewable product that can be used from the methane as opposed to just letting it escape into the air? Similarly with waste to energy, it is recognized by the EPA as a renewable source, as a renewable energy source. In fact, in the little triangle, it was higher than landfills in terms of its economic impact, and it's highly regulated, and so are its emissions. In fact, Maryland just increased its emissions. So we're here to say, much like you heard, which I thought was terrific from the forest lands, the different buckets that this bill addresses have a reason that they were created and put in that tier, because they deal with energy, they deal with environmental issues that create climate issues that we have to control whether we like it or not. So let's do it in a way that produces a positive renewable energy source as opposed to letting it just go up into the air. We think we've asked for an unfavorable report. We think it's counterproductive to our goals.
Okay, let's pick up where we left off, sir, in the middle. Tell us your name and you've got 2 minutes.
Yeah, I'm Tom Johnson. Thank you very much for letting me speak here today. So I own a company based out of Salisbury, Maryland, Eastern Shore Forest Products. We have about 200 folks that work with us there, and we harvest timber throughout the state. We recycle, we make a variety of consumer products, and we ship nationwide. So I'm pretty proud that we have products coming out of Maryland going to Oregon and California and Montana and other heavily timbered states. But anyway, we use renewable energy very heavily. We at our plants where we process products, and we use solar for our electricity, and we use biomass for our thermal energy. Electricity is not practical for thermal production of energy on the size that we need, so we use biomass for that. So our biomass is biomass energy heat is created in furnaces that are licensed by the state. They're very clean burning, they're state of the art. The wood that we use in those comes from a variety of sources. They come from urban tree clearing, comes from land, utility right-of-ways. It comes from the thing, as Mr. Henson talked about, where we actually go in and we create wildlife habitat. We create a variety of improvements to the forest. So for us, biomass is really important. We are approved by the Public Service Commission to receive the thermal renewable energy credits. And we think that's really a very important thing for Maryland for us to reach our goals. And we just hope that we can keep woody biomass as a tier 1 renewable in this state. I think it's very, very important.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. My name is Gary Allen. I'm the president of the Maryland Forestry Foundation. The foundation coordinates the work of Maryland's Forest District Conservancy Boards across the state, staffed by volunteers in every county in Maryland. In addition to that, we work with a 5 million tree program because we're the largest non-government tree planting organization in Maryland. This year, we'll plant about 75,000 trees on private lands across the state of Maryland. The foundation opposes Senate Bill 590 because we ultimately think it fails to adequately address the principal driver behind its introduction, climate change. I want to call your attention to the latest 1922 report of the Climate Change Commission created by the legislature, specifically recommendation number 24, released just last fall, which highlights the use of wood for thermal energy for a program to facilitate the decarbonization of the building sector.
Yes, sir.
The very thing we
Could you
address.
just put the mic a little closer to your?
I'm
yeah,
sorry, what?
yeah, that's better. Yeah, because we're.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to quote from that recommendation from the Climate Commission. Quote, climate sensitive renewable energy tax program would absorb the state's existing thermal energy credits program, TRECs, from the renewable portfolio standard, an electricity program and allow for various clean heat solutions to compete for renewable energy credits with a prioritization for clean heating solutions that are not associated with on-site specific emissions. Credits in this expanded program will be made available to support measures that decarbonize heating fuel supplies, reduce methane leaks from natural gas distribution service systems, and improve energy efficiency in homes, buildings, and install and run on qualifying biomass energy. Mr. Chairman, we recommend a negative report on this particular piece of legislation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Pass it to your left.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair. For the record, I'm Mac Middleton. I used to chair the Senate Finance Committee that had the energy issues. I'm here today representing two, Maryland Farm Bureau as well as Domtar, which is one of the world's largest producer of paper. And our opposition to this bill is mostly because of the woody biomass, because they're in the wood business. One of the things that we did and talked about what's in tier 1, I want every member of the committee to know that every tier 1 eligible for rec credits has been approved by the EPA and recommended as a tier 1 renewable energy, every single one of them. Nobody likes, and I empathize with the folks with the plant down in Baltimore. Listen, I have a landfill that's with 3 3/4 of a mile, a huge landfill next to me. Nobody wants to be next to them. I understand that, but removing these has consequences to it. First of all, and I'm going to draw from a few things in the Domtar written testimony. You know, when we did the RPS, the stated objective of the Maryland RPS is to recognize and develop the benefits associated with a diverse collection of renewable energy supplies. And I think Maryland can take great pride in the fact that we do have a very, very diverse tier 1 eligible. When the legislature decided to take what was called, black liquor, liquid biomass out, there were consequences to it. And if you go into the Domtar testimony, you'll see that in January 1, 2021, when that was taken out, the average rec on the rec tier 1 market was $11.35. The year later, those same recs went for $22.85, and this year they're $29.83. If I just may have 1/2 second. So what the problem is there is that the alternative compliance payment is at $30. So once that rec gets over $30, they're not going to be buying renewable resources. They're going to be paying into that. So it's going to discourage that money that goes for all the wonderful programs that we've heard here today. So there are consequences to it. So if you're going to pass this piece of legislation, you have to understand the consequences. So there are things that you can do. You can reduce the RPS. If you really and truly want to reduce the RPS, then I think that's going to have to be what you do. Otherwise, I can very well predict that those REC prices are going to go up and people are not going to be buying renewable energy resource RECs. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I would urge an unfavorable.
Okay, sir, who are you?
Thomas Spangler.
Okay, Mrs. Spangler, go on.
Thank you.
And we might take one more unfavorable, then we're going to go to some favorables. Okay, Mr. Spangler, you get 2 minutes.
Sure. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee today. My name is Thomas Spangler, the executive chairman and founder of Clean Bay Renewables, and I'm speaking in opposition of Senate Bill 590 because it would repeal the ability for energy produced from the anaerobic digestion of animal manure and specifically poultry litter to qualify for Maryland's RPS. Clean Bay Renewables is a Maryland envirotech company founded in 2013, focused on the sustainable management of agricultural byproducts using combined anaerobic digestion and nutrient recovery technologies. The goal of this legislation is difficult to understand, given that Clean Bay's AD facility under development in Somerset County addresses 3 of the state's most pressing climate challenges. Challenge 1, more than 900,000 tons of chicken litter is produced on the Delmarva Peninsula, which is a local resource that can be recycled to create renewable energy without incineration. Each of Clean Bay's closed loop facilities recycle more than 150,000 tons of poultry litter per year, operating year round. These facilities are zero liquid discharge with no residual waste and no incineration. Existing programs pay to drive this material out of the state, creating additional greenhouse gas. Challenge 2, Maryland relies on natural gas for 36% of in-state electricity production. And as President Biden pointed out, gas is a bridge to the future. If gas is still necessary, then wouldn't we prefer renewable sources, including anaerobic digestion? The same product can be used as a feedstock to produce green hydrogen, which in any event will certainly be part of a future clean energy program. According to MDE, Maryland has the most aggressive greenhouse gas emission reduction goals in the nation. Maryland has the opportunity to increase competitiveness with other states such as California, Minnesota, Oregon, and Washington that have long included anaerobic digestion of animal manures and other biomass as an important part of their renewable energy resource. Thank you, and we look for an unfavorable report.
Okay, any questions for this panel? Senator Carrozza? Vice Chair Kagan, then Senator Carrozza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question for Mr. Spangler. You testified in opposition as unfavorable. If anaerobic digestion were removed from the bill, do you have any other issues with the bill?
We would not.
So this could be hypothetically favorable with amendment if anaerobic digestion were removed.
Yeah, we would encourage the inclusion of anaerobic digestion of animal manures and biomass.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Spangler.
Okay,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Carrozza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Johnson, I want to thank you for coming up from Eastern Shore Forest Products with everything that's going on back home. Just looking at your testimony, 2 quick questions. You mentioned that the Public Service Commission just this last December approved your application for the renewable energy credits for the that would be for the dry pellet stock and wood shavings in Pocomoke City and Salisbury plants. And then you further down in your testimony, you say that you are currently in the process of upgrading our biomass systems. I just wanted to know what those upgrades involve. And then my second question is, you also say in your testimony that without this incentive, wood with no other market will be wasted. And I'd like you to elaborate on that.
Sure. So the upgrades to the biomass systems are upgrades that allow us to measure the thermal energy coming out of them. So these systems were not designed to actually measure the energy coming out, and the upgrades we're doing based on being able to capture these credits, we have to actually measure the credits. I have to measure the BTUs coming out in order to get the credits.
And then the wood with no other
So the wood that we use for at our company, we do a lot of things with wood. A portion of the wood is used for the fuel. That's the lowest value wood. That's wood that comes from tree clearing right of ways. The power companies have to clean the right of ways to keep the trees from growing into the wires. People's homes, they have to cut trees in their backyard. That stuff generally gets all chipped up. It's not really a commercially viable product because it's all a hodgepodge of bark and limbs and leaves and tree pieces. We can use that for fuel. Other than that, it gets piled up and goes to waste. There's not a commercial use for it.
Okay, any additional witness questions for the panel? Okay, seeing none. Before I go to a list of virtual favorables, okay, you guys are good. Lisa Harris Jones, since you gave up your spot, why don't you come up here?
Sure, can I have Mary Urban? She's my actual client, and then.
Okay, why don't you guys come up and then we're going to go to a group of favorables who are all virtual. So we're trying to get the in-person folks in, then we're going to go to the virtual witnesses who are a lot of favorable witnesses. So Jones,
Sure.
you go on.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Lisa Harris Jones, and I'm here on behalf of Wind Waste Innovations in opposition of Senate Bill 590. One of the important things that I'm here to oppose the bill is the fact that it would remove waste to energy from tier 1. There was comments made earlier about Baltimore City when waste owns and operates the facility in Baltimore City, which also serves Baltimore County. I was actually a part of the team of lawyers that assisted in negotiating the agreement that Baltimore City now has with Wind Waste. And one of the important things that Baltimore City understood was that waste to energy is a very, very important part of tier 1, in that the economic benefits as they negotiated actually come back to the city that the facility serves. One of the things that was negotiated, and they're in the process of doing, and they're almost done, is putting $40 million of improvements into the facility. After it's done, and quite frankly, I think as we sit here, the facility that sits in Baltimore City is one of the cleanest incinerators in the country. Flat out. I think there's only maybe one other, maybe in Florida, that may just beat them just by a bit. Also, the importance of the economic benefits that came from the ability to be in tier 1, those dollars went back into Baltimore City. During COVID, they couldn't pick up their trash at a certain point. When Waste stepped in, they did it. When Waste stepped in and helped with the recycling, $750,000 just in 2022 went back to Baltimore City and the communities. They could not have done that without being a part of tier 1. And I think there were already a lot was said about reducing. I'm going to be quiet. I'm done. Unfavorable, please.
Okay, okay, tell us who you are, and
Sure.
you get 2 minutes.
My name is Mary Urban. I'm the Director of Community Engagement for Wind Waste Innovations. And thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, and the committee members. I'm here to request an unfavorable vote on SB 590. Each day we create 65 megawatts of renewable energy, enough to power 34,000 homes and businesses, including Baltimore Steam Loop. We convert up to 700,000 tons of waste into renewable energy, and that offsets fossil fuels, which is integral to the conversation today. Instead of, if we weren't there, we'd be sending that to landfills, which creates methane, which is a warming potential of 85 times more than the carbon that we produce over 20 years, which is now the standard timeline for greenhouse gas protocols. And as we rightly emphasize, the environmental and health impacts of trucking and traffic and waste energy process actually avoids trucking to landfills, which would likely be out of state as Quarantine Road is set to fill in 2026. We also recycle around 12,000 tons of metals in the back end. And for those reasons, we actually are a reducer of greenhouse gases. The past year with our contract, as Lisa mentioned, we invested $45 million in emissions controls and upgrades. We'll be one of the cleanest facilities in the country and the world. And we also voluntarily added $750,000 to support cleaning and greening and training Baltimore, from Brooklyn to Pigtown to Sandtown to Coldstream Montebello to Broadway East. We've been picking up litter and illegal dumping with, we hired local Black-owned haulers and landscapers and created open space and green space. More than 2 million tons of litter and trash over the past few years. And then we've also supported youth workforce development groups who are cleaning their neighborhoods. Urban Oasis, Grow Home, Challenge to Change, My Father's Plan. We're really trying to get back into the community and help them with that litter and illegal dumping. And last year, we actually hired one of the Grow Home organization members to become a full-time employee at our plant, which is just continuing to sort of support those partners. All that work is done with the support of the Tier 1 renewable status, and I appreciate your time.
Okay, any questions for the panel? Okay, seeing none, we're gonna now move to a series of virtual favorable witnesses. Maria K. Hagan, Is Kay Hagan on the line, Frederick County Council Member?
Yeah.
Okay, Kay, we
Yes.
see you and you've got 2 minutes.
All right. Well, you've heard a lot of things on both sides, and we have limited time, so there's only so much I can say. I want to make a couple of key points. I am a former county commissioner and council member in Frederick County who has worked with environmental and solid waste and recycling and composting issues for over 33 decades, and spent 8 years fighting the regional 1,500 tons per day incinerator that was proposed for Frederick County. Ultimately, that was successful, though not a fun fight. But we and the community and the environmental community, the local community, learned a lot about it during that time. And really, I want to make the point, in spite of some of the things that you've heard, most of which has been peripheral or ancillary and not really on point about good work that companies are doing or whatever, this is not renewable or clean energy by any reasonable or scientific standard. Yes, there are places, including the EPA to a degree, that calls it a renewable energy, but that is a political definition, not a scientific one. There's a reason why you don't have scientists and environmental groups and other supporting, sitting with the people in opposition to this. And I would say, if you have any doubts about that, to look at it from a life cycle point of view. Way too complicated to do in 2 minutes or even 1 day. But from a life cycle perspective, these are not climate friendly. Maryland can be proud of the fact that we've been a leader in protecting the environment and confronting our climate crisis, but we can do better, and doing better can start with this and some of the other things that are being suggested this year. It's time, it's beyond time. We've been talking about this for a long time. It's come close before to end waste energy in our renewable energy portfolio. It doesn't belong there. And there's a reason that the environmental community is supporting that designation and why they are supporting this legislation. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman, we're going to go to Senator Gallion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councilman, you talked about some of the scientists that nobody's on the opposition panel, so to speak, but would you, and environmental groups, wouldn't you consider Chesapeake Bay Foundation one of those groups, because they are opposing this bill?
Well, there's a difference between this bill, as we've seen when Senator Kagan, for example, asked about reasons that somebody might want certain amendments or objected. Do they oppose? Are you saying that they specifically support waste energy as a renewable energy designation in our portfolio? Because there's a difference between that question, which is what I was talking about, and every single aspect of this bill and some of the other concerns that people might have about biomass or factory farm produced methane utilization, et cetera.
Okay. 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 Any
That's the question, really. Do they oppose?
We got it. Any additional questions for the councilman? Okay. Thank you for your testimony. We're going to next move to Greg Smith. Signed up favorable. Mr. Smith on here. Okay, Mr. Smith, you've got 2 minutes. 2 minutes to weigh in. Favorable.
All righty. Good afternoon. I'm Greg Smith. I live in Hyattsville. I've fought landfills and incinerators since the 1980s, and I've advocated for strategies that can move communities towards justice and sustainability. I urge the committee to support SB 590, and I thank Senator DeYoung for introducing this important common sense legislation, which offers a critical opportunity to clean up and bring integrity and honesty to Maryland's RPS. From its creation in 2004, the RPS has been contaminated with and has provided massive subsidies for polluting technologies at the expense of Maryland ratepayers, the public health, and the environment. While landfill methane is a reasonable concern, it is not a legitimate reason to subsidize incineration through the RPS. The most cost-effective way to reduce methane emissions is to compost or recycle food waste, yard waste, paper, and other organics. The US EPA estimates diverting those materials can reduce methane production by 95%. Prince George's County has one of the largest clean composting facilities in the region. It can process more than 60,000 tons of food and yard waste annually. In 2012, our county council passed legislation that required our Department of the Environment to implement a pilot food waste composting program and to analyze the composition of materials being dumped into the county's landfill. In December 2022, the county reported that more than 70% of the 300,000 tons delivered annually to our landfill could be diverted mainly through recycling and composting. Compostable organics made up 30%, recyclable or compostable paper about 20%, and recyclable plastic, metal, and glass another 20+%. Recycling and composting not only can knock a huge hole in methane emissions, and they also divert the most burnable materials. For what's left, I recommend analyses like the one presented by EcoCycle and Sound Resource Management in their 2013 report, After 70% Recycling, What's Best to Do with the Leftovers. They found that additional mechanical recovery of recyclables, I'll finish in just a sec, followed by biological treatment, then landfilling, caused significantly less damage than incineration and landfilling with gas recovery. Thanks for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions I can.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Smith? Seeing none. Next witness is Mr. Ewald, Mike Ewald. Is Mike Ewald in the queue? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Ewald, you got 2 minutes and you're signed up favorable.
Okay, thank you. My name is Mike Ewald with Energy Justice Network. Trash incineration is the most expensive and polluting way to manage waste or to make energy. It's dirtier than coal and it's worse than directly landfilling. The latest EPA data shows that burning trash releases 65% more greenhouse gases per unit of energy than burning coal and is more polluting in other ways. For Montgomery County, I used the most comprehensive life cycle assessment tool to analyze landfills versus incinerators for them. And this model, based on EPA data, found that incineration is twice as harmful as landfilling for the climate and 3.2 times as bad when factoring in other health and environmental factors. Because of this understanding, Montgomery County supports this bill, and even though they benefit from the RECs, because the incinerator there is publicly owned. In fact, the county is actively planning to close that incinerator early. Baltimore City Council also is supporting this in that they've passed 2 unanimous resolutions in 2017 and 2019, I believe further support recently. And that incinerator is privately owned and they're locked into a 10-year contract right now. There's no risk that passing this bill is somehow going to shut down the incinerator, even though some of us would like to see that. The mayor is also on record saying that the current contract is their last one. They're also moving in the direction of ending incineration. The only incinerator that stands to benefit after those 2 are closed is the one in Virginia. And that's why Cavanta is here, I believe, and probably will testify as they have in the past. They're here because they want the money that flows to their incinerator in Virginia, the biggest of the 3 that gets the most credits. And that's the largest air polluter within at least 25 miles of DC, with their air pollution blowing directly into Maryland. With local governments in Maryland moving away from incineration, why would we stick with it to subsidize a polluter in Virginia? We also need to stop subsidizing landfills, tree burners, poultry waste burners, and anaerobic digesters. And I'm sorry, I can't get through the rest, but thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Ewald? Okay, seeing none, Senator Washington has to leave to go to the Finance Committee for bill hearing. So just if everybody, we can't complain too much. Next up, Gabrielle Ross signed up favorable. Okay, Ms. Ross. Okay, Ms. Ross, you've got 2 minutes.
Hi, thanks. Before I start, I wanted to just mention that I was prepared to be on the panel first up, and I'm prepared to answer any questions that you may have. So thank you for this opportunity to submit testimony on behalf of Asty Coastal Trust. Digester facilities are often touted as a solution to the environmental issues that the waste creates. However, this is a false promise. Sending animal waste to a digester creates methane, but does nothing to mitigate the significant air or water quality issues associated with its use. The anaerobic digestion process leaves behind a digestate that still must be disposed of. The nutrients in this digestate can be rendered more water soluble than those in unprocessed chicken litter, and yet it is often spread onto fields as fertilizer where it runs into the local waterways. I want to highlight a few key points that will address some of these questions. Digesters guarantee the life of a waste stream. This is explicit in Byron DevCo's materials, which talk about consistent feedstocks, meaning incentivization of more chicken growing and other wastes. Digesters exasperate nutrient runoff. According to the USDA, both ground and surface water quality problems are associated with high nitrogen and phosphorus compounds found in the digestate. Therefore, the digesters do not get rid of waste. They do not address nutrient runoff problems, as some of the opposition mentions. Since the construction of the so-called biogas facility is extremely costly, they are generally not profitable without subsidies, incentives, and continuous waste streams. Its inclusion in our RPS provides an unwanted financial incentive to add new greenhouse gas emitting technology to our grid under the guise of renewable energy on the public's dime. Maryland families have had enough of major polluting industries making record profits while harming vulnerable populations with air and water pollution. Please don't allow the RPS to become another blank check for a polluting industry. We urge a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Okay, we've got Senator Gallion has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Ross. You mentioned the nutrient runoff with what's left from the digesters that's used as a fertilizer source, basically. And you had issues with it being a runoff into streams and whatnot. Wouldn't that be covered in the nutrient management plans? For example, I just turned mine in. I was due March 1st, and in that nutrient management plan, there's certain setbacks. You got to be so many feet away from a stream. So that's kind of taken into effect, wouldn't you think, already?
It is taking into effect, however, because these digesters are not currently is part of these nutrient management plans and the phosphorus management tools. This would require considerable research to be done on the digestate. Also looking at PFAS and PFOA contamination from wastewater treatment sludge and other municipal waste. So in my research, what I've been finding is that the digestate is more nitrogen and more phosphorus rich than the manure itself, meaning that this would affect farmers. This would affect those phosphorus management tools and the tools that you mentioned. And this is going to require considerable research to make sure that the digestate is safe and also falls within those tools that you mentioned. And that's something that's really concerning to us because therefore, if it is more water soluble than the dry manure, which is currently being spread onto fields, therefore, when it rains, it'll be more likely to impact in groundwater and also run off into ditches that we have here, especially on the Eastern Shore, I should say.
So the end result I see is a dry material, and anything you put on the field that's a nutrient like that has to be reported in your nutrient management plan. And there has to be those setbacks to keep it away from waterways. So I'm just not sure of the accuracy of that, but
Okay, let's go to Senator Carrozza.
Thank you. Ms. Ross, I just wanted to ask you if we take away the incentive with the anaerobic digestion business model, that could increase the amount of waste that goes to landfills and also increase the uncaptured methane emissions. So I don't understand by removing that, you're going to have these other negative impacts and that you're not concerned about those negative impacts.
Sure. So definitely concerned about other impacts. Again, the RPS is to provide incentives that are provided by the taxpayer dollar. What we're seeing is that, there are currently no Maryland anaerobic digestion facilities receiving RECs. Therefore, no one is missing out. There are 2 Ohio facilities that are receiving Maryland RECs. That's right. Our RECs are going out of state. And therefore, also, I will say that something that hasn't been addressed is that if this bill did not get passed, this would incentivize the double dipping of multiple funds in the state of Maryland. We have the Animal Waste Technology Fund that has literally given out by grants millions of taxpayer dollars to these types of facilities already. In 2021, I believe it was 10.7 million. And in this year, the Animal Waste Technology Fund seeks to give out $3.3 million. So therefore, we're trying to prevent the double dipping of these facilities from getting more taxpayer dollars to further pollute our communities What we've been seeing here, especially on the Eastern Shore, is that these facilities are being proposed in environmental justice communities, communities that are already considered overburdened and underserved. And we've talked a lot about that in this committee today. And I want to address that, you know, with this is only addressing a few sources. And we need to focus on making sure that those dollars aren't going to sources that are going to further entrench on more pipelines and more emissions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ross, for your testimony. Let's now go back. We have a couple of unfavorable in person. Did Grayson Middleton testify yet? Okay, and then we're going to bring up Fraser Blaylock. Those are the two final in-person unfavorables. I'm sorry. You wrote me a note that he was not. Okay, sir, Mr. Grayson Middleton, and then Fraser Blaylock. Each of you state your name, and then each of you has 2 minutes, and you both signed up unfavorable.
And members of the committee, my name is Grayson Middleton. I'm Government Affairs Manager for Delmarva Chicken Association. We're the 1,600 member trade organization representing chicken growers, companies, and allied businesses on the Eastern Shore of Maryland. I did have a testimony prepared for this evening, but I threw that out because I feel like I need to address a lot of the things that have been said this evening. First of all, the idea that the chicken industry will expand due to the expansion of anaerobic digestion is pretty ridiculous. We don't raise chickens for their waste. We raise them. We raise them to feed America. AD is a solution to a problem. So why would we disincentivize a technology that would, without question, again, I want to emphasize, without question, reduce carbon emissions? When waste is taken to a landfill, it emits methane directly into the atmosphere. When you burn it, that is reduced. 15% of methane comes from landfills. This will not be solved. This is one of those issues, although they are good technologies, that will not be solved by wind and solar. I should also note that environmental groups who actually live on the shore, such as Friends of the Nanocoke, support this bill as well, because they realize that the approach to carbon reduction needs to be multifaceted and isn't just a handful of what we popularly recognize as renewable energy. With that, I urge an unfavorable report on SB 590.
Okay. Ms. Blaylock.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairman. My name is Fraser Blaylock. I work for Covanta Energy, which has provided reliable, cost-effective materials management and the generation of clean, renewable energy for Montgomery County since 1995 at the Resource Recovery Facility located in Dickerson. I'm here today to express our opposition to Senate Bill 590, which would remove waste to energy from Tier 1 of the RPS. The elimination of waste to energy as a Tier 1 renewable source would ignore the dual purpose benefits that this facility and these facilities in general bring to our communities and treat it unfairly in the very competitive energy and waste disposal markets. Waste to energy is a clean, local, efficient, and economical form of renewable baseload energy production and post-recycled waste disposal that helps Maryland divert waste from landfills while producing energy to reduce a reliance on fossil fuels. In the case of Montgomery County, the trash is railed by train to Dickerson, thus avoiding thousands of truck trips out of the Shady Grove transfer station that would be necessary if the waste was to be landfilled. These facilities that we operate are internationally recognized as greenhouse gas mitigation tools, even after accounting for our stack emissions. The IPCC called waste to energy a key greenhouse gas mitigation measure. The benefits of diverting waste away from landfills to recycling and energy recovery are clearer than ever. To remove waste to energy from Tier 1 and yet leave landfill gas in Tier 1 is counter to the US and the EU waste hierarchies and counter to Maryland's goal of reducing the greenhouse gases that contribute to climate change. Thank you very much. We urge an unfavorable vote.
Okay, any questions Vice Chair Kate, okay. Senator Carozza and then Vice Chair Kagan.
Very briefly, thank Mr. Chair and Mr. Middleton, given the previous testimony for the supporters, one coming from the Eastern Shore. Just one more time for the record, will anaerobic digestion increase the amount of processing waste or poultry litter?
And I'll expand on that one more time. We've actually seen a reduction in the past 20 years of the amounts of birds that we process on the Eastern Shore. Again, we don't raise chickens for their waste. So no, I highly doubt it.
Okay, Vice Chair Kagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Middleton, thank you for the laugh at the end of a long day, or not even at the end, near the middle of the end of a long day.
Well, it is laughable, isn't it?
I'm going to ask you the same question that I asked Mr. Spangler, which is, so you're here as unfavorable, and so is Ms. Blaylock. If anaerobic digestion were removed from the list, would you otherwise be favorable on this bill?
I don't think so, no.
You still have other problems. So you're not here just for the chicken litter. You have other problems with it.
Yes, Senator. I'd be happy to discuss those other issues with you separately.
Okay, that'd be great. Ms. Blaylock?
Okay, okay.
Oh, okay.
What-
I know why
Did
she-
you have a question for me?
I was just going to ask either of you if there were,
Oh,
is there an amendment that would make this bill acceptable to you?
I don't think any
Is
of
there?
these technologies should be taken out because I think they all have an environmental benefit. So, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Okay. Any additional witness, questions for the panel? Okay, seeing none. All the witnesses from this point forward are virtual, so we're going to go through the list. A mix of mostly favorable, but some unfavorable. So Stephanie Compton, is Ms. Compton here? Okay. Gabby Roque, Ms. Roque, yes, these are okay, favorable. The next several witnesses are going to be favorable, straight favorable. So Gabby Roque is signed up favorable. Okay, Ms. Roque, I see you there and you're signed up favorable.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Honorable Chair Feldman and members of the committee. CASA is pleased to offer favorable testimony in support of SB 590, Renewable Energy Portfolio Standard Eligible Sources Alterations. CASA is the largest immigrant services and grassroots advocacy organization in Maryland, with a membership of over 120,000 Black and Latino immigrants and working families. Sorry, I'm a little out of breath because I had to run back over here. SB 590 is important legislation that will address the problematic designation of trash incineration as a renewable energy source in the Maryland Renewable Energy Portfolio. CASA is committed to achieving a just and equitable energy transition for our members, many of which live in communities that are overburdened by pollution, face rising utility costs, and have been displaced by an increasingly unstable climate. It is not only critical to reduce energy-related emissions to address the worsening climate crisis, but also prioritize the health and economic prosperity of the communities most vulnerable to climate change. Last week, members of this committee heard the testimony of Sandra Lovo, a CASA leader, whose son was born with pulmonary hypertension because of her exposure to dangerous levels of air pollution in Baltimore City, a city where the rate of hospitalization due to asthma attacks is 3 times greater than the national average. A third of Baltimore City's air pollution, according to data analysis by the EPA, is from the Briscoe incinerator, making it the #1 source of air pollution and greenhouse gas emissions in the city. Despite these findings, trash incineration processing plants in Maryland are eligible to receive the same subsidies as wind and solar energy under the current Renewable Energy Portfolio Standard. CASA urges a favorable report for SB 590 because any energy source that comes at the expense of a child's ability to breathe, like Sandra Lovo's son, is not a sustainable energy source that should receive investment and profit from Maryland taxpayers. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Any questions for the witness? Seeing none. Next up, Sonia Demarais. Sorry, she's here. Ms. Demarais?
Yes, I'm here.
Signed up favorable. You've got 2 minutes favorable.
Okay, thank you so much for this opportunity, and thank you to Senator Lewis Jung for her leadership. My name is Sonia Demarais. I'm a Frederick County resident, co-founder of the Climate Communications Coalition, and very active in local forestry. I'm therefore here to talk about woody biomass for energy. I have submitted a detailed testimony in writing, and I strongly support SB 590 for several reasons. One, woody biomass is not clean or green, because when you burn it, it releases decades or even centuries of stored pollution back into the atmosphere. Add to that the pollution from logging, transportation, producing pellets, etc. Burning wood for electricity produces as much or more pollution as fossil fuels, including coal. Secondly, woody biomass is not renewable within the time frame we have. We are planting 1 trillion trees worldwide by 2030 because they are the single tool we have to scrub pollution from the air and sink it back into the soils. However, it will take these trees decades and forests centuries to be as effective as the ones being cut down for energy today. So are they truly renewable? No. Maryland wants to reach net zero by 2045. Then we have to protect existing forests and promote pro-forestation as advocated for by the IPCC. Importantly, and my third point is sustainable forestry practices in the forest product industry are important, and they will inevitably produce woody biomass or waste wood, as was mentioned. This, however, needs to be encapsulated in building materials, cellulose products, etc. There are lots of other uses that do not have to involve burning it. To respond to the timber trade testimonies, they do not need to burn the wood to keep the forests in Maryland healthy. We must do better. The biggest threat right now is that the byproduct has become the product. And big biomass energy industry, which brings industrial scale devastation and pollution as seen across the Southeast, is on Maryland's doorstep. This is part of the Maryland Forestry Economic Adjustment Strategy promoted by the industry. So in addition, well, there are other points. I don't have time. I apologize. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Any questions for the witness? Okay, Vice Chair Kagan.
Ms. Demaray, thank you for being with us. I just have a quick question. You said that the forests, if they're trying to be thin, there are other options. Can you just expand on that? So it could be made into mulch. It could be like, what are you?
Woody biomass, there's always waste wood, there's always woody biomass. We can use that waste wood to produce cellulose, which, for example, could replace plastics. That is one of the uses. A lot of woody biomass is being used as building material. You compress it strong enough, it is stronger than actual wood. So there are a lot of different uses that do not involve burning them and emitting the pollution back into the atmosphere.
Okay, any additional questions? Seeing none, we're going to next go to Maria Payan, signed up favorable. Ms. Payan? Okay, Ms. Payan, we do see you. You've got two minutes.
Thank you. Dear Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony in support of SB 590. My name is Maria Payan, co-founder of Sentinels of Eastern Shore Health, based on the Lower Eastern Shore of Maryland, and Sussex Health and Environmental Network in Sussex County, Delaware. Our coalition members unify a collective voice for positive solutions. I feel it's important that you have an accurate picture of what's happening in our communities here, as these are very large-scale regional biogas facilities that are coming into the community. They are untried and untested, and they're being proposed across the Lower Eastern Shore in Maryland and Sussex County, Delaware. There's a pattern of misrepresentation going on, as the biogas projects are a way to help our small farmers with their litter and the runoff. Right now, the Bioenergy DevCo project in Sussex County, Delaware is the subject of a Civil Rights Title VI administrative complaint. This project is being cited in a community that's linguistically isolated, majority, minority, and little political power or voice. The reality is this project is proposing to take waste from multiple states, which are processing plants across the Delmarva region and beyond into Sussex County with a byproduct that will be land applied on the fields. Of the 250,000 tons of waste coming in, only 12% is broiler litter. And broiler litter does not go into a landfill. The other 88% is processing plant waste from 3 other states across our region, coming into an ag residential zone with just under 73,000 trucks per year. We are asking that dirty energy such as waste incineration, biomass, and biogas be taken out of the renewable portfolio standards, as this is not the intention of the portfolio.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Any questions for the witness? Okay, seeing none, we're going to next go to signed up favorable virtual Gregory Sawtell. Is Mr. Sawtell here? Okay, Mr. Sawtell, we're going to get you on here. You signed up favorable. You've got 2 minutes.
Thank you, everybody. Good evening. Greg Sawtell, I'm the co-president of the Community of Curtis Bay Association. Curtis Bay is an environmental justice community that's located within a couple miles of we call it the Bresco incinerator in Baltimore, city's worst single source, stationary source of air pollution. And just want to shed some light on this in terms of what it represents in terms of a choice to continue to support trash incineration as a renewable source. One thing I think that clarifies it at the community level, hopefully just scientific level as well, is that Bresco burns, best estimate, this is a conservative estimate, 32,600 tons of plastics every year. I think it's common knowledge that almost all plastics are derived from fossil fuels. So the idea that we would be considering literally burning fossil fuel derived plastics as a renewable energy source doesn't fit a common sense definition of renewable. States have a choice. Federal guidelines exist, federal definitions exist, but at the state level, we can make choices. Not all states choose to consider trash incineration as tier 1 renewable. Maryland was one of those states. I was personally involved from 2011 onward when that policy was changed, and it was changed in part to try to accommodate a new development of what would have been the nation's largest trash incinerator in US history, less than a mile away from schools in South Baltimore. What happened in that case is 22 public entities, because of this policy choice, including Baltimore City Schools, decided to enter into long-term power purchase agreements with this new incinerator because it was tier 1 renewable eligible. When they got the facts, when they heard from students from their very school district, they made a different choice, which was to opt out of those agreements in light of the scientific and public health data. They made a choice to say no to the project, and we urge you to make the same choice.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any questions for the witness? Seeing none. Next move to Betsy Nicholas, signed up favorable. Is Ms. Nicholas in the queue? Okay. For the benefit of the committee, we've got, after Ms. Nicholas, 4 more witnesses signed up. Okay, Ms. Nicholas, you signed up favorable. 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. Based on the time, I'm going to try and keep this really short for you and just highlight a few things that I feel like need to be corrected in the record. First of all, this has been touted as something very important for the economics of Maryland, but virtually all of the RECs, about 75%, go out of state. But even further than that, University of Maryland Environmental Finance Center studied these processes and found that they're not viable from an economic perspective. We would have to support them forever for them to work. We've also heard a lot of suggestion that, oh, well, if you don't burn it, then we're going to put it in the landfill. But these are false choices. Right now, for things like chicken litter, which is already a dry product, there's a need for phosphorus. There isn't a need maybe on the Eastern Shore, but there's a need throughout the country. It can just be moved somewhere else instead of burned in the community. And we heard a suggestion before that small on-farm digestion would not be allowed to go forward under this change in the law, but that's just simply not true. In order to actually even be eligible for the REC credits, you have to be selling energy. So if you're using it on farm to power your own facilities, then you're not even under this program at all. But really the most important thing I want to say here is no more sacrifice zones. There are no communities that should be losing their health, losing their economic viability, suffering to give taxpayer money to polluting industries. We need to pass this bill and get the dirty energy out of our renewable system. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Any questions for the witness? Seeing none, next witness virtual signed up favorable is Jennifer Kunze, Kunze. Ms. Kunze? Okay,
Yes, I'm here. It's not letting me start my video, but that's not important, I guess.
Just hold on 1 second. We'll get there.
Got you.
Okay, we see you now.
Great.
2 minutes.
Yes, thank you so much. Jennifer Kunze. I'm a Baltimore City resident and I work for Clean Water Action. I was prepared to be on the sponsor panel and would be excited to answer any questions. And so I'll keep this also brief. Subsidizing trash incineration holds us back from the opportunity for real climate action, both in the renewable energy sphere and in the solid waste sector. This bill is about promoting renewable energy and eliminating the trash incineration, factory farm biogas, and woody biomass from the RPS means that the same number of RECs need to be bought. They will just be bought once this bill passes from the remaining tier 1 RECs, increasing the support for the actually renewable energy that will actually do the work that we need to clean up the air. So please redirect the subsidies to solar and wind through this bill. And I want to emphasize, even though I'm coming from the trash incineration sphere, to please also eliminate factory farm biogas and woody biomass from the RPS. It took years of grueling work to prevent new trash incinerators that were proposed in the 2000s in the state from being built. We're in solidarity together. We don't want to see our friends in other parts of the state, including those who live on the shore from whom you have heard today, to face the same fight in the years coming up, fighting against new proposed polluters. And I'll close by addressing the comments from Wind Waste about Baltimore City government. To be clear, Baltimore City supports this bill. You heard from Councilwoman Porter earlier, and my understanding is that you have favorable written testimony from the Sustainability Commission, the Office of Sustainability, and the Baltimore City's Mayor's Office asking you to pass this bill. It is not possible to use Baltimore City as a reason to oppose it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the witness? Seeing none, we're going to next move to also favorable. Sokobi Wilson is not here. Okay, well, just to mix it up, we have 2 witnesses. One is unfavorable. Let's go to Peter Oven, who is signed up unfavorable. Mr. Oven, you were signed up unfavorable. You've got 2 minutes.
For the record, my name is Peter Oven, and I'm a project manager with Wilson Engineering Services in Meadville, PA, and I'm a professional engineer in the state of Pennsylvania. For the record, and for full disclosure, Eastern Shore Forest Products is a current client of mine, but I'm offering these comments independently. I'm addressing this in reference to the thermal aspect of Tier 1. Having options for beneficial use of wood residues is critical to forest management and the survival of the forest products industry in Maryland. The absolute worst fate for these residues is for them to have no beneficial use and be treated as waste. Substituting wood residue for fossil heating is a market opportunity which has co-benefits of helping the state meet aggressive GHG goals. Beneficial use of wood residue for heating is part of the RPS, Massachusetts, Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine, and this has resulted in beneficial use of wood residues in these states to offset fossil fuel. Dozens of thermal projects in these states are a direct result of these renewable energy credit incentives that would have otherwise continued burning fossil fuel for heating. Meeting carbon goals for Maryland requires leveraging all the renewable options because there is no one technology or pathway that can meet the carbon goals on its own. Wood residue should be part of that future, providing jobs, healthy forests, local wood products, and renewable heating. I respectfully request an unfavorable report. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the witness? Seeing none, which brings us to our final witness on this piece of legislation, Carlos Sanchez, signed up favorable. Okay, Mr. Sanchez, you're signed up favorable. You've got 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Fletman and members of the committee. I am Carlos Sanchez, a member of For Your Voice and a student-led group in Baltimore. I am a high school student that lives 2 miles away from a trash burning incinerator that is being considered as renewable energy. I say that because it doesn't burn trash. An enormous amount of what gets burned is compostable and recycling and things that can be reused. And majority of that is plastics. Like Mr. Sartel mentioned, I know everybody knows that plastics is made from fossil fuels, which is definitely not renewable. I see it every day. I smell it every day. This bill will make sure that our subsidies for renewable energy through the renewable portfolio standards are going towards actual renewable energy, not being wasted on things that emit greenhouse gases. I'm happy to see that there's finally a chance for us to make Baltimore the city I know it can be by moving forward towards zero waste. I want to continue to live in Baltimore and will continue to work to make Baltimore the city it can be. I also want to mention, like it was mentioned before, that our Baltimore City Mayor's office also submitted a testimony for favorable along with other departments like council. I heard a question on why we resigned a contract with Bresco, and I will say that was signed by a stand-in mayor that we didn't vote for. Our new city leadership are trying to do the right thing, and we need our state to do the same by doing the right thing as taking trash incineration out of RPS. These companies want these subsidies, but they don't need them in order to operate. Bresco existed without this policy for decades, and it's silly for them to claim they need the subsidies, then also make claims that they are committing to donating money in the city, as they are likely going to say, we don't want it. We want the subsidies they are getting to going to wind and solar power instead. That will do us more good. And please pass this bill to make it happen. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, any questions for the witness, the final witness? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 590 and concludes our bill hearings for today. Just maybe hold on for one quick second here. Okay, so just two things. In the Senate Finance Committee, Senator Washington's still up there, still in, so we're not, like the last man standing. So we have one. Yeah, we're not doing anything. What's that? I don't know. Okay. Yeah, why don't we stop that?